Doja. This part, you ain't gotta say a word. Just walk that, let's get burned. Then we'll roll up 100 fucking nuts. All up in my mouth, now I'm all up in yo. This nigga got pounds of it, all up in his truck. Now we both look Asian. He waving and I'm drunk. I got dank shit in my cup. You know what I'ma do to you? I could give reviews to you. Blow, we X, and we sipping on that juice and juice. That's just what she choose to do. Hey, Century.
There are times when I look above and beyond. There are times when I feel your love around me, baby. I'll never forget my baby. When I feel that I don't belong, draw my strength from the words when you said, hey, it's about you, baby. Look deeper inside you, baby. Dream about us together again. What I want us together again, baby. I know we'll be together because everywhere I go, every smile I see, I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me. I can see your star shining down on me.
at 5 in the morning. I wake up to fight for my earnings. Fear in my mind is a warning. Pray to the one you're relying. I've been wandering all day. I tried to be fine, but I can't be. The noise in my mind wouldn't leave me. I tried to get by, but I'm burning. I'm behind, my mind it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. Right, yeah, I really need time now. I need to free mind now. I really need mine now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free mind now. I really need mine now. Yeah. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Sad me in love that you cannot mix. One is the joy that you cannot waste, and the other one price that you cannot fix. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Finding a way where you cannot see. Man with this system, he cannot pray. I need to find relief. But behind my mind it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. I really need my dog. I need to free my dog. I really need time now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free my dog. I really need time now. Oh, yeah. Just let me free, freer than the open mind, farther than the eyes can handle, freer than the ocean now. Yeah, yeah. So set me free. Now I need to find relief. Set me to the open sky. Now I need to free my mind. Yeah.
Drop top Porsche, rollie on my wrist, diamonds up and down my chain. Cardi B straight stunning, can't tell me that the bossed up and I changed again. It's my big bronze boogie got all them girls shook. My big fat ass got all them boys cooked. Some dollar bills, now we popping rubber bands. Bruno Sang to me while I do my money dance like, yeah. Flexing on the gram like, yeah. Hit the Lil Jon, okay. Oh yeah, we dripping and we investigating.
Ooh, don't we look good together? There's a reason why they watch all night long.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Natasha. Hey, Miss Tanya. Who else we got in the building? I think Miss Lynn. Um, yeah, Miss Lynn. Hey, Miss Lynn. Hey, Sonia. I think that's it. Oh, hey, baby Candy. If you still in here. All right, y'all. We're gonna get started right off because I am late. I am late. I woke up early this morning, y'all, and my face felt like it was about to fall off. It was swollen, and long story short, I took some medicine and went back to sleep, so I kind of overslept, but that's okay. God still woke me up, and we still here. Hey, amazing. Hey, boo. We're gonna get started, y'all. It's a lot gonna go on today. Um, Today is day 5. Now we're gonna be reacting to day 4 in a minute here, but today is actually day 5, and what's going on this morning? Have a good day at work, amazing. What's going on at what's going on today is closing arguments, which I don't know if they've already done them or not. You know, we don't have live coverage. We have to sit around and wait for somebody to come out the courtroom and pretty much tell us what's going on. I did see something on Carlos King's post though, and I'm gonna talk to y'all about what. Let me pull that up. I don't think I screenshotted it, so let me pull it up. The closing arguments today. We are on verdict watch, as my background says. We are on verdict watch because today the jury will start deliberating after the closing arguments. But Carlos King made a post about 30 minutes ago, right? Now we know that Carmelo was initially charged with murder. He was charged with murder, and yeah, so I'm gonna tell y'all what's going on or what the judge instructed, and then I'm gonna tell y'all why I think it's a good thing or a bad thing. Okay, so he was initially charged with just murder, right? So Carlos King wrote 30 minutes ago. He said, according to news outlet WFAA, which is the news outlet we've been following too, Judge Judge John Roach, and I gotta tell y'all some stuff about the judge too as well. Junior ruled on Tuesday. Well, actually, so he ruled on Tuesday, which was yesterday. No, today. Today is Tuesday, right, y'all? My God, today. This is ridiculous. So he ruled this morning that the jury may consider a manslaughter verdict along with murder just before final arguments begin in the Carmelo Anthony track meet and stabbing trial. A jury is currently weighing the fate of Carmelo Anthony, and just before going into deliberations, Judge John Roach Jr. gave jurors another charge to consider: manslaughter. While the arguments unfolded, evidence was raised that apparently convinced Judge Roach that a lesser crime, namely manslaughter, may have occurred. Texas law gives the judge the power to allow the jury to consider multiple guilty or not guilty verdicts. Now the jury is left with multiple options as they weigh Anthony's sentence. Thank you, Tanya. Happy Taco Tuesday, girl. So listen, let me tell you what I think. First of all, okay, I'm gonna tell you what I think about that first, and then we're gonna talk about the judge, right? So he was initially charged with just murder, right? So now that all the evidence has come out, and to me, honestly, I think that the judge and maybe the prosecutors and things of that nature realize that this just may not be a murder case. It may be a manslaughter case, and I think we talked about that earlier in the week or last week about why they didn't consider manslaughter. Now, let me tell you the pros and the cons. With the murder charge, if the jury had gone back there in the back and not, if the jury had gone to deliberate and murder was the only charge on the table, one or two things could have happened. They could have said, okay, since we don't have anything else to consider, and we do think he needs to be made, held accountable. It was not self-defense. They could have found him guilty of murder, or with the murder charge being the only charge, and they felt like he wasn't guilty of murder, they could have acquitted him. You get what I'm saying? So it's like If they had gone back and deliberated and murder was the only charge on the table, they could have found him guilty because they feel like he's guilty of something, but the only option they had was murder. Or they could have acquitted him saying he didn't commit murder, but we don't have anything else to consider, so we're gonna acquit him. Just like they did Child. Absolutely, Natasha. Absolutely. So you can look at it either way. You can say it's a good thing or you can say it's a bad thing. Okay. But now they have murder and they have manslaughter. Now, to be honest, for me, with that manslaughter charge being put on the books, I think they're gonna find him guilty of manslaughter. I just do. I think they're gonna. I think putting that manslaughter charge out there, I think that's what they're gonna come back with. But that's just my opinion. We gonna see. Now let's talk about the judge. Did I put this stuff in my string yard? Lord, please. I was so asleep this morning, but I know I did. Okay. So let's talk about the judge for a minute, y'all. And then we're going to get into yesterday's testimony because we are now on verdict watch. Now, what I got to do, y'all, so I'm going to be checking, right? I'm going to be checking for a verdict. If anybody else has access to another device and can keep checking social media to see when they come back, if they come back while we're live. So I'm going to be checking. If anybody else can be checking with me to see if you see anybody come out and say that a verdict was reached. I do also truth, at least it won't be his entire life. No, I think manslaughter is like 5 or something. I'm not for sure. You do yours truly. Please keep checking for me because Trey thinks it's gonna be long deliberations. I think not. I don't think it's gonna. I think a verdict is gonna come in today, right? But Trey Tender's thing is probably not. I don't know, but if one come in, I do wanna get into it. We're gonna stop what we're doing and we're gonna get into it. But that whole thing of putting manslaughter out here at the last minute, I think the judge and others knew that they didn't prove murder. I think that they as well. Right, Natasha, I got you. I have it on my TV. Okay, thank you, yours truly. I appreciate that. So let's talk about the judge for a minute, y'all. So let me read this to y'all right quick. And I don't know if y'all can see this. But I'm going to read it to y'all. Hold on, let me get to it. Oh, this is the wrong phone. Y'all, I be having multiple devices. And I be having stuff on each device. Hold on. Let me pull up this so I can read it for y'all. Hey, Mama T. Girl, we miss you too. How you doing? Good to see you. So, let me read what I got up on the screen for y'all. The father of the defendant. No, that's not right. That's not right. It should be the father of he wrote the father of the defendant, but that's not right. The father of Austin. Just put it like that. The father of the victim, which is Austin Metcalf. Thank God. All is well with you, Mama T. Good deed. Good job. So the father of Austin, who is the victim in this case, is allegedly attending a social gathering with individuals connected to the prosecution and the court while one of the most closely watched trials in the country is underway. Whether this is completely innocent or not, the appearance alone is raising eyebrows and fueling public concern. The justice system depends not only on fairness, but on the public's confidence that proceedings are fair and impartial. So let me show y'all a picture. In this picture, for those that recognize him, you see Austin Metcalf's father in this picture. And the judge on the case also is in this picture. What do y'all think about that? What do y'all think about this picture? This picture says Austin's dad is at a house party with the judge and the DA. So out of these four men, and I only recognize Austin's dad because we've seen Austin's dad. But in this picture, you got four white guys and a woman. This is Austin's dad, the judge, and the DA, all in this one picture at a house party, y'all. What the fuck is he doing on this case? Why is this man, just like, why are those jurors over there openly crying and things of that nature in the courtroom and they not been replaced? Why is the DA and the judge and this man's daddy all at the same party? Hey, Miss Carla, need to be thrown out. If that is true, that's a conflict of interest. This is what's going on in Texas, y'all. While this young man is on trial for murder, and that's, for murder until this morning, which they say they can consider manslaughter, his Austin Metcalf, who is the victim's daddy, the DA, and the judge are attending parties together. Definitely should be a mistrial. That's crazy. Ain't this a mess? Ain't this a hot ass mess? Like, I'm thinking to myself, like, what is Texas law pertaining to this? This is something that we're gonna have to talk about. No matter what the verdict is, unless the verdict is not guilty, this is something that needs to be talked about. They do what they want when it's us. They do what they want all the damn time. This is crazy, y'all. This is crazy. I keep hearing a TV. Hold on. My little got the TV in her room wide open and got headphones on, listening to her iPad. Like, what? Who? I'm like, why you got the TV wide open and you ain't even listening to it? You got headphones on, listen. Ooh, baby. All right, y'all. So absolutely, that's not right. Right. I'm thinking to myself, like, where they do this shit at? Yeah, I'm sitting over here and I'm looking at this picture and I'm like, the good old boys. That's what come to mind for me, the good old boys. But I just wanted, in case y'all hadn't seen that and didn't know that, because we might have to talk about it later, depending on what this verdict is. And I just wanted y'all to see that and know that right there. I had to bring that to y'all. Okay, so I'm going to take this down. And we're going to get into Nick at Night. She did coverage, of course, live coverage yesterday on what was going on yesterday. And we're going to get into it. And like I said, we are going to be watching and waiting to see if there is a verdict today, okay? And I'm sure people are going to be coming out talking about the closing arguments and what was said. I seen a couple of people talking about it, but those are people I don't watch. Y'all, I don't watch everybody. I can't. Because it'd be too much. It'd be too much. Instead of just getting to the point, saying what it is, stating the facts, they be all over the place with different theories and all that type of stuff. And I can't get into that. Hey, Nicole. So while we do verdict watch, let's get into what took place on yesterday, y'all. Thank y'all for joining me for this live stream. I appreciate it. Make sure you double tap the screen to like the live stream. Feel free to support the channel. This channel is monetized, so you can hit the cash app or the super chat, or you can hit me up on my cash app, which is pinned at the bottom and also going across the screen. Okay, so let's get into it. This is Nick at Night's coverage on yesterday. She's crying. Why is she crying? She is crying. Y'all know we've been talking about, or we talked about on, yeah, I think it was, I ain't even pull this up, y'all. I'm sorry. Why y'all ain't tell me? She going through a whole lot of stuff as far as this trial is going, and we're gonna talk about it some more. We're gonna talk about it some more. Maybe after the trial is over, we're gonna do a little backtracking and talk about what she's been going through throughout this trial. But this a little short clip, but she's crying.
I'm okay. I just got worked up. All right. Anyways, I came here to cover a trial, and that's what I'm doing. So I'm gonna give y'all a quick update. We only have a little bit. So far there has been 3 witnesses. The first one. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm surrounded by Black Panthers right now, so they protected me. So the first witness was a 17-year-old who goes to Centennial.
She can't even do her
I'm sorry. I'm gonna come back.
That's so sad.
All right, y'all. So we are at our lunch break. What was stepping back because I don't have my mic. So
that was earlier in the day, I guess, on a break when they was on a break. This is later on when they on lunch. So she came back. This is her. She came back. Oh, what's going on is she's being bullied. She's being, well, I'm gonna say she's being harassed and intimidated. Tanya, I don't know if you was in live on yesterday when we talked about it. Didn't I do it yesterday? Was it yesterday? No, it was yesterday on the T channel. Yesterday on the T channel, I talked about what was going on with her at the trial. But we're going to talk about that more. We're going to talk about that a little bit more too, because it's a lot. But this is her. She came back on the lunch break, and these are the updates that she gave.
All right. All right, y'all. So we are at our lunch break. What was stepping back because I don't have my mic. So we are at the lunch break. Basically, what happened was they did 3 witnesses, and then after they did 3 witnesses, they decided that it would be better to break at 11 so that the rest of the day flows smoothly. And they told us to come back at 12:30. When I came out, I was talking to JLR Reports. He was covering footage at the Diddy trial. Definitely go check that out. And I'll just get into the testimony that happened so far today. If you guys can't hear me, I'm gonna try to project my voice loudly. But the first witness was a witness from Centennial. He was a friend of Carmelo on the track team, and he is a 17-year-old. I can't give his name because he's a minor, but he said that he spoke to the detectives that day, and he went to the same track meet at the same time. And when he went to the track meet at the same time, he said that he was like bouncing around between he was bouncing around between soccer and track, so he was kind of like all over the place. And then they wanted to know like if he was on JV and if Carmelo was on varsity. And anyways, I'm gonna try to not to pay attention. Thank y'all. So they wanted to know what mood Carmelo was in. It's not. This is. I just listened to this podcast and
She was crying to the love.
okay.
Yeah. We're not part of that. No, we're just interested. I've liked the podcast before.
Okay, so he wanted to know basically like how was it that day? He wanted to know like what was the mood and everything like that. He said like when they first got there, they warmed up, and then after they warmed up, then they went to like this soccer dugout. So I mean not the soccer dugout, they went to the dugout. Let me read where I was at.
I'm good, Queen. Keep going.
Okay. I don't know, y'all start moving around me in a circle, so I started. Okay.
Don't worry about them.
Okay. All right. Sorry, let me find my spot real quick. Oh, okay.
It's a shame.
So they wanted to know basically what was the culture and what was like the usual things that they would do at track. Like they wanted to know like if it was usual for a student to talk to other teams and if that was like out of the norm. They wanted to know like if they saw other students talk to people who were from other schools, and they said that like what was the difference between the culture of like football and what was the difference between the culture of track. And so he said like with football they kind of like start and it's like start to finish, but with track there's so many different events going on that they have like a lot of downtime. They're able to talk to students and everything like that. The guy was just taking my photo. Okay, interesting.
You got 1,000 people taking your picture right now.
Huh?
You got 1,000 people looking at your picture right now. You got 1,001.
Okay, so he said he so it was like 2 to 3 of them, and they were going to the like baseball dugout. And then while they were at the baseball dugout, they were basically trying to hide out from the rain because it had started raining and they were trying to get away from the rain. So when the baseball coach came out and told them that they didn't have to, that they had to go from being there, he decided to walk somewhere else. And they went back to the field. It said that Coach Wooten told them to go warm up. He said the weather was rolling in. It looked like a big storm was coming. They go put their spikes on and start to warm up with a bunch of people, including Melo. He said he was on the 4x100 team on the field, and the rain had started to die down, and then it had started to pick up again. While they were out there, then Melo heads to the bleachers, saw him later on in the bleachers. So basically, he was kind of like setting up the stage where he said that he was on the field, and then Melo was in the bleachers. But he was able to, like, from the 40-yard line, observe where Melo was and things like that. And so, like, he said that he would, like, be looking over there and he noticed, like, some movement and stuff like that. So then they wanted to know, like, well, was there a time where you noticed Carmelo under the memorial tent? And he said that he noticed him under the memorial tent closer to the top right. And then after that, he said he went to go test out his cleats because he had never did like a track meet before where rain was coming down. So he wanted to like test out his cleats and stuff. So then he said that underneath the tent that Melo was under, they wanted to know like, was it super crowded? Was it medium crowded? And he said that it was medium full. He said that it was getting crowded, but it was still like room for people to get under there. And they wanted to know like, well, what was your position? He said sometimes his position would be at the 40-yard line. Sometimes it would be at the 20-yard line. And so he was able to hear certain things. And they wanted to know what the mood was under the tent. And the mood basically was normal. So he said like when he first was looking up at the tent, the mood was like normal. It didn't really look like a lot was going on or whatever. But he said that it was like a normal mood. And then he said he was able to be close enough to where he was able to hear voices on the field, and that's basically what caught his attention. He said he looked back and he seen people like on the front row of the bleachers looking to the back, and that was kind of, that's something that he started to notice. He said that he saw a push and he saw arms like go out and make contact with Melo. He said there were people all around Melo. And he was wondering maybe like, is the interaction with them friendly, or like, did something happen? He said that out of nowhere, like it got super loud and people stood up. And then he was like, whoa, like, wondering what was going on. And then he said at first it sounded like people might be laughing. And then that's when he saw the push, but he didn't see Melo stab anybody. He said that Austin, the next thing, they were like, okay, so like, what are the next things that you noticed? He said the next thing that he noticed was Austin pulled up his shirt saying that he got stabbed. He didn't know Austin at the time. He saw Melo do like a light jog going to the right of the bleachers. And then he saw Melo on the field. He said, so then they wanted to know basically what was his behavior when he was on the field after this situation had happened. And he basically said that Melo was crying. Like he was able to see that he was very emotional. And he said the best way that he can describe how Melo was that he was distraught. He said that basically like everybody was in that same like distraught mood. Then they wanted to know like what did he hear him say? Okay. I don't know what happened, but I got 10 more minutes. So if y'all in the chat can look at the time, let my uncle know when 10 minutes go by. So, because I got 10 more minutes. So, all right. So after that, it was time for the prosecution to do cross. And basically what they tried to do was discredit the witness. They tried to basically say, well, you know that when we showed you the video about a few weeks ago, that when you thought that all of this stuff happened and when you thought you saw a movement, that wasn't until after the stabbing, it wasn't before. And then he was like, yes, he agreed that it was after. And then he wanted to know basically
Nobody wins in this.
that he got a few things wrong from his account and from what he had remembered. And then he said that in the detective's statement, you say Melo was normal. He said, yes, sir. He said, you say that you guys went to the dugout and they told you to leave. And then he was like, yes, sir. And then after they were in the dugout, he said that when the coach told you guys to leave, you left without a problem, right? And then he was like, yes, sir, or whatever. And then he said, you thought people were surrounding Melo, and but that was after the stabbing. And then they was like, well, do you want us to show you like where you were on the field when all of this happened? And he said that like they didn't really need to show him, but then the prosecution was kind of like pressing, and he was basically like, well, we can show you if you don't remember, or you want to like refresh your recollection and stuff like that. And so then they showed him a video where he was standing on the field, and while he was standing on the field, he basically was reminded that he was kind of like in the middle. So if you ever been to a football stadium and you see like there's like a center of the field, like there's like halfway between one side to the other, like he was in the kind of like the middle in the 40-yard line. And then you can see that the bleachers were kind of like a little bit of ways. And then he showed him how once he started to look back, it looked like it was after the stabbing. And he was like, well, the murder just happened right now, right? And that's when you look back, blah, blah, blah. So then after they did that, they bounced it back to the defense. And the defense said, well, you weren't in here when there was testimony that there was discrepancies with the timestamps, right? Like you weren't in here when there was testimony, and you haven't been looking at the testimony, so you wouldn't know that there was a discrepancy with the sync of the videos. And he was like, yeah, no, I wouldn't know that or whatever like that. And then he was basically like, when you first talked to the detective, you said people formed a U around Melo. And then when you look at the video, said that they formed an L. So when he said that, the prosecution argued that he was leading the witness, and he like put in like whatever motion or whatever. And then he said the tent that you said was medium full, and he said, yes, sir. And it was like not like packed prior to the push, sitting under the tent. You saw people all around him under the tent. And then he said there were people walking by. There were people like, he was like describing what he saw, because he saw like people walking by, people like going around and stuff like that. And so they wanted to know again, like, okay, so right before the incident, like what was the mood? And he said that it was normal. And then he was like, let's see. He said, like you described everything to the best of your recollection. So then it was back to cross, and they wanted him to say again like where Melo was, and he said he was in the top corner. And when they showed the video of them running to show that it was synced up, so they showed him the video again, and they were like, well, this is synced up with the murder, blah blah. And then it went back to the defense, and then the defense was like, he tried to like say like it like insinuate like it wasn't synced up or whatever. And so he said that it was like part of varsity, etc. So after that, they said it's time for the next witness. And then like one of the jurors was like raising his hand or whatever, and they had put like they went on like a sidebar with the lawyers, and basically the juror had 5 minutes to go to the restroom. We couldn't leave the courtroom, and then when we came back, it was Officer Riley. Now Officer Riley, his name is Bo Riley. He's employed by the city of Frisco, and he serves as a detective in crimes against children unit. He said at the time that the April 2nd incident happened, he was serving a search warrant on an individual that did a crime against a child. And he was told about the stabbing, so he headed to the stadium to interview some of the witnesses. And they wanted to know if one of the witnesses that he interviewed was a guy by the name of Eddie Parra. He said, yes, sir. It took place in the field house. That's where they did the interview, in the field house. And they wanted to know about the search that he did on Eddie's phone. Now, if you guys have been paying attention to the testimony of the witnesses, Eddie Parra testified that he lifted up his phone and he pretended to act like he was filming the video. And so they wanted to prove that, like, you guys did a search, but you didn't like forensically download it. So like if he prior deleted something, you guys didn't download his phone to actually get an accurate accounting of the content. That's kind of what they were trying to get everybody to understand. And he said that he just did a consent search where Eddie was right there and he was like telling him like, well, go to your photos or go to this, go to that type of thing like that. The next witness was another student, but I'll save the rest for after. I just wanted to give you guys an update because something about today, like the way that they broke at 11 and wanted to come back at 12:30, I'm interested to see why that was and who the next witness is. They didn't announce who the next witness is going to be. So it looked like they were preparing for something. I'm really not sure, but I will keep you guys updated. Make sure you have your notification bells on. I have been in the courtroom every single day of this trial, and I'll be giving you guys live updates when I can. So thank you guys so much, and we're out.
All right. So then she came back. That was yesterday at lunchtime, and you can clearly see she was distracted. There was a lot going on in the background. She may be at this point a little intimidated. She might be a little scared or whatever. You know, we saw her crying. We're gonna get into all what happened with her, because I'm sure we're gonna talk about it on at a later date after this verdict is read and things of that nature. So she came back last night. She came back last night.
People wanted to know, like, Neek, are you okay? Like, my phone had
to give even more updates. So let's get into that. Y'all make sure y'all go support her. I shared out the video we just watched, and I'm about to share this one out on my community wall. So y'all go over there and support. If not anything, go and hit the like button on these lives that we are reacting to. Yeah, she did seem scared. She's barely able to do her work, and that's not her. And catch the replay, you know, get the views up, hit the like button. All right. So let's get into what she had to say last night.
All right. Hey, what's up? It's your girl Neek, and you're tuned in to Neek at Night. And we are going to be talking about today's events. I know there was a lot of people concerned, and I have a lot to say, like a lot of things to say. And normally when I'm addressing my audience about things that I've experienced, I just go off the cuff and I just go into stuff off the top of my head and go from there. However, what happened today was so serious that I needed to consult and have a proper statement prepared to talk to you guys about. I am taking this situation extremely seriously, and I want to make some things clear that have been going on inside that courtroom that has drawn a huge concern to every Black person's safety out there that is being totally disregarded, and it's a lot. So I have a statement that I will be reading. I've never done something like this other than like I put someone on notice. Well, we're past 12 a.m. So I guess technically the other day, but it still feels like yesterday because, whatever. So yes. So like I said, because everything is so serious and I am so serious, I need to make sure that everything that I've been experiencing, everything that I've been feeling is said. So let me go through some of the things that I want to say. And I had to really, get this together and make sure. So sorry for those of you guys who have been checking. I know it's almost 1 a.m. Y'all, I'm running off fumes. Okay. Like I'm running off fumes. So let's get into it. So, thank y'all for coming in. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Thank y'all for supporting me, but let's get on into it. So
Before we dive into the critical legal updates from today's proceedings, I need to make something very clear right out the gate. So I am safe and I am broadcasting from a very, very, very secure location. Like, trust me. And I am okay. A lot of people wanted to know, like, Neek, are you okay? Like, my phone has been blowing up with people wanting to know if I am okay, and I am. It's like I'm good. So now that that's out the way, I want to let you guys know that the reason why I'm able to sit here and feel the level of relief that I do is because instead of the court stepping up and realizing an issue and nipping it in the bud before it escalates to this point, the community is what stepped in to protect their own. So I want to start this broadcast by publicly and deeply thanking the members of the Black Panther Party who were on the ground at Collin County Courthouse today. What happened to me today was another deliberate attack of intimidation, another attack to try to knock me off of my pivot of covering this case, while the true perpetrator hid under the protection of the sheriffs at the Collin County Courthouse. There's been no proof of any threats to this individual. Nobody has done any, anyways, let me read my statement because child. So, after leaving the courthouse and walking into the parking lot, I was in the middle of speaking to YouTuber JLR Reacts when I noticed a group of men moving in right behind him. So one man walks over, and then there's another man who has this ski mask on his face. And I recognized his ski mask because the woman that I put on notice, well, I want to say yesterday because the day is still running for me, but technically the day before, the woman that I put on notice, she had been posting this guy on her page. And I remember seeing his picture because the man who was filming me getting into my car, and then when they parked next to my car, he had posted photos of this man as well. So I was like, oh, okay, that's what this is. So, so he walks over, this guy that's plastered all over that guy's page and her page, and starts, looking me up and down. And then another guy comes in and they start looking me up and down. And so all of this is while I'm talking to JLR Reacts, and he's trying to ask me what's going on in the courtroom and stuff. And I was just telling him, what was going on with the courtroom, plus the intimidation that people are trying to do. So I started talking about that. And while I was talking about that, I see I'm like, is the man trying to get closer in or whatever? They just was really doing the most, right? So basically after that, I passed my phone to my uncle, and I said, hey, record them. Record everything that's going on. My uncle's on alert. There's two other guys next to me. They're on alert. They see what's going on. And they're like, wait. Whoa, these are the people that, I was just talking to him. He was completely nice to me, but they're staring you, a woman, up and down. And I'm like, yeah, they ain't saying nothing to y'all, but they coming to try to flex their muscle to a woman, the woman who's at the center of it, she needs to send in men instead of her, you know what I mean? She's a woman, I'm a woman. She sends in men goons to try to intimidate me. So that she can do this grift of, I'm threatened, my life is in danger, but she's the one sending in goons that she's posting on her page and stuff like that. And the court, anyways, so let me get back. So that's what was going on. So I said, these grown men were aggressively looking at me in a hostile manner, and but they had no hostility towards the men that were around me. So as I was noticing this, I was just realizing the situation for what it was, everything that we have been going through at this courthouse day in and day out. The fact that she is able to target people and play victim when the proof that she's targeting people is on her page was just through the roof. Plus the sheriffs that are backing this whole thing up, just crazy. So as I'm just witnessing all of this, I decided to go to my car for safety. My uncle's car rather, for safety, and get my bag and, sit there. As I'm sitting there, the two men that was also guarding around me alerted the Black Panther Party, and they came and surrounded the car. They were basically asking me what I did, and they wanted me to go and continue my work. Don't let this stop your work. They were no, we got you. You're good. And so I kind of had a sigh of relief at that point. And I said, you know what? Okay. They're surrounding the car. I'm good. The men, you know, like they got me. So I pull up my phone, and that's when I start to like, as I'm like hitting the go live button, like I had already been crying, but I felt like I could kind of, you know, get it together. Like, get it together, honey, get it together. So like, you know, I had previously been crying, but then as I'm going live, I'm just overwhelmed with like the reality of the fact that the community is doing the job that the sheriffs should be doing. And the sheriffs are protecting the woman that is on her platform, boldly targeting people. It was just like the reality of this situation was astonishing. Like, it was crazy that the community of Black Panthers, whom I had never met before, coming to cover this court, you know, like covering to cover this court case, these individuals just made sure that a fellow Black journalist and other women out there were good. And I appreciate you guys so much. You don't even know. So basically, the system, like, they failed. Like, they had no regard for our safety, like, for real. And the Black Panther Party was like very vigilant in recognizing.
Please, I'm on mute because the landscapers are outside. I don't know if y'all hear that or not, but they're like right outside my window. So listen, she's basically saying that, you know, she's definitely being targeted. She's definitely being harassed, and she's definitely experiencing some type of intimidation, right? And so instead of the sheriff department, you know, stepping in and doing whatever they need to do to make sure this is not happening, because now she's not just talking, she's actually telling the truth, because I showed y'all just a little bit on the live on yesterday about what the lady was putting on her Facebook and things she was saying and things of that nature. We're probably, I'm still thinking about it, gonna go deeper into this after this trial is over. I just I'm gonna watch and see what comes of it, because the way she's talking and she's taking, I think, maybe some type of legal action. But she's talking about how the sheriff department, instead of stepping up and doing what they're supposed to do or what they need to do or what they are there to do, is you know, provide her some type of protection or something like that. So, but instead, she had to end up calling her family members, calling her mom, calling her uncle, and they, in turn, you know, had the Black Panthers to come out there to protect her. You can clearly, though, with what the clips that we've watched so far, see that it's definitely something going on out there. So where this woman can't even bring her content, like she can't even do her job. You know what I'm saying? Because of what's going on around her. But yeah, we're gonna talk about that a little later. So let's listen further.
The threat to my life, where I'm out of the car and they're like, listen, calm down, sister, we got you. Like, calm down, we got you, you good. Like, giving me words of encouragement. And they said for me to go back where I was originally doing my work, and they got me. So I go over to do my work, and like when I step back where like in the area, then here come the men again. So like, because
to be honest, I think, and maybe more will come out after this trial is over, I think maybe some of the witnesses were intimidated too as well. One in particular is the Eddie guy, the teenager Eddie. But yeah, we'll talk more about that later too as well. But, you know, I don't know for sure. You know, sometimes when these trials are over with, things come out that were not presented, you know, when the trial was going on. So we're just going to keep following and see, because, you know, I just feel like this ain't gonna even be over with once a verdict is read. I just feel like it's still gonna be some aftermath with this trial, because there's a lot going on. But we're gonna pay attention to it.
As I'm going live, like the men are like coming like back like in front of us, and then so like I'm trying to do my live, and then I noticed like they're like positioning themselves. Like, y'all couldn't see all of them on my camera, because my camera was only facing like the two that was like, or the three that was like in back of me, but they were forming like a wall of protection, like around me, like in the front, like literally like a semicircle. And then as the guys started to inch closer, you can literally see on my video where like I'm looking at them like, okay, like, And they're like, sister, we got you. Like, do your work. Like, you know, you good. Like, go ahead. Like, you know, and then I'm looking at the guy, and one guy over there, like, I see him like pull out his phone and he takes my picture. And then, you know, on my live, that's when I'm like, hey, like, you know, he took my picture. And then y'all heard the guy say, you know, it's 1,000 people taking your picture right now. Like, and then they were just like telling me, like, you know, just do your job, you know, like do your work or whatever. And then so I'm looking at my notes trying to find where I was, and I can see like in my, you know how like I'm just like looking at my peripheral and I just feel them like tightening up around me, you know, and I'm like, whoa, like, you know, the guys started to try to like, you know, like I don't know what they were trying to do, but they were just like whichever way, like making sure that I was like protected. And I don't know, I can't thank them enough for that. And just like the encouragement of like knowing that they had me when the sheriff made it clear that they didn't, and everything that just meant a lot. So regarding the Carmelo Anthony trial, the state rested this case, the defense rested their case, and tomorrow the jury's going to do closing arguments. But we're not going to pretend like today isn't and wasn't heavy. After facing the intimidation, my heart didn't just break because I was personally overwhelmed. My heart broke for Carmelo Anthony's family, for the justice system that has been engineered for decades to keep us at a systematic disadvantage. I know so many of you are concerned for my well-being, and I love you for it, but this is bigger than me, guys. Like, sitting in that courtroom, listening to the testimony, listening to the things that all of these boys are saying, all of the conflicting statements, me not really feeling confident in the I don't know what the strategy is that the defense presented, but I just didn't feel like it was enough. Like, to rest at that moment where every single witness said that Carmelo Anthony was in the wrong, not even the defense witnesses. Like, the defense witnesses didn't even say, like, well, he's in the right to defend himself. Like, no, like, I feel like he can defend himself. Or the defense didn't bring it back around to a question where it frames him being in the right. Or, you know what I mean? Like, it always ended with, well, he's wrong and he provoked them. In my mind, he didn't provoke a damn thing, because how can you provoke big, brawly bullies that are surrounding you and everybody's like taunting you? You're sitting down, you never stand up. The person that goes in front of you and stands up and tries to yoke you up, you're provoking them by sitting down. That's crazy to me. And every single witness, even the defense witnesses, it left on that pocket. We didn't hear why he had the knife. We didn't hear like from an expert. I was expecting for a trial that has this much attention, this much racial tones to it, the blatant targeting that not only is happening outside of the court, but inside of the courtroom with the people that are in the room. And like the culture of bullying and in the essence of all of those things, I'm like, there isn't going to be a legal expert that explains like the psychology of a teenage boy, or there isn't going to be like a legal expert that is familiar with bullying, or some expert that can lend testimony to how a 17-year-old boy may be feeling if 5 boys are taunting them, and how it's not just easy as, because a lot of people feel as though, hey, you're just supposed to just walk away, and just if a kid tells you you're supposed to like leave and they're just coming at you disrespectfully, you're supposed to take the high road and just go away. But that's not reality, right? Like, and I felt like there was a missed opportunity today with the defense when the witness came up and they were talking about going to this baseball dugout, and the prosecution was like, yeah, so when you went to the dugout, right, like they asked you to leave, the coach asked you to leave, and you left. And the witness was like, yeah, we left. And I'm looking over when they passed to the defense, because I'm thinking like, now ask him, is there a difference from a coach giving you a command to leave and your peer that's a student giving you a command to leave? You know what I mean? Like, all of this that was these tones of like, oh, he didn't listen. He didn't just listen. He didn't just leave. Never did I hear in the testimony that there's a difference between a coach and an authoritative figure telling you to leave and somebody that's your same age that has no ground to tell you a damn thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and we didn't get that. And I don't know that the jury, like I wouldn't trust my life on those jurors. Not to say that they can't get it right, but what's right? I don't even know. Like, I wouldn't trust, like looking at them, I wouldn't trust my life in their hands. I don't trust this case. I don't trust the system. I don't trust the sheriffs. I don't trust that entire building. Like, everything is sus. Like, everything is sus. I've never witnessed a case where, and a lot of times I'll stay neutral or I won't really give my opinion much. And then people are like, what do you think? What do you think? And it's like, you know, I've never been so baffled. Like, when we got in there and they were like, we waited for 2 hours. So I'm thinking like, maybe they're doing a plea deal, or maybe, you know, something happened. It's going to be a mistrial or something. And they're like, the defense rests, the state rests. And I'm like, no legal experts? No, like, you know, like whenever there's a case that deals with gangs, right? They have like a gang expert. Where's the bully expert? Or where's the self-defense expert? Or like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. So that was confusing to me. So just like, in the situation with me happened before the realization that they had rested, but just the buildup of everything that has been going on behind the scenes. Law and Crime reporter posted about how during the testimony of one of the students, the father of Austin was like nodding his head and like trying to get the boy to the boy would say, well, the question was something along the lines of, weren't like Austin and Hunter both big, or, you know, big guys? And then Queen Sheba and the Law and Crime guy both noticed the victim's father shaking his head, and then the guy looking and changing his answer. And Queen Sheba reported about, well, no, actually, when that happened, I didn't see it from my own eyes, right? Like, I try not to like stare at them because some of them make it very clear that they are with the girl that's been targeting us. Like, every single morning when we get there, the officers ask like if we want to go to the bathroom, and I'm like, are they having like their group meet huddle?
Good morning, Robin. Thanks for joining. Can I say something? Let's talk about the intimidation, right? Let's talk about the word intimidation, right? You know what's amazing to me? Maybe not amazing, maybe that's the wrong word, but this case has been about intimidation like from the start. Okay, let's talk about it. Carmelo Anthony did what he did because Austin Metcalf tried to intimidate him. Okay. Carmelo Anthony felt like he needed to defend himself because Austin Metcalf, Hunter Metcalf, and maybe others in that little group, we'll never know the full story because those teenagers are definitely not telling the complete truth, right? So this whole case started with intimidation, and intimidation has been part of this case since day one. Like I said, the Hunter twins were trying to intimidate, bully, harass or whatever Carmelo Anthony from the gate, right? Then we move on to another case of intimidation, in my opinion, when the judge that lowered Carmelo's bond, because you remember initially his bond was $1 million, right? The judge, a black woman, she lowered his bond to $250,000, right? So once she lowered his bond to, this all happened last year or the year before, I'm not for sure, but it happened in the beginning, right? So when the judge lowered his bond to $250,000, his family was able to post that bond. That judge was targeted. They doxed her. They put her work address, her home address, and everything about that woman out on the internet. Okay. Intimidation tactic number 2. A third case of intimidation, in my opinion, is the family being targeted. Y'all remember that family had to move to an undisclosed location because they didn't feel safe in their home. People were showing up at their home. Packages was being sent to their home. This is all what we covered last year, y'all. Well, whenever the case first, whenever this first started happening, right? They had to move away from their home. So fast forward. We get to today where the trial is going on. And Nika at Night is being intimidated and harassed while she's trying to cover this case. And people are trying to intimidate her. This whole thing has been about intimidation and people thinking they have the right or they are entitled to certain things and they can do whatever they want, how they want, or whatever. And they talk about how, you know, us people are protesting, but the things that have been done, y'all, in this case is crazy. But I just wanted to point that out because I was sitting here thinking about the word intimidation and how much intimidation has surrounded this case. And I will say, too, I stand on it that I think some of those teenagers were intimidated too as well. But that's just my opinion. Let's continue to listen to Neat.
In the bathroom, because like, you know, some of them always end up like going together and then they're always waving to her in the line. And today, when we went after the 2:00 break, a woman that comes in with the family, it was her, the mom's boyfriend, and then the mom, right? She was sitting directly in front of me, and then she was looking and she was like, "Oh, did Miss make it in the courtroom?" The woman that I put on notice, she was asking like, "Oh, did she make it in the courtroom?" And I'm just looking at the dynamics of all of this, like not feeling like the case is really given what it's supposed to give, and then looking at how the Carmelo Anthony family is supposed to have a gag order, and looking at how the Metcalfs are supposed to have a gag order, but they're always speaking to the main woman that literally has a lawsuit against Carmelo Anthony's father. It's just crazy. Like the whole loop of mess is just crazy. And coming there day in and day out, not really getting any sleep, them not really giving a fuck about our safety for real, but giving the actual person who has no proof of these threats, or at least I didn't see any proof, like this type of treatment. And then you can even feel the energy from the officers. Like it just was a lot. So it was highly emotional to say the least. Now her goons don't just come in the form of men outside. She also has a mob of goons that have been flooding my Facebook as well. All of her supporters flood my Facebook. They, you know, say all kinds of crazy things. I think it was like the other day, like I got a personal message in my inbox that called me a nigger bitch. I don't think I've ever been called a nigger bitch in my life, but that was interesting. And let me finish going back to my statement because I've deviated from it. So anyways, so, you know, just dealing with everything that was going on, like my heart broke for everything overall. And my thing is, if Carmelo Anthony is guilty, let the system be fair. Like, let the stacks be fair. Like, all of this just seems, I don't know, crazy. So, you know, my heart was just broken today, like literally broken, like broken from the weight of everything. Like, not from the girl specifically, because she needs other people, like she needs men to go after women instead of her being a woman standing for herself. She has to like get people to do it. Like not her specifically, just the climate of everything, like how it is and how she's able to get away with it and how it's just a lot. Like I'm used to like when girls, I have a disagreement with a girl, like it's me versus her. Like I'm not used to people who can't like carry out their own problems. They need to orchestrate, fabricate, and target you and try to like get other people to target you. Like this is like a new arena, right? Like anytime I've had a disagreement with me and a YouTuber or another influencer, it's always like me and them, you know, especially if it's a woman, right? Like I'm a woman, and if they're a woman, like, you know, like we can have dialogue, but this situation is different. And it's like, I'm not up against just me and a woman. I'm up against a woman versus a campaign that started well before I ever got here. So, all of that today was just crazy. So what we are witnessing outside this Texas courthouse isn't news coverage. It's a coordinated campaign of racial profiling and financial targeting. Let's look at the facts here, right? This is an individual with an active, ongoing lawsuit against the defendant's father, Drew Anthony. This woman that's now targeting me, announced back in, I want to say January, that she was suing Carmelo Anthony's father, right? A woman that's suing his father is allowed to come in the court, confer with the victim's family, and put out a targeted attack on anybody covering the case, and use these attacks to flip the narrative to claim like she's the victim so that she can pour in donations, right? That's what it looks like to me from what I'm experiencing. It seems like, because I don't know her, right? Like outside of this case, I don't know this woman. I'm not from Texas. I didn't cover Carmelo Anthony's story before I decided to start coming to cover the trial in person. But the fact that everybody gets targeted is like a pattern, right? So, so like, I believe that her presence is a major conflict of interest. And because of that, there has been days of doxing people who have, like, I understand that the guy who says that he saw the video or whatever has a record, but it's just like, doxing him and, like putting me on her page, putting Sheba on the page, trying to act like Sheba's reporting is my reporting, trying to discredit our credibilities, trying to stop both of our bags.
I know I did, Natasha, and I'm gonna have to look into that. I didn't know she's talking about that Sarah woman, the one we talked about on yesterday, that's behind all of this. I have no idea. I did not know she was suing his dad. I'm gonna look it up. We're gonna talk about it. But I was thinking about another form of intimidation. See, I'm just sitting here thinking, I'm listening, I'm thinking another form of intimidation. If y'all remember that guy, and I can't think of his name, they said it on yesterday. The guy that was representing the family in the beginning, not as an attorney, but as not as an attorney, but as like a family friend or whatever. Dominique something. His name was Dominique, if y'all remember. He also experienced some level of intimidation because they went to doxing him. They doxed him. They talked about his past and his, they talked about his past. I think they put up his arrest record or some stuff like. Y'all remember? They also tried to intimidate him too as well. Hey, man. So yeah, it's been intimidation surrounding this whole thing since day one. But let's continue this. Man, you want to say something?
And nope. I hope everybody's having a great morning and a great start to the afternoon. What's up?
Oh, okay. We're trying to listen to her talk about the events of court yesterday, and she barely can because she's trying to explain what she's going through at that courthouse.
I mean, she should be able to get some help for that. I mean, if can she report it to like the Department of Justice or anything like that of the state?
We just talked about how the sheriff out there wouldn't offer her any help. They had to end up calling in the Black Panthers. I'm sorry for the noise.
The sheriff ain't gonna be no help anyway. You know what I'm saying? Mostly the sheriff is down with their squad of that region. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, the best thing to do is go over their head.
Well, I don't know. Damn it, that shit is loud. Hold on, y'all. I don't know what measures she has taken. She has said that she's doing something in the background as to, what's going on. I don't know what she's doing. But yeah, I don't know what's going to come up.
Because the reason why I say Department of Justice or anything like that, because this is almost like terroristic. You know what I'm saying? It gets deep when it comes to intimidation and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, especially this girl she's in front of that courthouse. She's working. She's not there she's not one of the protesters. She's not there just doing whatever. She's working, and so yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, she has freedom of press. The press have their own separate rights, I believe.
Oh yeah. All right, y'all. So let's continue to listen. We on verdict watch, man. We waiting for a verdict. They have already issued closing statements, and one thing that I don't know if you know or not. Initially, the only he was only charged with murder, right? So
Uh-huh.
as of this morning, the judge issued another charge of manslaughter, so they can consider murder or manslaughter.
Okay. I might be in and out. I'm waiting on some deliveries of my last computer parts here. Might have to walk to the mailbox.
All right, no problem. All
All
right,
right.
y'all. Let's listen.
So that then people who are looking for coverage of the case can no longer want to seek out our truthful, accurate reporting and rather go to a one-sided narrative for a campaign, you know? So they use a lazy, predictable formula. If you have Black skin, you're automatically labeled a Carmelo Anthony supporter. They don't look at our credentials. They don't look at the fact that I don't even know if she's ever covered cases before, but supposedly she's like the authoritative voice over a court case. They don't look at the fact that, girl, we've been doing this. And it shows in our delivery. Like whenever I cover a live or Sheba covers a live, like it commands your attention, right? Like we're able to describe what's going on. We're able to like give you the story. When you look at the other commentary, it's like bland. It's like it's not giving. So I understand that there's like, dang, there's these two Black women and they are actually doing really well explaining the evidence. Let's discredit them to stop their money so that, you know, we can do this loop. So they don't look at the fact that we've been covering cases. They look at our race and they use that to run a smear campaign, decide to cut off our income and fund their own crowdfunding grift. Last week, this individual started with anonymous labels. Then they moved to posting my actual image via videos being retweeted, etc. And when I responded to myself being posted and said what was really going on, it just escalated from there. When that wasn't enough, you know, they took a video of another independent journalist, Queen Sheba, who I stand in the line with every day, and blended it with screenshots from my platform to the audience, to her audience, trying to say that Sheba's reporting was me. Like, oh, all she does is lie, right? And then she's showing Sheba's video, but then she's posting my screenshot to kind of like make it seem like Sheba's reporting is me, because she knows that her group doesn't like us so much, so they won't even use critical thinking skills, that I'm a different person than Sheba, right? She banks on that. So, you know, me and Sheba, although our hairstyle is similar, we're in two different age brackets. We look different. We sound different. We are completely two entirely different individuals. And it was just like a purposeful smear campaign to try to knock out both of the powerful voices like covering this case. And that's deliberate and not okay. The heartbreak wasn't just from that. It was from, you know, the institutional bias. There's been many reporters that have filed complaints, yet the courthouse leadership chooses to escort and accommodate that side as a victim while ignoring our physical safety. Before I got to Texas, I wrote an official email to the court's administration before I even packed a bag for Texas, explicitly asking how they would secure our safety in the public lines, and they did nothing. Like they did not do a good job at anything. Like the first sign of them actually like doing an okay job was today, but other than that. So the double standard is loud. Also, what I found ironic, in the public information officer, he has not been a mean guy to me, but I just feel like he has a direct line to the judge. And I don't know if it was either maybe Saturday when we were in court, either Saturday or maybe Friday, the PIO's phone was going off, right? Like we were in the middle of court, his phone had went off, and all of the court, you know, the court is like run like a tight ship. So his court went off and I'm like, what's going on with your phone? You know, people were like poking fun. And he said that it was Twitter. Like, oh, dang, you know, I went on Twitter, and he had gone on Twitter because he was trying to see what people were saying about the case. And I found that interesting because the individual that's targeting everybody in the courtroom, all of their behavior is on Twitter, right? But they're able to like do that and still like access the court, and they're able to be connected to the Metcalf family and be in an active lawsuit against the defendant's father. Like, if that's not a big conflict of interest, I don't know what is. But
Hell
the fact that
no.
this
Throw
individual
that
is able
case out.
to do this while
You didn't know about. Okay, I forgot to update you on that. So
No,
you didn't know.
I was listening. I was in the cut listening. You
Yeah,
talking about earlier?
yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I heard that part though. So you mean to tell me they had a phone in the courtroom that actually went off, and the person said that was Twitter?
Let's go back and listen to it again. Hold on.
That's a conflict of interest. Throw that out. Even though I still might think the boy is wrong in some ways, but you got to throw this out now. That ain't cool. I can't think of the right word.
you know, the court is like run like a shit. So and how they would secure our they did not do a good job at anything. Like the first sign of them actually like doing an okay job was today, but other than that, so the double standard is loud. Also, what I found ironic, in the public information officer, he has not been a mean guy to me, but I just feel like he has a direct line to the judge. And I don't know if it was either maybe Saturday when we were in court, either Saturday or maybe Friday. The PIO's phone was going off, right? Like we were in the middle of court, his phone had went off, and all of the court, you know, the court is like run like a tight ship. So his court went off, and I'm like, what's going on with your phone? You know, people were like poking fun, and he said that it was Twitter. Like, oh dang, you know, I went on Twitter. And he had gone on Twitter because he was trying to see what people were saying about the case. And I found that interesting because the individual that's targeting everybody in the courtroom, all of their behavior is on Twitter, right? But they're able to like do that and still like access the court, and they're able to be connected to the Metcalf family and be in an active lawsuit against the defendant's father. Like, if that's not a big conflict of interest, I don't know what is. But the fact that this individual is able to do this while seeking out goons, while our safety is not being taken serious, while this whole entire thing just feels icky, like I just don't feel good about this, like at all. It's just crazy. So the fact that there's a gag order and they're doing all this is crazy. Also, the fact that, like, again, I did not see Jeff Metcalf nodding when the guy was on the stand, but I remember that day like it was yesterday, right? So we were in the court and the guy was testifying about whether or not Hunter and Austin were the same size. I think they asked like, well, like they're the same size, right? And according to Sheba and the guy from Law and Crime, he was kind of like shaking his head while the guy was talking. And then he was like changing hands like, oh, no, they're not the same size. Like, no, Hunter's smaller and, you know, like that. I remember when we were leaving the court, I had talked to Sheba and she told me, she was like, the dad was just coaching the witness or whatever. And I was like, what? For real? And so we walked over and never mind. Anyways, it was noted, but I didn't see nothing done about it. Okay, that was crazy. And then later, I seen that it was reported on Law and Crime. Now, Sheba and the guy from Law and Crime, they never talk. Like, they don't know each other. So the fact that Sheba told me it right after walking out of the courtroom that day, and then later the Law and Crime guy reported it on like that fact, and nothing was done about it. I was like, that's crazy. Anyways, so outside of that, oh, and actually, let me show you guys the clip. And somebody said, doesn't that contrast the evidence? I don't know. I don't know what his purpose was and why it was and what it was. You know what I mean? I just know that that's what they reported to have happened. Let me pull it back. Okay. Hold on. I don't know the timestamp of when Sheba says it. If you guys have the timestamp for when she says it, we can watch hers too. But this one, I got the timestamp.
We're talking about Austin. Austin was 6'1", 213, according to the medical examiner. And his brother Hunter, defense attorney, was throwing out. You know, obviously asking questions I haven't done, witness preparation with. But anyway, they start talking. They're walking through the events. It takes them about 20 to 30 minutes to walk through the lead up to everything and what this kid saw. And we heard this for the first time today. He said, Carmelo, the whole thing with the hand in the bag and touch me and see what happens. He said that Austin Metcalf tapped Carmelo on the shoulder, like as an annoyance, like, oh yeah, touch me and see what happens. And then he says something that we haven't heard yet. He said, Carmelo said, okay, well, hit me and see what happens, or punch me and see what happens, which we haven't heard that testimony from any student so far. So I'm just wondering, why it was just now said here. We've had over 10 of these student witnesses, and it was just said now during this witness. And then, as he was testifying, he was kind of disagreeing with some of the things that the defense attorney was throwing out. Obviously asking questions to kind of fit the narrative of the defense here with the self-defense claim. And one of their, narratives that they're throwing out is that, the Metcalf boys were some big boys, 6'1", 6'2", linebackers, over 200 pounds. And they started talking about the size comparison thing again, starting to go down that rabbit hole. And they were talking about Austin. Austin was 6'1", 213, according to the medical examiner. And his brother Hunter, the defense is like, well, Hunter was similar in size, trying to make them out to be, the big bullies and all. That's the narrative they're going down. And as the defense attorney is asking this, I can see Jeff Metcalf, the father, just shaking his head like these boys are not the same size. And the young man on the stand said, I wouldn't say that. And he actually said that Austin was substantially bigger than Hunter, which is very interesting. I mean, you're going down this narrative and then you have a witness on the stand that's supposed to be in support of your narrative and he's negating things that you're saying. I don't know how that looks in front of a jury. I imagine it's kind of damaging, maybe not extremely damaging, but it can't be, positive.
All right. So he didn't outright say that he was coaching, but that's what Sheba said on hers. I have to find her timestamp, but she was like, "Ooh, he looked like he was coaching the witness." Now, again, this isn't something that I witnessed. I was in the courtroom that day. I was in the courtroom, but he was further to the left of me. And normally I sit in the same spot every time I'm in the court. Like, I like to sit where I'm in a seat that I can see like a direct line of sight to the witness, because I always like to see like how they're delivering it, what they're doing. And in this same seat where I can see the witness, I have a good vantage point of the jurors to be able to read what they're doing. So every time I'm in the courtroom, I try to sit in the same seat. And the seat that I was sitting in is like farther away, like from the dad. The guy from Law and Crime, he sits on the back row and he sits closer to like where the dad would be, like right in front. And I think that day Sheba was like in the front. So she said she kept, like, when we came out of the court, Sheba was like, I don't know, like something was weird. She was like, I kept seeing the boy look over somewhere. And so I like followed his eyes, because at first she said she thought he was looking at the jury, but then she felt like he kind of looked over the jury. And she was like that's when she like looked back to see who he was looking at. And then that's when she caught it. Again, I didn't see it, but immediately when we came out of court that day, she said it. And she said it. Anyways, I don't know if she want to reveal anything else, any steps else, but whatever. So nothing was done about that. So, yeah. So I found that interesting. And I found the fact that, that was happening in the case. The fact that, I like when I saw that like I was being recorded walking to my car, and then they parked next to my car, I came in and I told these officers about what happened. And I was like, hey, like, I don't know, this is kind of weird. Like, this was going on, blah, 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 blah. And the very next day, there's this sheriff that kind of cozies to the woman that I've been having this situation with. And we're in line in the morning, and we're about to, this is like the very next day after I had like that situation happen. And we're in line in the morning, and she's like 3 or 4 people behind me in line. So he can literally, instead of walking like or standing like where I am, he can literally walk to her and speak to her, but he kind of like positions himself where I am, like to like where like this, and then like talks like, to her. And then he's like, I talked to your boy, he's good. Now, mind you, the day before I complained about her boy, like filming us and stuff. And so I'm like, that's interesting, So, everything about this just seems compromised. Okay. Everything about it seems compromised. So that is why I made sure to go to a very, very safe location. And, I just, again, like, I don't know, like when I think about the case, I think about the agitators outside of the case. I think about how, like, the testimony just didn't, I don't know if the defense just didn't expect what the kids were going to say or what, I don't know. Something is just weird. And today we were all waiting for like 2 hours to go. Like we went to lunch at 11. They told us to come back at 12:30. And then when we were supposed to be back at 12:30, then we waited until almost like 2. And then when we waited till like 2, we go in and everybody's getting in. And as we're coming in, I noticed the woman that's sitting right in front of me. She's like, oh, did Whoopie Whoop come in? Like, did she make it in? And I'm like, that's interesting. And then the state rest. And I'm like, no legal experts, no nothing, like no, like what, like huh? Everything just seems compromised. My gut feeling is not, I don't know, like, and whether people want to believe me or not, like I really came into this case trying to be neutral. The first day that I did coverage, I told you guys, like, I'm like, oh, you know, the prosecution, he's charming, he has a likable personality, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, like I wanted to give you guys the facts, and I've done that. However, it's hard to ignore all of the moving parts and how it's allowed to be happening the way that it's happening. Like, it's just like, what? And so when they decided to say, like, you know, everything rests, like the case rests, and then we're excused, everybody was just looking at each other like, wait, what? Because the defense witnesses, like, did they even help him?
Yeah, they pretty much said that there was no defense put on, which I don't know if people know it or not, but in cases like this, the burden of proof is on the prosecution, right? Actually, the burden of proof is on them. So actually, the defense don't even have to put on the case. But normally, the defense does attempt to try to put on the case. My question is, and what I'm wondering about is, why didn't Carmelo testify? Remember we talked about how, you know, and everybody's been saying that in order for this young man to get off, he needs to get up there and explain why he had the knife, what he was feeling at the time, and explain, you know, all of that to the jury. And he didn't testify. Like they did not put on a defense, in my opinion. I think they caught 3 witnesses or whatever. And from what I see and what I've seen, they're not strong witnesses, right? So I'm just at this point with this case, I don't know. I just don't know. I feel like it's a whole lot going on that we don't know about. Probably never know about. But, you know, for this being an 18-year-old young man fighting for his life, I didn't see no effort at all on the defense part. And I think the judge at last minute putting that manslaughter option out there, I think that was another strategic move too as well. But we're going to stay tuned and we're going to see how this all plays out. But like I said, even once the verdict is read, I don't think this shit is over with. Like, it's just too much going on with this case and too much not going on with this case. But let's continue to listen. I was shocked, but I was shocked more than anything about him not testifying. I don't understand that move at all. I don't understand it. Them
said that he was in the wrong. None of them got like a question. You know what I mean? Like, none of them got a question to be like, hey, like, do you think that this is self-defense? Or like every time, like, they would punch with the Carmelo provoked, right? He's the agitator, right? You know, and I think that narrative is bullshit. I don't think that he provoked anything. I think that a provoker is somebody that if somebody say, you better leave from this tent, and then they get up and then he's in his face and he's in his face and they're both standing up, that's provoking. You know what I mean? Like what happened to me today, right? Where people are like trying to like flex their muscle, and like that's provoking, not somebody that's minding their goddamn business. And then you are the ones like coming at them like you said something to them first. You put hands on them first. You got all of these other boys laughing. Oh, you ain't got nothing in your bag, or you you know what I mean? But he's a provoker. I feel like we needed something, you know. Don't you think that it's right to defend yourself? I don't know what kind of question he could have phrased, but he did a better job. I could say today, like, he did a better job at like not letting the defense just leave off with his Carmelo provoked him, right? That like he was nipping that in the bud before the guy did it. But I was just like, we needed that earlier on. Like they were going back and forth, like, oh, you would think that the defense, you know, he's done with questioning. Then it goes to cross, and then it goes to recross, and they go back, and then they, you know, they were kind of like back, like trying to make sure the record is correct. I'm just like, we needed that all last week. We needed that to be like when he kept every single witness, Kamala provoked, right? Right? He's in the wrong, right? You know, like we needed a series of questions like how can we reframe this as, well, you know that you can defend yourself for self-defense, right? Or, you know, like just the same way that he says like it's not illegal to have a blade under 5.5 inches. I'm like, what's our self-defense question that we can throw in there back at him? Like, you know, like he throwing that they provoked them, but like where's our question where it's like, how can you provoke somebody if you're sitting down? Like, or have you ever heard of such like a person provoking and they're the one that's hit first? Or, you know what I mean? I don't know. Is it because the victim is underage? I don't know, but something is missing here. Like, it's like, you know,
I agree.
And I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know like how he was able, like, you know what I mean? I don't know legally what he can do to ping pong it back, but I don't know. Someone asked a question and they said, hold on, let's see. It says, Neek, did the judge tell the jury a decision is due by Wednesday or they will be going to a hotel and he will be removing the TVs in their phones? So what he said was that they're going to get the case tomorrow, which is Tuesday. Well, it's Tuesday technically now. But so what he said is when they report to court in the morning, they need to come with an overnight bag. So he made a joke to the women and he was basically like, I'm gonna just say this directly to the women. You pack one bag, you know, like, he's like, I know.
That right there is the reason why I think they're gonna come in quick with a verdict. Them jurors don't want to be sequestered. They don't want to be sequestered. They don't want to be in a hotel room without their TVs and phones. They don't want none of that. So that's why I feel like, you know, I feel like I could be wrong. They might, you know, but I just feel like they're gonna go in there and pretty much say guilty of this, that, and the third, because they've already got their minds made up, actually. And it's not gonna be a drawn out process. That's what I think.
How women are, make sure you pack one bag. And then the women are all laughing and stuff like that. And he tells them that they're going to be sequestered and they're not going to be able to contact, like they're not going to have their phones. And there's only going to be like one emergency contact number to like call in the event that there's an emergency, but they're not going to be able to just be, you know, calling. But basically he's going to read the law. I didn't even know closing arguments was going to happen tomorrow because until I saw that the other networks were saying it, because he didn't even mention closing arguments. He was just like, all right, the cases are done. I'm going to read you guys the law. And then you're going to start deliberation. Once you start deliberation, then when you're done for the day, you'll be sequestered. You go to the hotel. We'll take the TVs out. You won't have access to social media, blah, 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 blah. And he was kind of insinuating like, so y'all better get it. Y'all better get this verdict. Like, he didn't say y'all better get this verdict in, but the way that he like packed one bag and I don't know, it just feels like, I don't know. I don't think that it's going to take 2 days or multiple days, but I don't know where they stand. You know, like you have young boys that look like they can relate to the Metcalfs, and then you have white women that look like they could be a part of the Metcalf family and visibly always looking sad and when they doing certain stuff. And then you got a man who anytime the defense says something, like he kind of giving like he ain't really feeling him. And I don't know. Then there's like it's like these Indian women. I really don't know where they stand. I can't really get a read on where they stand. I don't know. Like, I have no idea. They have a tough job to do. And then on top of that, I just feel like them going in and out the courthouse every single day and watching these people like, you know, protest. I don't know. It's just like, I think that, of course, they have to go by the law, right? They have to go by what the law says. But being a human, you also take into account, like, what if I do this verdict? What if I do that verdict? What, you know what I mean? Like, what if it leans this way and then the outcome be this? Or what if it starts a race war? Or, you know what I mean? Like, there's so much racism and racist surrounding the case. What if they're thinking about that? Like, what if the campaign of people, like Black people being targeted backfires and they're like, well, you know, if we go this way, then you know what I mean? Like they'll be targeted more, or you know, I don't know. Like, what if some of these smear campaigns that people think that they're helping with, like background? I don't know. So it's just so many nuances. They have families that already had opinions before they even got on the jury. There were several of them, like majority of them knew about the case and knew certain things about the case. And then if they knew about the case, family members know about the case. They're not supposed to talk to anybody about the case or look up anything, but sometimes you could just be on your phone and something will accidentally go by your screen. Like if you have one topic that goes down Facebook, you click on it one time, then similar posts are going to filter in, like the way the algorithm is. So I really don't know. It's sad overall, but I just wanted to mainly tell you guys that I was safe. That was the main thing. There was so many of you guys who reached out to me. There was so many people who called. I appreciate all of you guys so much. Definitely be on the lookout for the rest of my coverage in this case. Now I'm gonna still give y'all like the updates of the rest of what happened today and yesterday. Y'all let me know, but if you guys want to support the channel, Neek at Night Media is my Cash App. If there's anybody who wants to come up and speak about the case, then let me know. Do not bring up Pigeon Feet or whatever, or Pigeon Toe or whoever the hell. Don't bring up Pigeon Toe. We're just going to talk about the case at this point in time. We're also not going to, you know what? Speaking of like, or not speaking of, I'm just proud of y'all for being respectful, right? Like I see a lot of y'all who have been keeping your couth, keeping your calm, keeping your composure when these racists have come in the chat. Like you guys have been leading by example and not letting them get to y'all. Now me, it wasn't her, because again, she's not relevant in my life to care about her. It's just the fact that she can't stand on her own as a woman, and she needs to implore, like, you know, like get these figures to do her dirty work. It's just the fact of like you see a system that has been stacked against us for years and continuing to be stacked against us for years. Let's talk about the case. Latasha Parker, hey, how are you?
Hey,
what are your thoughts?
It was when I seen you crying today, it really, you know, I went live and I was so proud of you for just being there.
Okay, I'm gonna move on to some other coverage of what might have happened yesterday. This has been mainly about, you know, what she's going through over there in the courtroom, and we're gonna revisit that. Let's listen to Court TV and see if we can get some more insight of what took place on yesterday. All right.
Three parts of this provocation.
So this is Court TV, okay? And I'm just going through this stuff that happened yesterday. It's probably gonna be some repetitiveness. Just while we on Verdict Watch, we just revisiting what took place on yesterday.
It is the trial that the nation is talking about, a case which has divided the community. Austin Metcalf was a high school athlete at a track meet, sitting under the Memorial High School tent with his twin brother and teammates. Carmelo Anthony was a student athlete from a different high school who sat under the Memorial tent and was asked to leave. That's when things escalated. Witnesses say Carmelo refused to leave and told Austin, "Touch me and see what happens." Austin did touch Carmelo, and what happened next ended the life of one teen and has another teen on trial for first-degree murder. Witnesses say Austin stood up and put his hand on Carmelo's shoulder and either shoved him or touched him non-violently. Then Carmelo pulled a knife out of his bag and stabbed Austin. Austin died, and now Carmelo is on trial facing decades behind bars. And the question for the jury, was this a justified killing done in self-defense? This story is tragic, but only one teen had a weapon and only one teen survived. Is this a case of self-defense? We're going to break down the facts of the case with Cody Thomas at the courthouse and break down Texas law to see if this was a justified killing. I'm Vinny Politan. Let's investigate. There's been a lot of talk in this case about Carmelo Anthony confessing to the crime, that this is an open and shut case. But Yes, Carmelo Anthony, yes, he did it. Yes, he admitted that he did it. But that's not what this case is about. This is not a confession case. The confession that everyone is pointing to is the fact that after he stabs Austin Metcalf, Carmelo Anthony says that he did it, that he stabbed him. That's not in question in front of this jury at this trial. That's not a question of fact. That's presumed for the most part here by both sides. Why? Because the defense is alleging self-defense. This isn't about somebody else did this. No, he did it. Carmelo Anthony did it. He stabbed Austin Metcalf. But the question is, did he do it in self-defense? So in order to figure all of that out, the key to this case is going to be for the jury to figure out what happened under the tent. What happened in the moments before Austin Metcalf is stabbed to death by Carmelo Anthony. That's what is significant here. The actual stabbing itself, both sides agree. Because when you claim self-defense, you're saying, yeah, he did it. He did it. Okay, we get that. But he was justified in doing it. And to figure out whether or not he is justified, the jury has to understand and have a clear picture of what's going on under this tent at this track meet. The back and forth between Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf and perhaps other people underneath the tent. And the people that were there, the witnesses, they've been talking about this. They've been testifying about it. And the jury has to analyze their testimony because we know eyewitness testimony, well, sometimes it's somewhat consistent, always has variations. My goodness, 7 people see a car accident. You're going to have 7 different versions of what happened. There'll be differences, slight differences, and sometimes larger differences, all of which the defense is going to go after. So what happened under the tent is extremely important for this jury to figure out. And for us to analyze the case, we need to understand what happened in the moments leading up to Carmelo Anthony pulling the knife out of his bag. What took place prior to that? Now, Texas law is also extremely important in this case because you cannot provoke someone in Texas and then claim self-defense. This is important, right? Like, you can't provoke someone into a confrontation, into a fight, and then claim self-defense in Texas. And we're going to break down the law for you in this episode because it's extremely significant. And it's exactly.
We talk about the law of, someone being provoked, but you also have to prove that someone is being provoked. Now, that's the state's whole thing, that Carmelo went up under that tent to provoke this young man. Why he would do that at a track meet in the school year, I don't know. But
I mean, I don't did some things so I can see where they're coming from.
What things have you heard? Because you ain't what things?
No, I said I don't did some things to where I can see where that might be possible. But the thing is, you got to find the root of why he wanted to instigate that. That's why I was like, did he have a previous past with these people or something?
If you let me finish, I was finna say what has been said as to why he was up under the tent. If you let me finish. Now,
I'm sorry.
Have you been listening to the same things I've been listening to? Because, like I said, the state is trying to say Carmelo went under that tent to provoke. Then we hear testimony that, first of all, it was raining outside. All the other schools had tents. Carmelo's school didn't have a tent. The young man didn't want to get rained on. He went up under the tent. Number one. Number two, there was somebody up under the tent, Eddie, a friend of his, or who he thought was a friend of his, up under the tent as well. So when Carmelo went in there, he didn't fuck with Hunter. He didn't fuck with Austin. He didn't fuck with anybody. He went straight over to Eddie, sat down next to Eddie, and commenced to have a conversation. So one can say, oh, he went up under the tent because he knew that. I mean, just think about it. For him to provoke, he had to know that going up under that tent was going to call Austin and Hunter to come for him. Or is it more logical to think that the young man just wanted shelter from the rain and he saw his friend in there, and it has come out yesterday that other students from other schools being up under the tents is not so uncommon. Did you know that? Coaches testified that although it's not something that they practice like all the time, but it is a thing that other students from other schools will go up on the other tents.
Yeah, that comes with prestige of the player. You know what I'm saying? You got some players that's just way popular, or athletes that's way popular than others that can't get away with it. I understand that.
So, with that being said, who's to say that this young man went up under that tent to provoke? Because, see, like I said, when they tried to do the whole premeditation thing about the fact that he left home with the knife, he had the knife, and this and that and the third. In order for this young man to premeditate what happened, he had to have known that going up under that tent, Hunter and Austin were going to approach him. They were going to put Austin was going to put his hands on him, and bam, there you go. How can he premeditate that?
It's hard to say. You know what I'm saying? I mean, all I can say is I know it's things that I've done, but it ain't hard to say. But you have to word it right when people's feelings are involved. You know what I'm saying? Because if I'm a man and I'm telling you that I've been a teenage boy and I done did some things that I can see myself in this situation, I probably been the one that initiated because I knew where I was going and what I was doing. We taking all accountability off this guy.
This not about you.
I know it ain't about me. I'm just giving examples, but why are we not trying to make him accountable for his own actions? When he saw the heat was getting hot in the kitchen, he should have walked away. No matter if he's looking like a bitch or what.
When did I not hold him accountable? When did I do that?
I didn't say, you know what I'm saying? It just seems that way. You know what I'm saying? Because it seems like the dude didn't do no wrong whatsoever, and these dudes just came up and picked on him, which that could be possible too. It's a 50-50. You know what I'm saying?
I said from the beginning that he shouldn't have had that knife. I don't know if you didn't catch it, you forgot it, you don't want to talk about it, but I said from the beginning that he had no business having a knife. But what I'm not going to do is sit up here and say that it's okay or for like they have authority to throw that young man under that tent because there were adults there. Now, he shouldn't have had the period. And I'm not trying to take our responsibility off him. I did murder though, so I'm not surprised that they added the manslaughter on because that judge knew that with that murder charges being on there, it was a possibility that he might have been found not guilty because it was not murder. It was clear. We gotta go by the facts, not by what you may have done when you was in school, what I may have done, what somebody else may have done. We gotta go by the facts of the case and what truly happened.
Okay, let me ask this question. Was Austin the team captain of that track team? Or was he just there?
We just set up and talked about how yesterday how his track team went out there. He was out there as a helper. So why would you ask me that question?
Okay.
He was the captain of his track team, but he wasn't the captain of the track team that was out there.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking that question, even though he wasn't supposed to be out there, he was a captain.
Why wasn't he supposed to be out there if the coach is the one that put him out there? The coach is the one that had him at the meet. So why is he not supposed to be out there?
Okay, then the coach asked him to be out there, and he's out there. Either way, he's representing a team captain. A team's captain's job is to protect everybody's stuff. So if you have everybody's stuff under a tent, and then you get somebody under a tent that you don't know, but claim that you don't know, you know what I'm saying?
Hold on, because we confused here. So was you asking me was Carmelo a team captain or Austin?
Austin.
I don't know. I was talking about Carmelo. I don't know.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was talking about Austin because if it was Austin,
it doesn't matter because you want to know why. Austin wasn't supposed to be out there. Did you not listen to the?
Yeah. That's where we got confused at a minute ago. Because that's what I was answering what you said a minute ago. I thought you were saying that Austin wasn't supposed to be out there. His coach asked him to be out there. You know what I'm saying? So it was Anthony you was talking about.
Now you're not. Now we're confused. Because I don't know.
No, I'm not. Because now I know you're talking about Anthony on that part.
Let me clear it up, Mad. Let me clear it up. Carmelo was there because his coach asked him to be there to help out. Austin actually was not supposed to be there, but he was there too as well because his coach let him come. But his coach, in that moment, on that day, when they was at that track meet, Austin was actually in jeopardy of getting kicked off the track team. If something had happened with Austin and some other track damn, I won't say track stars, but track participants or whatever, to whereas the coach felt like they was not showing up to support the JV track team. So Austin and some other players had gotten threatened by the coach that he was going to release them from the team because they didn't show up. But then they showed up to this event, okay, because of what the coach had said. But and the bottom line is this: Carmelo wasn't participating that day, nor Austin. Neither one of them. They were both there to support the JV teams. So that's that.
Okay.
They both were there. They both was there because their coach had them there. So what's next? What else are you saying?
Well, nothing. I'm gonna just listen more. I'm just listening.
I can't with you.
I mean, because I'm thinking in a different direction than everybody else. I'm not in my feelings about this. I'm looking at it straight down the line. And being a man, and I see a lot of OGs online, black men, gray beards, saying the same thing I'm saying. This boy is guilty. I don't feel bad about what I'm saying.
You're not gonna make me feel away. I don't care, and you're not gonna make me feel away about what being emotional about the case. You're not, because it's several reasons why I may be emotional about the case. But see, I'm not you, and I'm not an old black man like you and others who want to sit out there. Because see, your mindset and my mindset are different. I think you have become desensitized when it comes to your people, which is us. I think you have become decent. That's my opinion. I think you're desensitized, and I think the way that you think, I could never resonate with. I respect it, but I don't resonate with your way of thinking. All those, because I've seen those same content creators that you're talking about.
They wasn't content creators. They were normal people just speaking on TikTok and stuff. There's normal people like me.
I've seen that crowd, but like I said, you have what you think or how you feel. Now, you can call me over emotional. That's cool. I'll be that.
No, I wasn't talking about you in general. I'm talking about the whole thing, period. When people are delivering and sticking up for Anthony, I'm hearing more emotions than actually sticking to the facts of what's right and what's really wrong. If this young man gets away with this, how many more stabbings are we going to see in schools? Because they feel that they can get away with it.
Man, are you okay? Because him doing that and stabbing that young man ain't just started an epidemic. We got little white boys that go up in schools and shoot the entire school up. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? We got
that's what white folks are doing with.
We got little white boys that go up in schools and shoot the guns and shoot up people and kill people, and the police take him to Burger King before he actually goes down to the jail. So
why you gotta bring up those stuff?
I'm bringing up what's happening. I'm not gonna let you do that.
I forgot about that.
I'm not gonna let you sit here and act like what Carmelo Anthony did was wrong. I've said it from the gate. But fair is fair. And if he was wrong and he broke the law and he wasn't acting in self-defense, why lie? Why all this other stuff that's going on with this trial? Why does it seem like this trial was a whole motherfucking circus act that was put on just for it to be a court case when we know at the end of the day they're gonna send his ass to jail. Why do all of that? See, I'm not finna play with you. Like him stabbing that young man, God rest his soul, at that track meet is a start of a motherfucking epidemic. This shit been going on for years. And guess what? 9 times out of 10, when some shit go down in the school and there's a shooting and a motherfucker take a gun, wake up one day and decide he want to shoot up the whole school, it's a little white boy. Now stop it. And they acting like what Carmelo did is first. It's the first time it happened. It's so egregious as this, and it's wrong. It's bad. It's sad. That young man is no longer here. So yes, but you cannot sit up here and not pay attention to what's really going on. And I'm not gonna do it, man. I don't give a fuck. I can be labeled the angry black woman. I don't give a fuck. Because it's a damn shame that Rick Child is free and he shot that young man in the back. And you got Carmelo Anthony, who truly believes he's defending himself, fighting for his life at 18 years old. When is the shit gonna stop? When is it gonna stop? Now you talking about why bring up old shit? Because the old shit keeps happening. And the old shit is not fair. That's why. That young man was 14 years old and he was running away and he shot him in the back. And that motherfucker walking free right now. But then you get over here to the Carmelo Anthony, they want to pay him out like he this old demon seed that's evil and was born evil and got horns on top of his head. When the young man truly believed he was defending himself, they want to put premeditation on it. They want to put he provoked. A motherfucker can't provoke me to do shit. If them 2 young men didn't want to fuck with him, they wouldn't have fucked with him, no matter what he did. And I still say that it was grown-ups there. And it's true, Shannon. Let me show you how true it is. There you go. There you go, right there. There you go, right there. The DA, the judge, and this young man's daddy at a motherfucking house party. There you go. Now let me calm down. Cause man did his job today. He came to get me all riled up. He do it all the damn time. There you go, right there. Look at that. Look, tell me how fair that is, man. Tell me how fair that is, man. Tell me how fair this photo is. Do you know what this is, man? This photo. Oh, I done ran him away.
No, I was multitasking. Yeah, I was.
Okay.
What's going on? You just wanted to fuss me out when I wasn't paying attention. That's all right, but I heard you. Yeah, I see. See, I'm just seeing that picture today. All this is a bad look. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of stuff that's a bad look about this case, but that still don't make me feel any different about how his actions was. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this case is fucked up. If he do get life, they rigged this shit up that way because it seemed that way from the get go when they asked the jurors. You know what I'm saying? Can you convict this young man? How you gonna ask the jurors that before the case even started? You know what I'm saying? So this is a bad look. And you said this is the father, the attorney, and who else?
The father, the district attorney, and the judge.
Oh hell no! They should throw this case out immediately.
Oh yeah, you think?
I mean, we should. I mean, instead of them, they need to be turning up more on the outside of that motherfucker if this the case. If they there. You know what I'm saying?
The judge is paid for Metcalf family. It's been said they have money. If he's so guilty, if what he did was so wrong, and they can win the case off the merit, why is all this shit going on? What's really going on? They overcharge and now want to throw manslaughter in the case instructions. Now, Honey Locks, I think you and some of y'all other people have come in late. I talked about that at the beginning of this live stream, and I'm gonna talk about it again. So as of this morning, before closing arguments were rendered, this whole time, Carmelo has been facing murder, right? Clear-cut murder. So as of this morning, before closing arguments was rendered, the judge announced that that the jury can now consider manslaughter, right? They can consider manslaughter. Now, like I said at the beginning, you can look at that one or two ways. You can look at it as good or bad, and I'm gonna tell you why. If the only charge that Carmelo was facing was murder, and the jury goes back there and says, look, he was wrong, he did wrong, but I don't think it was murder. And murder is the only thing that he can be found guilty of. One or two things can happen. Either they can come back with not guilty because they didn't feel like he was guilty of murder, or they can come back guilty because they can have a mindset of, even though we don't think it's murder, there's nothing else we can convict him of, so let's convict him of murder. So that's how just murder being on the table was a iffy thing, right? So now with the manslaughter charge being added, which I think was done strategically, I'm just saying. Now with the manslaughter charge being added on, that is to ensure that if these people can't find him guilty of murder, they would definitely find him guilty of manslaughter. See, because it's better to get him locked up behind something rather than nothing. So now they add in the manslaughter, and I myself believe, my opinion, that they are definitely going to come back with the manslaughter conviction. So what do you think about that, man?
I mean, manslaughter is better. You know what I'm saying? Either way, he's guilty of something. You know what I'm saying? Knock a pencil off my shoulder should not end in death. And we can't allow that to be pushed onto the upcoming generation that this is okay. This is the way to handle your problems. You know what I'm saying? As I said from day one, this is sticky. But the thing I want to ask is, if it was reversed and this white guy stabbed a black guy, would y'all be looking for first-degree murder?
First of all, we're not the one that charged first degree.
Oh, that's not the answer to the question. That's not the answer to the question. The question is,
I can't take it that a person would listen. I'm like this in real life. If you ask me a question, allow me to answer it, or I will shut down. Don't ask me a question and then when I go to answer it, you go to talking. Don't do that. Now let me answer the question. If the roles were reversed, and I talked about this last week, if the roles were reversed and Austin was black and Carmelo was white, or vice versa, if a young black man was unalive, see that wouldn't even make sense, man. Because listen, your question, okay. I tell you what, ask me your question again so I can make sure I understand what you asking me. Ask it again.
If the black guy was Austin and the white guy was Anthony, if the same thing happened, and the white guy ended up stabbing Anthony, which is representing Austin, would y'all want that white boy to be guilty because he didn't have to do that?
What you fail to realize is this: I'm not basing how I feel about this case off over the fact that Carmelo is black and that dude was white. Everybody else is making it about color, and it is about color because look at what we're looking at right here. But this is what I'm saying: if Austin was a black guy and Carmelo was a white guy, and Carmelo stabbed Anthony because he felt like he was being intimidated or whatever, it would be the same thing for me. Because this is the thing. I'm basing it off merit, man. I'm basing it off the fact that Austin had no authority. Even if Carmelo was wrong for being up under that tent, Austin had no merit, no authority to try to remove him. There were adults there. There were officers there. If he felt so tough, so passionately that Carmelo shouldn't have been up under there and it was a breach of this unspoken rule, you go to an adult. Him and his brother, and we cannot erase the history. We can't not think about the fact that these twins, man, were considered to be bullies.
I understand that.
Before this even happened. So even if the roles were reversed or whatever it is you saying, I would still see it the same way. I would.
But bringing up that they bullies, that make me question Eddie even more, because it's like, Eddie, was they bullying you? Because it seemed like Anthony came over there, you know what I'm saying, to sit beside you in a sort of a defense move, because they probably was picking on you and you probably was too scared to speak up for yourself.
And them bullying and intimidating Eddie could be the reason why he flipped on him. Let's just talk.
That's what I said yesterday.
Yeah. He flipped on him. For why though? You have been friends with this young man. Y'all been to each other's houses, on trips together, on dates together with your girlfriends and stuff. And this young man flipped on him. Wait a minute. Shannon said, what now?
Yeah, dude's breaking arms and shit.
One twin broke the dad's arm allegedly. Wow.
Hey, he was helping him with football practice. I don't know. I was just saying, but those are big guys. Those big guys, shit. but no, that was something that crossed my mind yesterday when they brought up Eddie. It was like, Eddie, are you the one that's being bullied and he came over there like Superman? Because I mean, what is the reason for him to pull that out so quick? Everything happened within, they said, 2 to 4 minutes.
He could have been there to protect Eddie. Who knows?
That's what I was saying yesterday. That's why I was like, Eddie, you about to be on the run.
but that's why I don't understand why his lawyers didn't put him on the stand. I don't understand that, man. I don't understand why Carmelo Anthony did not take the stand unless he's got something to hide or lying about something. Why did he not take the stand?
I'm not sure, because when y'all said the verdict is today and stuff, it's like, today? Man, this should have went on for another couple of days.
No, because on yesterday, the defense only called 3 witnesses, and Carmelo was not one of them, and they did closing arguments this morning, and now we on verdict watch. Yep, just like that.
Yeah.
Just like that. It's weird. It's weird to me. I don't that defense. I don't. Now at this point for me, the defense attorneys are questionable to me. You know what I'm saying? Let's just talk about it. In this whole world, money talk, bullshit walks. We know with these Texas, Alabama, out in the South period, there's this I call them the good old boys mentality. Just like what we're looking at right here. And a lot of times money talk, bullshit walks. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm going to say. I don't know what the hell is going on with this case, but it is something that's not right about this case. And this is part of the reason I feel why, and the other reasons why I feel why. Something is not right about this case.
The defense lawyer might be on the side. The defense lawyer should be in this picture too. He's smelling suspect right now.
I don't know what the hell is going on, but something ain't right.
And see, I say that all the time, so I'm gonna listen to you on that one. Something ain't right.
Yeah, something ain't right. So let's continue to listen to this show, and we're gonna continue to listen to this while we're here, because we're gonna be here for a while waiting to see if a verdict is gonna come in. So we're gonna continue to listen to the events of yesterday. Okay, so let's oh, did my screen freeze up? Hold on, y'all. Let's see
what the judge will instruct the jury on.
Man, you can stop me even though this dude is talking and we listening. If you want to say something to what he's saying, you can stop. You can stop.
Word. I got you.
Okay.
And how the jury will come to a conclusion. Juries take the facts, and then they take the set of facts that they determine collectively and apply it to the law that the judge gives them. And the Texas law is very specific about provocation. And this is a huge theme for prosecutors, because if you provoke the fight, if you provoke the confrontation, you are not entitled to claim self-defense in the state.
I'm mad. To me, honestly, if Carmelo, now let us be honest, and I'm being very honest, like, I don't make up shit when I be talking about this stuff, right? So to be honest, if Carmelo gone under that tent and some kind of way approached Austin and Hunter, or even said something first to Austin and Hunter, that I would say, you know, he may have provoked them. But being as though the facts of the case is this, that Carmelo walked in there, he did not say, they said, even the witnesses said he said nothing to nobody. He walked in there, he went straight over there to Eddie, and he talked to Eddie, and Hunter and Austin approached him. So how can you say that this, but see what they're trying to say is Carmelo provoked Austin just by showing up. On what fucking planet? Like, who does that? They're saying that he provoked Austin just for showing up, like he ain't got no right to be there. And we've determined what the situation is as to why he was there, right? But it gives me the mentality of when we walk in certain restaurants or we walk in certain stores and we get these looks from the white folk, like, what the fuck is she doing here? Or what the fuck are they doing here? Or who invited you? That's what it's giving me. That's what it's giving me. When
we do them the same way sometimes.
See, now I'm gonna push play, y'all.
I mean, when we go back to the chicken to the chicken shacks out here in the woods, and we have a lot of white folks out here in our community. You know what I'm saying? We look at them the same way when they come up in there at 2 a.m.
You know what? We may look at them a certain way. I don't, but if it's done, we don't feel like we got the authority to kick them out.
Yeah, we ain't. We ain't. That's money coming in the door. They might be coming to buy beer because it's 2 o'clock in the morning. You know what I'm saying? So they ain't gonna talk about money, but still they get the look.
I'm just saying, you know. Let's see.
Of Texas. Now, here's the problem for us. Not a problem for the jury, but the problem for us in trying to figure out whether or not this provocation took place, whether or not it was Carmelo Anthony provoking this confrontation underneath the tent, because there's no cameras in the courtroom, which to me is I mean, I could do a whole nother episode just on this issue. When you have a case like this that divides the community and there's going to be a verdict and there's going to be a reaction to that verdict, right? And people didn't get to actually see the trial.
Right.
It lessens the trust in the system.
Right.
So the judge in this case, in keeping cameras out, has done a disservice to the public that the judge serves in Texas and around the world. Because it's much more difficult to trust a verdict if you don't see the evidence.
Absolutely.
And like every other part of our government, the judicial branch is working for the people.
That's right.
And the people here are not going to get to see it. But the good news is, folks, that we have someone in the courtroom at the courthouse. His name is Cody Thomas. And joining us now from the courthouse, Cody Thomas. Cody, great to see you. Wow, what a case. So you are our eyes and ears inside the courtroom. Obviously, cameras have been prohibited, microphones prohibited. Give us an idea of we're in the defense case, right? Where the defense is going.
Yeah, so this is day 2 of the defense's case, Vinny. We know we had a Saturday session a few days ago. I was in there. The defense got in 3 witnesses after the state rested. The state rested after only 21 witnesses being called. And today, so far, we're out of the lunch break now, but there were 3 witnesses called this morning. 1 student, an officer who was at the scene, and then another student. And the first student who was on the stand was, giving his account of what went down, saying that the rain was coming down. They went into a dugout. Him, Carmelo, and about 2 or 3 other people went into a baseball dugout behind the stadium.
Yeah, we got witnesses testifying that the rain was coming down and these folks tried to put it out here like it wasn't raining, which means he had no business being under that tent. I just can't. I just can't with the different accounts. I don't understand how it can be 5 to 10 different versions of whether or not it was raining on that day. See, the truth don't change. The truth, so we got to know that in this case, there's some lying going on. Because everybody out there on that day was grown enough or mature enough to know whether or not it was raining. You got some people saying it was misty blue. You got others saying the rain was coming down. You got others saying it was drops. You got the truth, the version of the truth. Don't like honestly. I cannot.
And then another student, and the first student who was on the stand was, giving his account of what went down, saying that the rain was coming down. They went into a dugout. Him, Carmelo, and about 2 or 3 other people went into a baseball dugout behind the stadium, to which a coach told them they couldn't be there, so they came back out. This one student who was testifying, a minor, so I can't name him, but he testified about warming up on the field along with his 4x100 meter team, and then Carmelo going back in the bleachers. He didn't see Carmelo again for a few minutes until he looked up in the stands and saw what he described as, a crowd under the.
So it started raining. Carmelo and others retreat to the dugout. Coach tell them you can't be in the dugout. They retreating from the rain now. Coach tell them you can't be in the dugout. So then this young man goes back outside to the rain, which I don't understand how adults was out there one protecting these kids. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Those coaches, those resource officers, and everybody else who was out there, they were not supervising these kids. You got a kid that show up, or kids that show up in the dugout because it's raining, you put them out. Then he proceeds to go to this tent full of other kids. There's no adults around. Like these kids were they were 7. Carmelo was 17. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, girl. Carmelo was saying these are minor kids, even though they at a track event. Where is the fucking supervision? Where are the adults? Because if it was some adults around that could have stopped this shit when it turned into a pushing match or whatever happened, then this wouldn't have happened. Where the fuck were the adults?
It's very limited oversee when they prepping to set up at a track meet. You got the coaches out there on the field running around trying to get things together. That's why they depend on their team captains and stuff to hold certain responsibilities, which is preparing them for later on in life. But
team captains are children as well. That don't fly with me. Team captains are children. Those were children.
But I was on a job at 16 with bigger responsibilities.
Here we go with your past. We're not talking about you, man.
I know you ain't talking about me, but I'm talking about at a younger age, I had responsibilities on me at jobs. You know what I'm saying? I understand that this is school, but this is just a freak accident that just happened. Usually you don't see fights breaking out while people trying to set up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just trying to give you an image of, since I think I'm the only person that really been, I understand that you was a cheerleader and you know that there's a tribal setting when it comes to cheerleading. You know what I'm saying? You got your group and other groups and other groups. You don't intrude on other people's stuff.
No, you did go there. No, you didn't go there talking about who was a cheerleader. I not only was a cheerleader. Let me explain something to you. You militant midget, you. Let me explain something. I was not only a cheerleader, okay? My brothers played sports, all 3 of them, from the time they could walk. So I was around sports. My brothers all played sports, all throughout school, all throughout college. Not only that, which I attended all games, okay, and knew what went on. My son played sports from the time he was 5, and I was around, and I know what the atmosphere is. I know what it's like. I've talked about it, man. I know.
Yeah.
What
So. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is this: even though I know the atmosphere and I know what even though shit. Those days for me were years ago. What I'm saying is this: just because that's the atmosphere, like you said, the coach depend on the team captains and this, that, and the third. I'm still saying, at the end of the day, right? Those were still kids, and it should have been some adult supervision. Period, man. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand that. I truly do understand that. But you also got to understand that if you know that you've been out there, you know it's a tribal setup. You know what I'm saying? You have different tribes. The tribes are the schools. You know what I'm saying? Certain things don't fly. Just like in basketball, it's an unwritten rule not to take the last shot if you already winning. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the game. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people respect that just being in that field.
You be going so far off the rim, it's scary at this point for me. You be going.
So you know what I'm trying to make an example of is the tent setting. He know that because they had their own, the same rule themselves for their stuff. He know that.
They didn't have a tent, man. I can guarantee you at this point that if Carmelo School had a canopy, because that's what they were, canopies. If Carmelo School had a canopy, Carmelo probably wouldn't have been up under that damn tent. I really do believe that, because I don't think that young man went there to provoke anybody. I don't.
That's very possible.
Yeah, I don't think he did. I don't think he, and that's what they're trying to say, and I get it, because that's what's going to get a conviction. But I don't believe that. I don't believe that young man. Listen, the dude was an AB honor roll student. He was a captain of the football team, captain of the track team. School was finna be out. He was on his way to college, man. Why would and I asked you this yesterday, and you gave me some excuse like you just never know what somebody wake up and feel like or what they're doing. I'm like, it just doesn't make sense to me. It does not make sense to me that he would all of a sudden, after exceeding and excelling in school, after 12 years, going through 12 years of school is hard. And it's hard to maintain A's and B's while playing sports. He worked 2 jobs. Why in the fuck would he wake up one day and all of a sudden decide to throw that all away just to get street creds, as you put it? That doesn't make sense.
I mean, I could give you an example, but you told me don't put myself in that position because I had a 12th grader do that to me. You know what I'm saying? And
traumatized by your childhood.
Which code?
By your childhood, man. I am traumatized that you as a kid was taking a gun to school every day.
Matter of fact, I think I can give this guy a call because unlike this guy, we didn't kill our ops once we got into a fist fight. This guy followed my bus home. He was in the 12th grade. He was driving a Volvo. All right, I'm on a school bus. I'm like not even in high school yet. I got smart with this guy the day before on the bus because he was on the bus the day before. Right? He didn't like how I dissed him in front of everybody and stuff, so he got mad and followed the bus home the next day. Right? Me and this dude got in a huge fight at the bus stop when I got off. Do you know he almost got suspended and it almost cost him his graduation? And this dude was a perfect A student, but he was just trying to be hard. You know what I'm saying? So you can't use his grade point average, but still you never know what the guy's thinking. Yeah. I'm proud of him to being that good, 3.7 and all that. Yeah, that's great. But still, you never know what people are actually thinking. And by the way, I lost that fight too. So goddamn, I ain't scared to say that I lost that fight. He was much bigger than me.
Yeah, you went to school 102 years ago, and you still want to. The mindset of the children today ain't the mindset of the you and old boy back in the day. Like you talking about a fight and getting suspended. We talking about a boy stabbing a dude and going to jail.
That's what I'm saying. Even though it got that bad, still we didn't live too far from each other. It didn't escalate to somebody dying.
That was back 102 years ago, man.
No, that was the days of Protect Your Neck, Wu-Tang, Boys Shoot Up, MC8, drive-bys, all kind of shit. We had to worry about fog lights coming down the street and who was in that car. This was a terrible time. So, it's just as worse as today.
Let me ask you a question. When old boy commits to whooping your ass, where was the gun you carried every day?
Oh, I didn't have it on me at that time. I was not carrying at that time.
All right, I'm going to push play. That's all I'm going to say.
I wasn't carrying. I was a little bit younger. I said he was in 12th. I wasn't even rich called. I wasn't even in high school yet. So I was 14 or so.
Oh my God, today.
Told you I used to get into it with people way older than me.
He did not mean to unalive him, Tanya. I stand on that. Like I
No,
stand on
Dave,
that.
I didn't tell him that.
All you gotta do is pay attention to his actions afterwards and the words that came out of his mouth. I don't understand why that's so hard for people to consider. All you gotta do is pay attention to his actions and his words after the shit happened. He told that coach he's not gonna die because the boy thinking shit. I ain't stab him like that. I just got him off of me. You know what I'm saying? You gotta just think about it. Like he didn't even feel like what he had done would cause Austin to die. So that lets you know he didn't mean to kill him. Come on, bro. Let me push play.
Under the memorial tent with Carmelo there. He noticed his teammates. He says he recounts people standing up. He says that he was walking towards the bleachers because he heard a commotion. He looked away for a second, and then he saw, a bunch of kids sporadically, running from under the tent. And then he saw Carmelo running off. And of course, he's describing the moments that the stabbing happened. But under cross-examination, Benny, when the prosecutor came up, the prosecutor brought the video back up, the surveillance video of the situation. And he brought up where the kid would be warming up on the field. So you see him, and then you see where the stabbing was going down. And the prosecution challenged it because the kid's account says that he was walking towards the bleachers because he heard some things happening. He paused it. He's like, boom. The prosecutor literally says, boom, in the middle of the courtroom. He's like, this is where the stabbing happened, and you're still standing right here. Okay, so then that happens, and the kid's, just going through the motions again. And then the prosecutor was like, we've spoken before. And the kid's like, yes, sir. He's like, when I showed you this video when we spoke, you admitted to me that you were wrong about some of your accounts. And the kid agreed that he was wrong, and his eyes were open after the meeting that he had with the prosecutors before this trial. So it was a very challenging moment there with that first witness, Vinny.
Let me ask you, Cody, a big picture question here. And obviously this is difficult for children testifying in a murder trial, right? That's tough. Yeah. We know eyewitness accounts. You have 7 people, you get 7 different versions. We get it. But here you have different high schools. Is the testimony breaking down in any way where, the kids from Memorial are seeing one thing and kids from Centennial are seeing something different? Centennial Carmelo School versus Austin School. Is that playing out inside the courtroom, that we're getting 2 different versions of what's happening here?
It actually is not, Vinny. And the way I've described it is that the story is like a tree. It's the same trunk, but different branches. The foundations of the story are the same, but there's some minor details that may have shifted. As, for example, some of the kids say that the push was 1 arm. Some say it was 2 arms. Some say it looked like maybe a slight punch. Some say the push wasn't aggressive. Some say both of the kids were getting aggressive. But the situation, there's commonalities between them all. And the main one being that Carmelo eventually put his hand in that book bag saying, touch me and see what happens. 100% of the students, not only the prosecution's witnesses, the defense's witnesses as well, the student witnesses have said this same thing, which leads me, the defense, I would imagine they would have called student witnesses that were testifying in favor of Carmelo, but it seems that, the facts are the facts here, and they're walking down this story, and not the big pictures of the story haven't changed, only minor details in it. Again, like the pushing, whether it was 1 hand, 2 hands, or whatever, what have you, whether they were sitting or standing. But the big picture parts about the hand in the book bag, the touch me and see what happens, the phrasing, they all said they weren't really scared about something happening because they thought it was just 2 boys at a competition mouthing off at each other, being from different schools. They all said that not only did Austin ask him to leave, that multiple people under, the memorial tent asked him to leave because the way they describe this tent culture, they've had coaches on the stand from all these different schools talking about how each tent is, like the locker room, and you wouldn't hang out in an opposing team's locker room. So again, same trunk of the tree, just some slightly different branches coming off of it.
And the branches aren't breaking down by school to school. It's just witness to witness, like in any other case that we would have where, 5 people see a car accident and, there's going to be slightly different versions, maybe different colors of the car. I've seen that happen inside a courtroom. Okay. So the tent seems to be a big issue here. We keep talking about what's happening under the tent. And that brings us to another big question. Why is he there to begin with? Does the defense have a different explanation, or what is the defense explanation as to why Carmelo Anthony would be under the tent of a different high school? Like you said, like being in another high school's locker room. You wouldn't do that in a gym. I never did track. I think you're a track guy. I think you have some track experience.
I did in high school, yeah.
Yeah, so explain what the defense and or the witnesses are saying about that as an explanation, because to me it doesn't make sense, but I'm trying to figure out why he would be there to begin with.
Right, so there's 2 narratives that the defense is putting on as far as why he was under the tent. One, they're talking about, this big rain, and a lot of the students have talked about this rain coming down. They said, it's Texas weather out here. It'll come down heavy, then it'll stop and get just a little nasty and yucky and be a little misty, and then it could come right back, similar to Florida. I know you're very familiar with Florida rain down there too, but they talked about, this, he wouldn't want to be standing out there soaked. And oddly enough, Centennial was the only team out there with no tent that day. That's a big thing that they're harping on. And so when this rain started coming down, they're saying Carmelo was in the bleachers just looking for somewhere to get out of the rain. And then compounding upon that, we heard about this kid named Eddie. Eddie is an adult now, so we can identify him. They talked about this kid named Eddie who was childhood friends with with Carmelo's ex-girlfriend at the time. And Eddie was under the Memorial team. He went to Memorial High School, and over the weekend on Saturday, he actually testified. Now, we've heard this Eddie character in opening statements. We've heard that from several of the student witnesses that Carmelo came up, he kind of gave Eddie a handshake, as if they were, really close friends. But then Eddie got up on the stand on Saturday and all but said, like, yeah, we were cool. I knew him. He knew the girl or was dating the girl I grew up with, but I wouldn't say we were really good friends, which was shocking to me because we've heard that name so many times. And then for him to say that, but then the defense challenged back because Eddie was like, yeah, I know him, but we don't know each other that well. But then the defense came back with several pictures, picture after picture, 7 or 8 or 9 pictures of Carmelo and Eddie in the same photo at Eddie's house for birthday parties. And there's group photos and there's photos of just them. So I thought that was kind of a win for the defense, showing, all right, saying you didn't know him, but here you are with 8 or 9 pictures together. So the narrative is that he was trying to get out of the rain. He knew Eddie. Eddie says they didn't really know each other, but the defense came and proved a little otherwise under the cross-examination on Saturday.
And this is an important fact in all of this, and trying to sort through the facts of what happened under the tent. It all begins with, well, why was he there to begin with? So you've got rain. But it seems other teammates were warming up. He's not warming up. He's not competing in the track meet, is my understanding, right? He's there sort of helping, but he was hurt.
So his coach testified also on Saturday. That was the first defense's witness. We've heard the narrative that he wasn't competing. We've heard things about he was suspended from school. Nothing about the suspension has come up in this trial so far. But today, we found out through testimony that Carmelo was actually an alternate for the 4x100 meter race. And this kid that just testified said that he was actually on schedule to do one of the jumps, whether it was triple jump or long jump, he couldn't remember. But he actually was competing that day, which was, another crucial.
I did not know that. See, now it's coming out. See, man. See, because before we heard that the coach, and this is all this stuff coming out. And there's different stuff coming out at different times. Like now it's saying that he was supposed to compete.
I see.
Yeah. Now, while he was scheduled to compete, since we want to talk about whether or not he should have been there or not, let's talk about the real circumstances. He was an alternate supposed to compete, while Austin, on the other hand, was in jeopardy of getting kicked off the whole team. I ain't saying that contributes to him losing his life. Please don't say. I'm just saying, since people want to point out and say Carmelo shouldn't have been at the meet, he shouldn't have been up under the tent, he shouldn't have been here, he shouldn't have been there. But when it all boils down to it, he had more right not to be up under the tent now. He had more right to be up there at the track meet than Austin.
I agree with that.
So let's continue to listen. It's a lot, man. It's a lot.
Yeah, it is.
Because we've heard a lot of things about he wasn't supposed to be there. Well, yeah, he was on the team. He was supposed to be there. It's just unfortunate that this sad, act had to happen here. But he was supposed to be there that day.
Okay. Well, there's been a lot of rumors, information, misinformation, disinformation. That's why we have trials, to get the facts out inside the courtroom. And Cody Thomas is bringing it to us because, again, no cameras, but we've got Cody Thomas. So let's talk about underneath the tent now. So he's there either to dodge the rain, to see his friend Eddie, or perhaps to start some trouble, right? Because there's that narrative from the other side. So what have we heard? You said we've heard these different branches. What is the tone of what is happening under that tent? And what is the moment when things escalate, right? When does it go from nothing to something? And are there different versions of that?
Well, the common denominator, just to make it as simple as possible for people to understand, from 100% of these witnesses, defense witnesses and prosecution student witnesses, down the board, they say he came under the tent, wasn't malicious. They say he came under kind of calm, didn't really say much. Some say that he saw Eddie, gave him a handshake, didn't say much, but he was sitting there under the tent. So now they're asking, does anyone know this kid? Who is this kid? This and that. He's just here. They start asking him who he is. Eventually, some sort of verbal altercations start happening where they start asking him to leave. And it's not just Austin. It's not just Austin and his brother Hunter. There's kids that have been up there, mixed of all races, because we know the racial aspect is a big component here. But we have black kids testifying, white kids, Hispanic kids. So kids mixed of all, over 10 of them are testifying about how they even chimed in, like, "Hey man, come on, get out of here. You shouldn't be under this tent. Just go back to wherever your tent is." And they said it all started kind of calmly, and then they said Carmelo was being stubborn and didn't want to leave. Like, "You're gonna have to make me leave." They described it as him trying to be like a tough guy. And then eventually they have, some coaches say that Austin was a thrower. He was one of the discus shot put throwers. They've all kind of echoed the sentiment that the throwers were kind of the leaders, and they were, he's a senior, so the upperclassmen are picked to kind of take charge when the coach isn't directly around. So eventually Austin kind of takes this lead to try to be like, "All right, man, like it's enough of this. It's time for you to go." things start getting heated. They do admit that Austin was getting, heated as well, getting frustrated, and they were going back and forth as, two testosterone-fueled young teenagers. We know how that goes with boys in competitive sports. And then, eventually they talk about the frustrations escalating on both sides. And then Austin saying, like, I'm not going to fight you at a track meet. They're getting aggressive with each other. And then eventually, the statement that we've heard many a time, Carmelo has his hand in the bag, touch me and see what happens. Austin goes up to touch him, to push him, with, again, different accounts of that, whether it was a touch, whether it was a push. And that's when the whole unfortunate circumstance occurred here.
So it's as simple as you're under this tent. You shouldn't be here. Leave. I'm not going to leave. Make me leave. And then it escalates to touch me and see what happens. So the verbal confrontation being described by the witnesses seems to be initiated by Carmelo Anthony. Is there anyone that said, well, no, they were getting loud and telling him to get out before the refusal?
No, there's been no testimony as far as that. Down the board, all the prosecution's witnesses, all of those.
Had to be talking to him verbally in order for him to refute. Like, what damn kind of question was that? Let me listen to that again, because I can't believe that this man who's sitting on this damn at court TV asking a dumbass question like that. It didn't make sense. Hold on.
And then it escalates to touch me and see what happens. So the verbal confrontation being described by the witnesses seems to be initiated by Carmelo Anthony. Is there anyone that...
How in the fuck is the verbal confrontation initiated by Carmelo when Carmelo ain't said shit to them? They walked up to him. They walked up to him and said, get out. They approached him and said, get out. So how is the verbal confrontation initiated by Carmelo? Can somebody make that make sense to me? So in order for that to happen, Carmelo would have had to say, Austin, bring your ass over here and confront me about being up under this tent. I mean, make it make sense. I can't believe he asked that question. Or even said
it's as simple as you're under this tent. You shouldn't be here. Leave. I'm not going to leave. Make me leave. And then it escalates to touch me and see what happens. So the verbal confrontation being described by the witnesses seems to be initiated by Carmelo Anthony. Is there anyone that said, well, no, they were getting loud and telling him to get out?
That's bullshit, you conehead bastard. That's bullshit. The verbal confrontation started when they walked their big, tall, big asses and confronted that young man. That's when it's, God rest his soul. Lord Jesus, let me calm down. I cannot believe these grown people. Like, man, oh man. Look, if I didn't know what I knew about the justice system and the justice system had not worked for me, I probably would say fuck the justice system. But I do know it works. I do know at times it works. You got conehead, but see, the thing about it is you got conehead motherfuckers like this that just want to come out here and just talk that bullshit. Now, we all know that young man was confronted first. Why the fuck are you trying to sit up here and change the narrative? Oh, Lord Jesus, let this case here. I just can't do it. I'm not gonna say that $100. I can't say he caused his demise because he shouldn't be unalive. He shouldn't be dead. What happened? I will agree that what happened that day should not have escalated to him being unalive. I got to say that. I don't think that he should have been unalive. But that it's just not that cut and dry because it's things that should have been in place or things that should have happened or not happened for him not to be unalive. You get what I'm saying? And I stand on the fact that I believe wholeheartedly that even though Carmelo took that knife out of that bag and stuck that young man, he did not mean to kill him. Hence, the reason why I think that was proven. The prosecution knew that. The judge knew that. And that's why they added on that manslaughter charge. Because all in me, let me just say what I think, y'all. Let me just say this. Hold on. Because, see, we already know let's talk some real shit. Hold on, cause I done lost. There you go. Hold on, y'all. Let's talk some real shit. Right? So we already know, right, that this is going on. Right? We already know that this is going on right here. Right? So you get Carmelo, who all this time has been charged with murder. Murder. He murdered him. Right? And then you get to court, you get to trial, and you get these witnesses that testify. And after hearing these witnesses testify, you sit back and you think about it and you say, damn, some of this testimony can prove that although he shouldn't have had the knife, he shouldn't have pulled the knife, he shouldn't have stuck Austin, but some of this testimony is proving that he didn't mean to kill Austin, right? So then you got to sit back and you got to think about it. I'm not finna let this motherfucker walk. This ain't me talking this. These good old boys right here talking behind the scenes. Because you can best believe if these motherfuckers is drinking and dancing and doing whatever the fuck they do at house parties, they talking behind the scene. I don't give a fuck that the judge ain't supposed to be communicating with the daddy while this trial is going on. You think he did? You think he did? You don't think that the judge and the daddy and the DA had some conversations behind the scenes? If you think that, then more power to you. Because I know different and I wasn't there. But I know how this shit right here ain't no coincidence. So then you got them talking and you now you got the judge, who is the only person that could put that charge on them. He said, damn, it look like he gonna get off on the murder. He might get off. Telling the dad, telling the DA, he might get off. So what you gonna do, homeboy, is you gonna go in there and before they issue their closing statements, you gonna say, okay, we're gonna add on this charge. So now, not only do you consider murder, you can consider this charge. Cause me and my boys done had a talk last night, and he got to go down for something. He can't go free. He can't go free. Now, if we can't get him on murder, we're gonna get him on manslaughter. So the judge prances his ass up in there this morning before anything else takes place and say, look, y'all gonna be able to consider manslaughter. Because I know deep down in my soul that it's been proven that that young man did not mean to kill that other young man. But y'all got to convict him of something. He can't walk free. Not here. Okay? See, that's why Rick Chow walked free. To be honest, I think, in my opinion. I think the fact that Rick Chow was only charged with murder, and some of them, since some of those jurors or other people felt like even though he didn't deserve to die, he shouldn't have been stealing, or even though he didn't deserve to die, he shouldn't have had a gun. And being as though the only thing Rick Chow was charged with was murder, and they didn't feel like he was guilty of murder. They felt like he may have been guilty of a lesser charge, but that lesser charge wasn't now. But since that lesser charge wasn't now, and we don't feel like he's guilty of murder, we got to say not guilty. That's how he got off. See, they weren't finna let that happen with Carmelo. They weren't finna let that happen with him. See, because you got to think about it. Why now, Judge? Why now? Why on a Tuesday morning when the defense and the prosecution or prosecutor finna issue they close their arguments? Why now you walk in here and say, oh, okay, oops, I forgot to tell y'all. Y'all can consider manslaughter too, as well as murder.
Could it have been Eddie's testimony? Because that shit looks fucked up. That shit looks fucked up.
Ask me a question and keep talking. It could have been more than Eddie's testimony. Eddie's testimony and others. Because Eddie's testimony, along with others' testimony, proved that this young man did not try to kill that other young man. And they had a good old session last night talking about the fact that the jury might not convict him of murder. They had a good old session, smoking their cigars and drinking their brown liquor, saying, oh, wow, after all this testimony, they might not find him guilty of murder. We got to do something. We got to do something. And that's what he did. He came in there and he gave them another option to send this young man to prison. Period. So you're right, man. And and to me, honestly, Eddie was a big part of that. You know?
I mean, the pictures coming out showing other than what he's saying, you know what I'm saying? This would look like a whole setup. So I think that's the reason why they put another option out there.
Yeah, the pictures coming out there, he straight up lied and try to act like he barely knew Carmelo. And then they come with these pictures of him being at parties and being at each other's houses and going on double dates. Yeah, he straight up lied. Dude, man, was it? What do you think, man? Do you think Eddie was intimidated by somebody?
Yep, I think he was intimidated by Austin and his brother. I think they was probably picking on him his whole school career because they known as bullies. And I think since Anthony was friends of him, he probably told it to him. And so he already went over there prepared just in case they walked up.
Yeah, I get that part. But what I'm saying is, do you think Eddie was intimidated after all this happened to testify the way that he did? Do you think he was facing some type of intimidation? Hey, Trey.
Yeah, he should have. Mostly from us, though. I mean, that's the way I felt when I first heard it. You know what I'm saying?
He wouldn't be having been intimidated by us. If that was the case, he would have told the truth and told that Carmelo was his friend. He was not intimidated by us. He was intimidated by them because he got on the stand and lied.
Well, maybe we secondary, but yeah, you're right. They was probably them first. You know what I'm saying? He didn't think it all the way through before he.
Yeah, he might be. Look, man, he might be facing intimidation now because he got his lie. You know what I'm saying? He might be a little intimidated now by us, but not initially. Who is us and them? Listen, let me drop the link for this food. We just don't know what. You know, that's your brother, man.
Money boy, help!
He done been over there talking about Q and everything else. Now he want to come over here and talking about who is us and them. You know who we talking about, Nickel. I don't know, Miss Lynn. I don't know. They didn't mention his parents, you know. So I don't know. Child, it's a whole lot of man. It's stressing me out at this point. I ain't had no coffee.
Me neither. I ain't had no Jimmy Dean or coffee yet. Sitting here trying to.
Me neither. I ain't had no coffee, and I can't have no sausage because I made a Walmart order yesterday, and the motherfuckers didn't bring my sausage. So now all I got is bacon, and I can't eat no bacon today because I had some on the weekend, and my bacon, I can't have no more bacon this month. Ain't that a bitch?
Yeah. So you don't cook yours and throw it in the freezer?
Hell, my bacon or my sausage?
The bacon. Put it on the freezer. Wrap it up in freezer sheets after you cook it.
No, man. Ew, no.
Well, when you got air fryers, they usually work. You know, 'cause all you got to do is.
I cook my bacon fresh. I don't know what the hell you got going on.
I did that once. I did that once or twice though.
But man, why are you pre-cooking bacon, man? Why?
Because the pack got messed up and I couldn't find nothing to put it in, so I just cooked it all in. I knew I was gonna eat it within the next 2 or 3 days or so. So.
Oh, I'm with you, Hunter. Like say, I'm just happy that the jury is still deliberating. I assume they would have returned a quick verdict. Me too. But even if they come back today, it's still quick. They gonna come back today though. I truly believe they're gonna come back today. They had his black father stand up when they introduced all the kids' family members. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, let's listen to some more of this Conehead.
Before the refusal.
No, there's been no testimony as far as that. Down the board, all the prosecution's witnesses, all of those students have been saying they're calling Carmelo the instigator. They're calling him the aggressor. They do admit that Austin was, fueled up too and being too prideful, boys as they get. They even talk about how when, the statement with Carmelo with his hand in the book bag, they said Austin said back to him, like, oh, you're not going to do anything, calling his bluff. Like, oh, you're from Frisco. We don't do that around here. And they're all sitting there not thinking that there would be an.
What's up, Fufu?
I'm not talking to you until you tell me who was praying on our downfall so I could cuss that raggedy bald head bitch out. What's going on, man?
If you're not talking to me, why did you show up? If you're not talking to me, why did you show up? I don't understand. You provoking me. You provoking me.
You sent the link. You dropped the link. You asked me to be here.
No, you showed up to provoke me, sir.
No, I heard them and they, and I was asking who them and they was.
I don't even remember what we was talking about, so you gotta refresh my memory.
We was talking about Eddie and who had him intimidated.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, different thing. Okay, so with Eddie, I feel like Eddie was intimidated by them, who is the good old boys, the white people over there, and Mad thought it was us, the black people. That's who they and us is, or whatever. Them and us. Yeah. So yeah.
Actual knife in the bag. So, all of them have said that Austin was kind of being a tough guy too. And then he went over to him, goes to push him, goes to shove him. But again, verbal altercation that led to this unfortunate event, something that, it shouldn't have been a stabbing here. We got 2 young kids who had their whole lives ahead of them, 2 17-year-old men, and just this heightened mistake here. It happens to be the most pinnacle of mistakes that has affected both of their lives, just emotionally, and obviously it's changed their lives forever.
Absolutely. Absolute tragedy, what happened under that tent. But it's up to this jury to figure out exactly what it was. So let's talk about the prosecution case and the law here. Let's start first with what the prosecutor said in his opening. I think this is extremely significant. The prosecutor says, you simply cannot provoke someone. And when they touch you, you take their life. This case is about plain murder, simple and senseless. Find this man guilty of first-degree murder. And the important...
Okay, if it was about plain murder, why y'all add on the manslaughter charge? Make it make sense. If you said in your opening statement at the beginning of this that it was simple and cut and dry, plain murder, simple, why was the manslaughter charge added on at the end? Good old boy.
That was judge's decision. I wish they would have added the criminally negligent homicide. I wish they would have added that one as well.
Have you seen this photo? Can you tell me? Have you seen this photo? And can you tell me what's going on in this photo?
We talked about it this morning on the phone on my live. The judge and Mr. Metcalf kicking it.
Oh no! It's not just the judge. It's not just the judge. It's the judge, Metcalf, and the DA. Yeah.
So the prosecutors, they wasted the taxpayers' time. This shit gonna be thrown out, whatever happens. Unless anything other than a not guilty, they're gonna get an automatic appeal.
Yep, automatic. I feel the same way. I do.
It's public. Like if the public has found this, you know his lawyers and shit already know this, and will probably filed an objection already.
Mm-hmm.
Or they could just wait to see how it goes and say, "This is our Hail Mary right here. We're gonna act like we stupid."
Yeah. Well, sometimes that works. You know. Yeah.
Like if they would have did criminally negligent homicide, he would have been only facing like 2 to 6 years.
Yeah. So with manslaughter, it's like what, 5 to what, Trey? 5 to what?
5 to 20.
Yeah, 5 to 20. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So if we think about the Rick Chow case, it's almost like he did 3 to 5 cities, which would have been criminal negligent homicide. He did that in jail, waiting for trial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
Part of what the prosecutor said there is you simply cannot provoke someone. And what he's talking about is Texas law. Texas has a very specific law when it comes to self-defense and provocation. Let me put it up on.
Well, Trey, I don't know how much of this you've listened to or you know. Do you think, in your opinion, from what you know, and if you don't know, if you don't know what happened, just ask me and I'll tell you. So, do you think that Carmelo went under that tent to provoke Austin?
No, I don't think he went over there to provoke anyone.
Okay, that's the whole thing. They're trying to base this off of, like, he was the aggressor just by showing up.
I think they're saying his words of "make me and find out" is what was the provoking thing. I think that's what they're hinting on, because they already proved that somebody waved him over, somebody invited him over. He didn't just say, "I'm finna chill up under y'all tent." You spoke to somebody,
right? So man, I don't think I asked you, man. Or maybe you let me know. I don't know. Do you think? I think Mad do think he was provoked. Do you think Carmelo provoked Austin, Mad? I think Mad already made his
if we're going off to him saying "make me and find out," I think that's provoking, because we all know as men that's what men do. That's one of those things. If it was a gift from under the tent and he was like, "Make me and find out," then I think that's provoking. Asking to leave ain't provoking.
Yes, it is, because he approached him. He approached him, and he fucked with him first. Like, he didn't have authority to do
it. He asked him to leave.
But that's to me, honestly, that's starting the confrontation, though. That's like starting something. I get what you're saying.
This is one of them things. This is one of them things where you got to go back to sports, man. Playing football.
See, now you're finna do a man.
Yes, you got to go back. You got to go back to. I played sports, so man. If another nigga walking your team huddle, I don't give a fuck what sport it is. What's gonna happen?
Ass whooping.
They ask you to leave. Last thing that's gonna happen, you gonna get forced up out that motherfucker with no.
We know this money, boy. We know this money, boy.
That shit we making up. That sports culture. That the asking to leave. That's some nice shit. Because niggas would have just got him the fuck up out of there. Like, you don't disrespect home field. You don't shit on the logo. You don't, like, it's sports culture. But we grew up differently though.
That's what I said 102 years ago. And y'all want to go back to how things was when y'all was in sports and shit. 102 years ago.
But in sports culture, if I know I'm in the home team locker room and they ask me to leave, I'm gonna leave. I'm not supposed to be in their locker room. I'm not supposed to be out there. Okay, I was cool for a second. They don't want me here no more on their home turf. I gotta bounce. Well, if it start raining in the middle of the race, you're gonna get wet.
That's true, but man, this is crazy work to me. I don't.
And they both played football. I'm pretty sure they had a couple games in the rain. They not going to.
So Carmelo, even though all the other children was retreating to to get from out the rain. Carmelo was supposed to not. Come on, bro.
And I also found out that Carmelo school was the only one that didn't have no tents with their broke ass. I bet they got tents now.
Yeah, I still don't understand that. Where was the bus with the equipment and all that stuff? Did he just show up by himself?
And
Where
then
was the rest of his team?
we found out that Carmelo and two other students went down to the dugout to get out the rain, and the coach said, "Get out." Coach said, "Get out. You can't be down here." So now they go back up, and the other boy I think went somewhere to a bus or something, and Carmelo went to the thing.
Could it be that the dugout was out of sight of everything else? Because the track usually goes around the football field.
I wasn't there. I don't know. I don't know why the coach said, "Get out. You can't be here." I don't know. I have no idea. But this is crazy.
The screen for you. The statute, Texas Penal Code, Section 9.31 B4. The use of force against another is not justified if the actor provoked the other's use or attempted use of unlawful force. Okay? You provoke what happened, you don't get to claim self-defense. That's the purpose of this. Now, the language in the statute is very plain. So there's been cases and litigation and decisions made by courts in Texas. And basically they've broken down to three parts of this provocation. Now, it's up to prosecutors. They have the burden of proof. You want to disprove self-defense, which is what they need to do here. You need to disprove self-defense. They can do that by proving provocation by Carmelo Anthony. Here's what they would need to show. That the actor words of Carmelo Anthony provoked the attack. The actor words were for the purpose of a pretext for doing harm. That the actor words can be reasonably calculated to provoke the attack. So what are we talking about here? That what Carmelo Anthony is saying and doing under that tent is to provoke Austin Metcalf to attack him, okay? That's what prosecutors need to prove. That the purpose of Carmelo Anthony provoking him to attack him is so that he can then attack and do harm on Austin Metcalf, which would be the knife, the stabbing. And that all of this, his words and his acts were used to reasonably provoke this. So you need evidence that this is the reason he was doing it. And it can't be words alone. You have to do something else. And what prosecutors are saying here is the something else is the going under the tent, the bringing of the knife. All of that goes beyond just words in this case. Let's bring back in Cody Thompson, still with us. Cody, this testimony, how is it coming out? Are the words coming from the students themselves, the witnesses? Are prosecutors?
I want to address the comment, then I got a question about another case that kind of has similar implications, although ain't nobody been killed. We probably wouldn't have left, but we wouldn't stab nobody neither. It just would have been a good old fight. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have. Absolutely right. I probably wouldn't have left, but I wouldn't have had a knife to stab nobody.
I saw that case, Tanya. I actually got it saved in my watch later.
Tanya, you read my mind. That was my next question, because I was going to say, if that's the case, then, because this is what happened with Chud. Chud saw the people out there, and he was walking around in his suit or whatever, asking them did they like his suit or whatever, and dude that was having the exchange. The exchange got heated or whatever. It appears Chud went to reach for his gun. And so this nigga that used to be in the military saw Chud finna reach for his gun. So he started whooping his ass. He wasn't like, you're not finna just pull that motherfucker out and hit me. So he actually was the aggressor. He hit him, beat him, was whooping his ass. Chud shot 7 times, hit him 5. I think he hit himself once.
Damn.
Did he get self-defense? That's the argument right now. He doesn't have bond. They gave him an extremely high one, and it's been hard for him to get out. The judge has made it cool for him. So he like, if you get paid this $1 million bond, you're gonna have to go through like 12 different bonds companies because each one can only do 100,000. So he's making it really, really hard. He said you can't use none of your donation money for these people.
Can you repeat to me what happened initially? Can you repeat that again?
So Chud is doing what he does. He's an IRL streamer. He's live streaming. He sees the black couple. He does what he does. He goes up, starts asking them questions like, do you like what I got on, and things of that nature. I don't know I think while this was going on, had having the conversation, dude is like, leave me alone, blah, blah, blah. I ain't one of them. I got PTSD. If you say this shit to me, PTSD. Chud might have sensed that this may have been a real deal. And so Chud looked like he was reaching for his goddamn gun. And dude was like, you ain't finna get the drop on me and just pull the gun out and shoot me. So he started whooping Chud's ass. Chud got the gun out. Chud fired 7 times. Dude got hit at least 5. He's not dead. Yeah, I don't even think he's critically injured or nothing at this point.
So basically, they saying that Chud provoked because Chud walked up to him and was asking him questions, or that he pretend like he reached for a gun.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. He's claiming self-defense, but he's locked up. The state of Tennessee ain't buying self-defense, and they're using his past acts against him.
So he's saying self-defense because dude was whooping on him, and
dude hit him first. Dude hit him first. So yes, he's saying my words shouldn't warrant you whooping my ass, even though we know in real life words will get your ass whooped.
So Tanya said Chud walks up to people and calls them the N-word. No.
He does, and say you're chimping out. And now he's a racist. Like, we're not gonna get it twisted. He's a blatant racist, and he caught the right nigga on the right day. There's a whole bunch of people out here saying black people can't control their emotions. Well, how in the fuck was he able to go around for a year, and it's the first time he didn't got his ass whooped? If black people are so emotional, he got to be racist for a motherfucking year in people's faces. He bear sprayed niggas and everything in their faces, and nobody whooped his ass. The dude told him, bro, I'm fucked up. I'm in the military. I got PTSD. And he gave him a shot 5 times. But I bet Chud won't try no more. But Chud also was saying that he wanted to provoke a black person so that he could kill one and get off with self-defense.
No, he didn't say that out loud.
Yes. That's why his bond is extremely high, and they ain't.
Oh, wow. Y'all see what I'm talking about? Ooh.
That's why self-defense, they're like, yeah, that's not going to really work for you. Even though he's going to plead self-defense, it's not going to work. That's why he got locked up and ain't been let out since.
That is crazy. We're going to have to talk about that one now.
But technically, off the facts of the case, he was assaulted first. Technically, he got his ass whooped. Dude started hitting him because he saw him reaching for his gun. He started hitting him first. Gun wasn't drawn. He just was reaching for it. He got whooped. Chud shot him. Is that self-defense? He got hit first. Like the same thing with you pushed him, he stabbed him. So you hit me, I shot you.
Wow. I didn't know that went that deep. Now I've been seeing that shit and I saved it to talk about, but I didn't know it went that deep. That's crazy, y'all. All right, let's listen to this some more, y'all.
Feeding them these magical words about provocation, etc. What's going on inside that courtroom?
So the way it's been going, Vinny, as each witness gets up there, these are young kids. Some of them are still in high school. The prosecutor warms them up with, normal questions. You play football. You're still in school. You're going to graduate. All of that. And they get into, of course, the horrendous events of that day. And they're walking through. They give their accounts. And then eventually the prosecutor has been ending pretty much all of his questioning, whether that be under direct or with some of these students, as he's under the defense's witnesses, under his cross-examination. He'll just ask them, who was the instigator here? Who did you say was the aggressor? Carmelo. Who was in the wrong? Carmelo. Things of that nature. You would say that Carmelo is the one. So I guess to your point, Vinny, they are saying that word. Are you familiar with provocation? Yes, sir. Would you say Carmelo was provoking Austin Metcalf? So yes, it's kind of being fed in that way, but the defense is not putting up any objections here because it's just a clear-cut question. Do you understand provocation? Yes, sir. Who would you say was the provoker here? Carmelo. And that's just how he's ended it with 5 to 7 questions each time one of these students wraps up their testimony.
So give us an idea, because one of the things that the defense talked about was the fact that, okay, all these kids are from the same high school, they're friends and teammates of the victim in the case. Is there anything coming out that would indicate or potentially make a juror think that these kids are colluding together, that they're shading their testimony to help their teammate and their friend who was stabbed to death that day?
I believe you think so.
Making its way into
evidence of it? But I heard you say yesterday you believe that it's a collusion. All of them do, but you do make a good point. Like all up with that. That's why my teammate, but if my teammate wrong, so yeah, it could happen. They all could side for him, but that would take a whole bunch of them, like not having to leave.
There's proof of it. There's proof of it because you got all these kids, and we all know that it could be 20 people watching something, and they gonna all have different renditions of what happened. But the proof of it for me is the fact that you got some kids getting up. You got that a prosecutor called about 21 kids or 17, 21, something like that, and the defense called maybe 3, 4, 5 or whatever. So you got all these kids testifying, and you got all these different versions. You got it was raining, it wasn't raining. You got he said, touch me and find out, and then you got some kids saying it was something else they said. He said, I can't remember, but yeah, I do think. Trey, and another piece of evidence for me that it happened is because Eddie, who was supposed to be Carmelo's friend, turned on him. He turned on him. So yeah, I do think with these kids. And Trey, I got a question. On yesterday, they said that there was a photo presented of the medics trying to save Austin's life. There was an actual photo up close and personal that they showed in court when the paramedics was trying to save Austin. My question is this. Who took that photo? Who was up that close to be able to take that photo? And why? Because we know that these kids had their phones out. So if a photo was taken, I can pretty much guarantee that somebody hit the record button. Why haven't we heard evidence of any cell phone footage up close and personal? Because see, the only surveillance that they have shown is a camera that was far back from what happened. They can't even get a close-up shot. Oh, they can see the movement, they can see this and the third, but it's not up close. It's like from a distance. And then they say they got the body cam footage of the cop that arrested Carmelo. But nobody said anything about any video of what happened right up close and personal in that tent. Now, my question to you and Matt is this. Do you think, first of all, the first part of the question is, do you think that footage exists? Do you think that out of all of those kids up under that tent, one of those kids hit record and recorded what happened? And if they did, do you think one of the reasons why that evidence wasn't presented is because it tell a whole different story than what the prosecution is telling? Does that make sense?
Yep, and I think it was more than 10 phones out. I mean, being on X, I see how they operate. They get all the action in school. I ain't gonna lie, these are some of the best camera people in school. Which called, yeah, because they even said yesterday that Eddie had pulled his phone out once Anthony said, touch me, I dare you to touch me, or something like that. He pulled his phone out. They said that a couple times yesterday. So there is evidence.
Stop.
I think the reason why I do believe that footage exists because I do remember back when we covered this when it first happened, they was talking about how the cops retrieved all of their cell phones. Like the cops took all of the kids' cell phones. So I do believe some footage exists. And I do believe that the reason why that footage was not presented in court is because that footage tells the real story of the words that were said, what happened, how it happened, and how it went down. And it ain't what the prosecution is trying to paint it out to be. That's what I believe. Because there's no fucking way in a crowd full of teenagers that you got no cell phone footage, none of what went down up under that tent. I just don't believe it. I just don't.
Cross-examination of these important witnesses.
Not that has been spoken upon thus far in this trial, Vinny. I mean, these witnesses get up there and testify. Of course, some were teammates, some just knew the Metcalf boys, some were, the older brothers might have known them, things of that nature. There's been a couple of them. There's one kid who testified on Saturday who.
If that footage existed, though, the defense would still know about it because the defense talked to the same witnesses that the prosecution talked to, like in the early stages of deposing people, saying who was there, who could be a character witness for you. Somebody would have said, I recorded this on my phone, and they could go to the police. Yo, this person here said.
Let me tell you 2 reasons why I feel like they can get past it. First of all, they can get past it because we all know that the defense is entitled to all evidence that the prosecution has, right? It's called, what is it, Trey? You know what I'm talking about?
Discovery.
There you go. So whatever the prosecution plans to use as evidence, evidence or use this evidence, then the defense will have to know that it exists. But this is the thing. You said that the defense talked to the same kids as the prosecution.
Yeah, early on.
Right?
Early on.
No, they didn't. They did not have access to all of those teenagers like the prosecutor did. They didn't. They didn't.
But typically, they send some people out, they call them, they try to get them in, subpoena them and all this stuff and talk to them. Some of them may not show.
They can exist. That don't mean they're going to talk. That don't mean they're going to talk.
Somebody would say, I'm saying somebody there, if they're on Carmelo's side, would say, I shot a video, I gave it to the police. It would have been said by somebody that shot a video that showed something differently so that the defense could try to bring this up. They ain't got to have the prosecution bring it up. They can bring it up if they get this tape.
And another thing I'm going to tell you, too, that I've started, feeling about this case because of yesterday's, what happened yesterday, I'm starting to side eye the defense attorneys too as well. I'm starting to think that this whole trial was just a show. It was just a show because we all know that the young man was entitled to a trial, but I'm thinking like this shit was just a whole show. Like the defense ain't even do its job for real, Trey. That's what I'm starting to think because I don't understand, to be honest. Unless that young man just refused or his parents didn't want him to. Can you explain to me, Trey, why that young man didn't testify?
Because they tell you no matter what kind of case it is, it's in your best interest not to. So you won't have to have the prosecutor say some shit to make you slip
That's
up.
not true. Let me tell you what that's significant at. That's significant. Let me tell you something. You will have a lawyer to say, look, I don't think you should hit that stand. You should not get on that stand. Because I do, but let me explain you why. Let me tell you why I think this is something totally different. Usually it's a grown adult, right, that may be even guilty of the crime that he's on trial for. Not only that, but he's got a past, he's got a history, he's got a record. To whereas if he take that stand, all of that is able to become into evidence, right? But this is a young man, Trey. Listen to me carefully, Trey. This is a young man who AB honor roll, captain of the track team, the football team, has no criminal history, no past that would taint him. But everybody knows that in order for them people to believe that he didn't mean to do what he did, and he really thought he was, he really thought that this dude was going to do harm to him. You can't tell me that it wasn't in his best interest to take that stand.
I'm going to tell you why it's not in the best interest for him, because they've already said that he was hot-headed and he acted out of, he just hot-headed. So as a prosecutor, if you testify, it's my job to get up there and enrage you so that I can have you lash out, kind of like the same way that I'm saying you did that day. To say, see how easy it is for him to get upset and to want to take somebody's life. That's why you don't put him on the stand. That's why most lawyers tell you don't get on the stand. Whether you're innocent or not, don't get up there, because the prosecution's job is to pick whatever the fuck you gonna say apart. And sometimes in cross-examination, they may trick you up into saying or introducing some evidence that previously wasn't admitted, but because you opened the door, they can now walk through it. That's why you don't do it. But they paid for this lawyer, and if they felt like they wasn't represented, they should have said something.
I agree.
Won day 2.
I agree. They should have said something, but I don't think that lawyer did his job. I'm gonna say that though. That's my
You're
opinion.
not the only one. The dude on Law and Crime has been saying it for 4 days. Like the defense seems passive. They're not really pushing back on the witnesses. Like, they've been saying it too. So you're not the only one that feel that way.
Yeah. It's kind of sad though. It's really it's sad.
Who was a soccer player, saying he didn't know either party. He did not know Carmelo. He didn't know Austin. He was just there about to run the 800 race because, soccer players have, height and endurance, so they're running those distance races. He even talked about him just being kind of under the tent to himself. This was the first meet that he went to because soccer season and track season kind of overlap. So he was there just chilling out. Didn't know anybody and turned around and this was going on. So we've had 2 or 3 witnesses like that. We've had a couple of witnesses from.
Did this man say that a person that didn't know neither Carmelo or Austin did not go to either one of the schools was under the tent? Was he bothered? Let me see that what he's saying. Hold on.
Making its way into the cross-examination of these important witnesses.
Not that has been spoken upon thus far in this trial, Vinny. I mean, these witnesses get up there and testify. Of course, some were teammates. Some just knew the Metcalf boys. Some were, their older brothers might have known them, things of that nature. There's been a couple of them. There's one kid who testified on Saturday who was a soccer player, saying he didn't know either party. He did not know Carmelo. He didn't know Austin. He was just there about to run the 800 race because, soccer players have, height and endurance, so they're running those distance races. He even talked about him just being kind of under the tent to himself. This was the first meet that he went to because soccer season and track season kind of overlap. So he was there just chilling out. Didn't know anybody and turned around and this was going on. So we've had 2 or 3 witnesses like that.
You got a student that didn't know neither party. So apparently he didn't go to their school. And he was up under the tent. Didn't nobody fuck with him. They didn't fuck with him. He said he ain't know no. They ain't fuck with him. I'm just saying.
Got a couple of witnesses from an opposing school who, were 20 feet away that might have known some people under the memorial tent, but nothing that seems as if from the memorial students that have testified so far as if, we're all ganging up because not everybody was on the team with these boys. Well, there was one that was a freshman who said that he knew them because his older brother played football with them on the team. So he just kind of knew them that way, just kind of in passing. Like I was aware of who they were, but I happened to be at this track meet that they were at, but it's not like we had this strong personal connection. So from what I've heard so far, the defense hasn't brought it up in any cross-examination. The defense hasn't brought it up in any capacity that there's any collusion happening or any, conspiring to be in favor of the victim here. It's all to me just coming out fact by fact, account by account.
And I'll tell you, folks, that is not good news for this defendant. I mean, this is very consistent. The provocation is what this case is about for prosecutors. You prove that Carmelo Anthony is the one who provoked all of this, and then self-defense just goes away. So this is a tough case for the defense. Make no mistake. I get prosecutors have the burden of proof. They have to disprove self-defense, right? You're proving a negative. That's always a challenge. But the way the testimony is being described and the testimony that's coming in, this is a strong prosecution case that is being built. So what is the defense going to focus on here? I think where the defense really has to focus is in the beginning. Like, why is he under the tent to begin with, right? Because if you talk about why he's under the tent, if he's not under the tent to pick a fight, if he's under the tent for another reason, maybe a juror thinks, well, okay, well, he wasn't there to provoke anything. Things happened, I get it, but he didn't go to the tent to provoke a fight so he could hurt someone. And that's kind of what prosecutors are alleging here, right? Because he brought the knife with him. Why do you bring a knife to a track meet? I want to bring back Cody. Cody, for the defense, we see it in every trial. You're dealt a hand and you got to deal with it. But it seems that the strongest facts that they may have in this case is the reason Carmelo is under the tent. From your perspective, having heard all this testimony and the way they've testified, is it clear in the courtroom why Carmelo's under the tent? Is it as a sort of an invited guest, seeking shelter from the rain, not there to provoke a fight, at least initially, in going underneath the tent?
So that is essentially the clear narrative. And we've only heard that thing about being invited under the tent from that one witness. That was not consistent with anybody else. But who's to say? Again, there's different accounts of everything. Some people could have heard something. There's a lot going on at a track meet. But it seems that the clear, consistent thing that the defense is trying to drive the narrative home to the jury is that this rain was coming down and he was trying to get out from under the rain. So that's the strongest fact that as far as why he's under that tent. But Vinny, what they've yet to do so far, and I'm sure, I would imagine at some point, either today or tomorrow, however long this case goes on, they have to explain, I feel, why he had a knife at a track meet. They've yet to bring that up. I mean, they could even just come out and say, you know, maybe he loves to camp. They just haven't addressed the knife at all. We've seen the picture of the knife, a 3.5-inch blade folding knife, had the thumb stopper on it so you can swing it out really quickly with one hand if you want.
That's another thing. That's another thing. That's another thing that makes me think this defense is lacking. He could have explained why he had the knife. They still ain't explained why he had the knife.
Who explained that it was legal? Because I kept hearing people saying, "Yep, they said that knife legal in Texas."
They said it was not illegal. Listen to me carefully. They said that it was not illegal for him to be carrying a knife, but it was against school policy for him to have the knife at the meet.
Yes, because you'll go to jail for carrying weapons on school grounds.
No, you won't go to jail. If it's not illegal to carry the knife, how could he go to jail for carrying it?
Because I can carry a knife right now legally at 14. I can carry a knife legally, but school clearly has it posted whether it's in your car.
But that's policy, not law. That's policy, not law.
It's just the law in every school. You going to jail, you getting expelled.
That's policy, not law, Trey. They made it
You're
clear.
going everywhere in America. If you bring a damn weapon on school grounds, no matter what it is, you is going to jail.
Only going to jail if that weapon. You only going to jail if that weapon is illegal, Trey. Come on now.
All weapons are illegal at school, Truth, because kids are emotional and kids will use weapons. That's why you can't have them at school.
It's policy, not law, Trey. It's a difference. You will be suspended, but not go to jail. If the weapon is legal, such as that knife, because see, guns are not legal. So you bring a gun, absolutely you going. But weapons are not illegal. That weapon he had.
You can't have pepper spray at school. You're going to jail. You can't have a taser there. You're going to jail. You're going to juvenile court.
You're gonna have to prove that to me, Trey. You're gonna have to prove it.
I think I was saying.
I listened to the law people talk about this last week.
I've seen niggas go to jail for this shit at school. Y'all talking about they won't take you to jail. Yes, the fuck they do. This ain't 1980. You is going to jail for that shit. It's posted. They have signs posted at schools, no weapons allowed.
Policy, not law.
If you say so.
That's what they said. You see how
I'm just saying, I would advise no kids to take weapons to school because your ass going to jail and you gonna be expelled. There is no reason that you need a gun or a knife or a taser or some pepper spray or a shank or any type weapon in school.
Not a shank. Not a shank. Okay, Trey.
Wanted to. Of course, they've established that it's not against the law to have a knife under 5.5 inches at a stadium, but it is against school policy. So I feel like they're going to have to address that to make that a strong, narrative that they're going to have to drive home to this jury. They have to explain why this child had a knife at this track meet, because all these students that have testified beforehand, the prosecutors asking them, do you expect a knife to be at a track meet? No, sir. Have you ever seen a knife at a track meet? No, sir. Are you surprised that something like this went down at a track meet? Yes, sir. Was it scary? Was it scary afterwards when this is going down when you're running away? Yes, sir. So no one was expecting, and they talked about Austin Metcalf, being boisterous as well, and then calling Carmelo's bluff with the whole touch me and see what happens situation. And they're all saying, Austin, along with everyone else that has testified so far, that they didn't expect that to happen. They thought maybe a fight was going to happen, a shove, be shoved back, and
This is another thing. I'm so glad that it popped up on my brain because I didn't write it down and I knew I probably would forget. Can anybody, Trey, where man went to? Man, come back up. Man was multitasking. Trey, anybody in the chat, can y'all please explain to Truth? Explain to me why you think Hunter Metcalf did not testify.
Well, probably because the prosecution didn't want to call him up there. They didn't want to put him up there to relive his brother's death.
I think out of all of the witnesses that testified, he would have been more
And
He
he
would've-
has a clear bias too, so he wouldn't be a credible witness. Like, that's your goddamn brother.
Putting Hunter Metcalf on the stand would have made more of an impact than any one of those people they put on that stand.
And the defense would have made his ass up and just pointed out, you're only saying this because this is your brother. Do you feel like Carmelo should be in jail? Would you lie for your brother? These are the type of questions the defense would be able to ask him.
So that goes to why I feel like they didn't put him on the stand. I feel like they didn't put him on the stand because if the defense was doing their job, which is questionable right now, they would have told him up. They would have told him up because they would have asked him. They would have they putting him on the stand. Yeah, it would have been beneficial for the prosecutor, but the prosecution know that the defense could have ripped him apart.
Because it wouldn't have been beneficial for the prosecution because he's already gonna come off as a biased witness. That's the main reason you don't put him up there. Now the defense could have tried to see if they could add him and get him to testify and stuff, but since the prosecution didn't do it, they let it go. I don't know if they have the right to get him to testify since he didn't testify at all. I don't know.
See, because this is the thing. Back when it all first happened, Hunter did an interview with the news and he said some things. He said some things that basically put his brother in a bad light. Ain't nobody talking about that though, but I talked about it back when it happened, when we did content on it. He said some things that put him and his brother in a bad light. And after he did that interview, you didn't see him no more. It was the mom and the dad. But yeah, he did an interview. I never forget it. He was standing outside their house. And he did an interview. And he said some things. Because see, the things that he said back then would not necessarily coincide with what they're trying to say today. That's all I'm going to say. He said some things back then that put him and his brother in a bad light. Kind of proved that they was bullying this young man. And that's all I'm going to say about it. Because I'm going to go back and I'm proud of that content from when this shit first happened. And I want people to realize and recognize the difference in what they're trying to say today versus back then. Because see, back then is when a lot of shit came out. Back then. But see, a lot of stuff that came out back then, they're not talking about today. They're not talking about it today. That's all I'm going to say.
Boys fight, but they were not expecting this knife to be there, which is a fact that I feel like the defense is going to have to really, nail down as their case moves forward.
Yeah, it almost seems like that can only come from one person, from Carmelo Anthony himself. And there can't be an explanation that the knife just happened to be there because he knows it's there.
Share the live. If you go down to my content, you will see it. But Rhonda, I'm gonna share the lives out on my community wall, so you can just click on. Yeah.
That's why his hand is in the bag. Just give me a little more detail here about the knife, because if he reaches out of the bag with the knife and it's a folding knife, then it's got to be unfolded at some point. So is it clear how and when that happened?
And see, that's another thing. They say he sat there and watched Carmelo put his hand in the bag, like maybe he was gonna pull something out, and then Austin says, "You ain't got nothing in that bag. You ain't got nothing in that bag." So is that not provoking Carmelo to show what he got in the bag? I'm just saying, since we talking about provocation. Since we talking about a motherfucker.
I don't think that's provocation. They're thinking that I don't think you're going to stab me for asking you to leave. I don't think you're going to pull out no weapon to shoot me and stab me because I just asked you to leave. He called it. He was like, you ain't got no weapon. Like as a teen would. But you about to kill me. Okay, now we fighting. Again, a good old scrap is one thing. Come back, get your homeboys and some more scrap again.
We know in 2026, I'm so sick of you and man forgetting and want to go back to 102 years when y'all was in school.
There's a lot of niggas still fighting now too.
Oh no, we know in 2026, motherfuckers don't fight no more. They pull guns.
No, they don't. Still asking for the fade. Yes, they do. These fights happen every day. If that was the case, we would see a lot more of these trials of teens killing other teens on the damn news.
We see it all the time. I'll give you a prime example.
We see some, not a lot.
You let
It's
me
not a lot.
finish. There's plenty of cases out there, Trey. That's why so many young folk are locked up behind shooting people. I give you a good ass example. The shit that happened down here downtown. The mass shooting. It was two sets of teenagers that got into it verbally. They didn't fight. What they did was start shooting. We know nowadays that these YNs, as y'all call them, shoot before anything else. Stop playing with me, Trey.
They do both. They do both.
Oh my, I'm not finna do this with you.
Because you still got some places where there's a fade culture where they want to fight. But yes, it is a whole bunch of them that's running amok shooting.
Yeah, running.
I won't say those are mostly, if they're teens, they in their 18s and 19s. You normally don't see like the 15 and 14-year-olds doing it are anomalies. They happen though. But most of these niggas is 18 to 22 doing all the killing. It ain't just no school shootings every day and shit of that nature. There'd be a whole bunch of altercations happening at school, which strangely enough is weird for black people to be in such location with each other. There's not a lot of school stabbings and shooting going on. But we wait till we get off school grounds for some odd reason because we don't want that extra charge because we know we going to jail and we getting expelled.
There you go. Trey said, well, you going to jail. Oh my God. This one is almost over, y'all.
When does the knife go from like a folded pocket knife?
We're on verdict watch, y'all. So since we on verdict watch, waiting for a verdict. We just reacting to the events that took place on yesterday. On what, day 4? I guess it was day 4. Yeah. All right.
Knife to a deadly weapon.
So that hasn't been specified definitively, but what I can tell you is that all of these witnesses have testified that things happened so fast. Some of them have said like the touch just was like boom, and then the knife came out. They turned and looked away, and then all of a sudden Austin's falling back, and they still say they didn't realize what had happened until Austin pulls his shirt up, and they said they saw a hole in his chest. They didn't just describe it as like, a cut or a stab wound. They all described it as a hole, and when the medical examiner even testified on Saturday, Vinny, she described the wound as gaping, kind of like, for lack of a better term, kind of like filleted open. It was a 2-inch wound in his chest versus what she called a slit pattern. And we know that she testified and said the knife, hit his sternum cartilage and literally pierced the ventricle of the kid's heart. But they did not specify, if the knife was already unfolded, whether he had to unfold it. That's what they talked about when they did a demonstration with the knife, how fast you could do it with one hand with that thumb stopper. But every single last witness has talked about how quickly everything went down. So whether that knife was unfolded, whether he just used his knife a lot and was able to unfold it quickly, that has yet to be determined. But everything went fast, according to all these witnesses that have testified so far.
Yeah, such an important point Cody is making here. This becomes incredibly important. Once the hand is in the bag, time for premeditation and time for provocation. So another huge part of what is happening is what's happening outside the courthouse and in the community as well. This is a very divisive case. It's divided the community in part along racial lines. It's had an impact because of who the victim is and who the defendant is, et cetera. So I want to bring back in Cody. Cody, first of all, how is the atmosphere inside the courtroom, first of all? Is there a level of tension? Would it be obvious to the jury? Is there a typical, lineup that we see sometimes in a courtroom where it's obvious one side of the courthouse is for the courtroom is for the defendant, one side is supporting the victim, and there's some tension in there? Is any of that palpable? Does that exist in this case?
Yeah, Vinny, you can definitely feel it upon walking in the courtroom. Everyone's keeping it professional and everything like that, but you could cut the tension with a knife. But I'd say tension versus emotion. I would say it's definitely emotional, especially, obviously, on behalf of the Metcalf family. I'm sitting 2 rows behind the father, Jeff Metcalf, and he, every 2 or 3 minutes just kind of hangs his head in his lap, and I can see him like nodding and shaking his head no as he's hearing some of these, gruesome details about what happened. I mean, he's hearing about his son being stabbed to death. And then obviously on the other side of the courtroom, I'm kind of far. I don't have, really good eyes on Anthony or his family, but as I can take glances, they're just very serious. They're taking in all these facts they're hearing, because you got to remember, Carmelo is also a brother. He's a son. He's a nephew. He's a family member to these. He has loved ones in there as well. And hearing these gruesome allegations. I'm sure that's a whole toll for that family to take in too. You know, trying to wrap their mind around that this could, you know, innocent and proven guilty, but this could be something that he really did. I'm sure that's just, you know, that's the whole version of mental gymnastics that family has to play. But they're very serious on the Anthony side and very.
Do not like Uncle Tom. I do not like him.
Why are you calling that man Uncle Tom for just giving his damn opinion of what he did say?
He's an Uncle Tom.
That is diabolical.
Yep.
Always be sisters.
Yep. Well, I mean, hey, it is what the fuck it is. I say he's an Uncle Tom. Just like we got an Auntie Tom too. We gonna talk about. She's an Uncle Tom, but she the female version. True, please give true. Listen, y'all can get Trey his.
She been stealing, y'all. She been stealing. Look through the books.
I don't understand why, Miss B. I ain't seen you all morning, but yet you come in here to give money to Trey.
You
Trey
leave my Miss B alone. Don't you do my light skin
No, because I don't understand it. I don't understand it. You were live earlier. Miss B ain't been in here all morning. So I don't understand why Miss B is coming on my channel to give you money when, for one, you was live earlier. Okay. No, don't try to butter me up, Miss B. Don't try to. That's happened a little bit, but I don't understand.
You give me my $2.89, even though she gave you $2. You put the 89 cents with it.
I'm not giving you a motherfucking quarter, Miss B. Thank you for the $2.89 and the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. The fuck. Not giving Trey. Now you know, Miss B. I don't give Trey his money. Don't know. I tell people all the time, do not. Or you at the doctor. How you doing, boo? How you doing? What the doctor say? I tell y'all all the time, do not send no money to me.
Oh, true. You see, we got to update 100 locks. 100 locks.
Oh, I didn't see 100 locks. Hold on. I'm so busy. She said guilty of manslaughter. Oh my God. 100 locks, where did you see that at? I knew it. I knew they were gonna do that, y'all.
That's better than the first degree murder charge.
I knew it, Trado, but no, I knew they was gonna do that shit. I knew they was gonna do that.
And I feel like he has a good ground for appeal with all of the collusion that's
I knew they was gonna
accuse themselves. But that's still better than first degree. I mean, he ain't got to spend it like.
I don't want to see that. I really don't
want.
Well,
I know you don't. He was facing that or the lesser charge. Luckily, the judge put the lesser charge in there. They probably would have came back.
The judge put the lesser charge on there. He knew the fuck he was doing. He knew what he was doing.
They would have gotten the same conviction without the lesser charge. Like the man admitted that he did it.
Didn't I tell you it wasn't gonna take long? Didn't I tell you it was gonna take long? It wasn't gonna take long. Didn't I tell you that?
That's what I said. I said, you know what? Because normally when we think it's gonna be short, it take a long time, and I'm thinking it's gonna take a long time, so it's probably gonna be short. That was about what, 3 hours, 4 maybe? They said 10:58, so 11 to 12, 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 3 hours. I think he's gonna get an appeal file
The defense had 2 witnesses and didn't go well. The family decided to rest the defense's case. I heard it was bad. I don't know what's up with this dude. I heard it was really, really bad. All the witnesses were basically saying, I had a snippet here.
I feel as though we should probably give some background information as we await. Not rare, it's not unheard of. It is a social sport where sometimes, people from different schools are under another student's or another team's tent. And so
a lot of black people. I mean, there's a lot of people back right now, but demographic wise, I think I saw 9 to 10% of the population. Look at that. Oh yeah, they're pissed, man. Wait till the verdict goes back.
Standing about.
And I guess they just decided to 33% Asian white over there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to step out of the way so that you can actually get a better view for what we are seeing here right now. We're about 20 feet away from the other camera angle that you guys have been seeing at this moment. Can you guys hear me in the studio? Can you guys hear me back at the studio?
Oh yeah, they're pissed, man.
Yeah, I think well before they ever get to a sentencing, they're gonna bills and shit gonna be filed. I think it'll be great.
Trey, you know this shit.
They show that photo.
Shit ain't right. They know he didn't commit murder, so they took murder. They put that up there so he can be convicted of something. And that it was truly self-defense, in my opinion. I'm just saying that. But
And I
you know,
think,
hey,
I think they still would have got the conviction with just murder.
you say they would have got. You think they would? That you? So you saying
Yes.
they would have convicted him of murder?
Yeah, because you can't shoot or stab somebody because they pushed you. That's why I said the Chud the Builder case is gonna be interesting. You feel like what Carmelo did because he was pushed. The Chud the Builder, who was getting his ass whooped, is justified in shooting that man 5 times. It's self-defense. He hit him, so he should be able to shoot him, right? If that's what we saying. That like it would be a whole bunch of fucked up motherfuckers around here. If that's what self-defense is.
We'll talk about that on here. We'll talk about that when we talk about that. I'm talking about this right here. We'll talk about
Look, that's still the fact of this case. He got pushed and he
So far,
stabbed.
nothing. So he's making his way inside the courtroom. But again, there is.
I said we'll talk. That case is totally different from this.
No, I'm not. No,
Why you
I'm
keep
back
trying
on
to
this one. I'm back on this one. I said in the Carmelo case, Carmelo was pushed and he stabbed him. You can't do that.
Is a verdict in the case against Carmelo Anthony. Michael Jaffer, the Carmelo returned with a knife that he pulled out of a bag. It was a very small knife, 4-inch pocket knife, which was not illegal to have in his possession. It was against school policy, but it was not illegal for him to have it in his possession. And the defense argued in their closing argument that Austin Metcalf had no legal right to force Carmelo from that tent that he was in. That was part of their argument. For the state, they argued you cannot bring a knife to a fist fight. These live pictures, we'll continue to show them outside of the courthouse, but we don't have a camera. If you're just joining us and you haven't followed this case, we have next thing to a camera, and that is our Cody Thomas. He's inside the courtroom. He's making his way inside through security, and he'll be able to send us out in real time observations in the courtroom once he's settled, and then, of course, the verdict. Right now, we have it up. We're waiting for anything from Cody. So far, nothing, so he's making his way inside the courtroom. But again, there is a verdict in the case against Carmelo Anthony. Michael Jaffer, the choices are murder, manslaughter, and not guilty. There's also the element of that this same jury will, if the defendant wants, decide punishment. And it's wide-ranging, even on the top charge. It's 5 years to 99. If you're representing Carmelo Anthony, do you want the jury to decide penalty, or would you rather the judge decide that? And does it matter on what their verdict is? Let's assume that he's guilty of one of the top two. That's the scenario, of course, that would play out. Otherwise, there is no sentencing. What do you think they'll opt for if indeed there is a guilty verdict here?
Love this question, and here's the answer. Both things are true. It does depend on the jury, on the verdict, obviously. If it's murder, if it's top charge, I don't want them going anywhere near it. Secondly, it comes down to the judge. Every attorney will tell you, don't tell me the law, tell me who the judge is. It depends on the judge. These defense attorneys know this judge. They practice in front of this judge. It's a very, very, very small, close-knit community. I'm not talking about that city. I'm talking
Hot dog head. Won't you talk about how well the prosecution know the judge? Can we talk about that? Can we talk about, since it all falls down, can we talk about this right here? Can we talk about that? Huh? Don't nobody want to talk about that though. I ain't heard none of you motherfuckers talk about this. I ain't heard none of the court TV, law and trial. I ain't heard nobody talk about this. Nobody. I ain't heard nobody talk about the fact that this right here is going on, which is part of the reason why that judge came back and put manslaughter on the table. Because, see, let me tell you something. The DA and the judge, let me finish. The DA and the judge, and at this point, probably the defense attorney, knew that the DA did not prove murder. So being as though they didn't prove murder, the same thing would have happened to Carmelo that happened with old child over there, and he would have got off.
I just thought about this because Like the news, the people that would cover this, they would have no reason to hide this because I mean, it would somebody TMZ, somebody would have broke it. Just be a goddamn AI photo. I'm like you. Why is no reputable news station talking about this? They talk about it in the Young Thug case and shit of that nature. So if this was the real picture, I'm sure it would be plastered all over the place. Just because this is a racial case, it's gonna get whoever posts this shit views. It's gonna get them views. It's gonna get them what they want. TMZ and nobody has said this. You know, TMZ don't give a fuck.
Can I tell you something? The trial, okay?
Could this picture be AI? You didn't answer my question. Could this be AI?
Can I please finish? I am so sick of you and Mad doing that. Like, can I please finish?
I just needed a yes or no, though, and then you could have went into your diatribe.
You don't fucking tell me how to answer a question, Trey. You don't tell me how to answer no question.
It would help if I get my answer first instead of having to listen to you talk for 7 minutes and then not answer my question still.
I was just about to drop you. This trial has been closed.
I'll leave. You ain't got to drop me.
There has been no... he left, y'all. He left. He threw a tantrum and left. This trial has been closed. There been no cameras in the courtroom. All right. Now, I'm not saying that somebody couldn't have found out what the DA looked like, what the judge looked like, none of that. We already know what the daddy looked like. But the trial has been closed to the public. So somebody done found a picture of somebody done found a picture of the DA, somebody done found a picture of the judge, and then took a picture of the daddy, and then made up a whole AR picture. Yeah, he threw a fit and left. Watch this. See, this is what I had to deal with. He said, "You don't have to kick me off. I'm leaving."
I'm not in it.
Everybody say you're a punk for leaving. Everybody say you acting like Gracie, but worse. You throwing a fit. Don't talk about my people, Trey. Don't talk about my people. I'm lying. I'm lying on them, by the way, Trey. I'm lying on them, by the way. I said it. I answered it. You didn't stick around to get the answer. You need to come back. I could be long-winded. You be long-winded all the time. You don't tell me what to do, Trey. We done had this conversation. You don't tell me what to do. No, you don't. You need to come back on the panel so you can hear the answer.
Okay, I'm Googling to see if the folks know if this is true or not. I'm putting in AI.
Okay, get your evidence and come back. Bye. Mad.
What I miss?
They came back with manslaughter, Mad.
Okay. Yeah. So not nothing on the sentence, just the charge.
Yeah, I think it's just it was just the manslaughter. I don't think they said nothing about sentencing yet. I'm looking though. I'm looking to make sure, but I don't think so. Shout out to Honey Locks. Shout out to Honey Locks that brought that to me because I had no clue. But I told Trey it wasn't gonna take long. Trey told me it's gonna be tomorrow. They're gonna deliberate a long time. No, the hell they ain't. Cause they already got their mind made up. The fuck they gotta deliberate for? Shit. They was sitting up in the courtroom crying and shit. I knew a long time ago. Well, a long time ago. I knew he wasn't gonna get no not guilty. The only way he was gonna be able to get a not guilty if they was not gonna be able to find him guilty of murder. That's it. If they had I knew if they had manslaughter on the table, he was definitely gonna get that. I'm playing it right here, Tanya. Y'all be questioning me like a
With the
motherfucker.
community of defense attorneys and judges, we all know each other. We all respect one another. So it depends on both the verdict and the judge. So first of all, it's a non-starter for me to let the jury decide the punishment if they come back on the top charge. I don't want that jury anywhere near it because I have no idea what happened in that room and which leader was able to impress upon the other people. Clearly, I lost. But if the verdict comes back as if it's not guilty, there's no sentencing. But if it comes back on manslaughter, then I go back to the second part of the analysis, which is who is the judge? If the judge is somebody that I know has a background, has worked in the inner city, worked in communities, represented. If he was a criminal defense attorney, I'm letting the judge decide the sentence no matter what. If the judge was a criminal defense attorney, because they didn't just go to law school and become a judge. They did something. What did they do before? But if they were a prosecutor, I'm not letting that judge decide the sentence because a prosecutor will just basically throw the book almost all the time.
You know what, Tony? To be fair, I haven't heard it. I'm just listening to this live stream. I haven't heard them say that the verdict came back as manslaughter, but I'm listening to hear it. I'm going by what Honey Lock said, and we're gonna see what it is. Because I bagged this up. But from what I saw before I bagged it up, they say the people outside was upset and da 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 da. So I'm thinking that maybe it's true. Me too, Tanya. I get it, girl. I understand. But we're gonna listen to what led up and what's happening now with this verdict. Okay? All right, y'all.
These attorneys already have their idea of what they want in case their client is convicted of anything.
Yeah, when you factor in the 3 hours, not a lot of time when you have a multi-day trial of this magnitude and a high-profile trial. Every one of the jurors in this case, Michael, has been told to not factor in the community, not factor in the fact that this is high profile, but they know that the world is watching, and specifically everybody in this part of Texas is watching. And that matters, does it not? That yes, they know that their decision is going to be reacted to, and we're seeing it playing out even before the decision comes in outside of the courthouse.
Yeah, again, Ted, this is very, very, very sad. And watching what I'm seeing on screen is very, very sad. Yeah, I mean, listen, imagine, I see how this stuff comes about, right? You're sitting there in whatever community you are. In this case, it's in Texas, right? And you see a case, you hear a fact pattern, you come to a judgment. Obviously, you don't have all the facts, and you say, "Oh, this was sad. This shouldn't have happened, or should have happened," right? But if you come to the conclusion that, hey, a young man lost his life, he went to school one day, his parents got a phone call, not telling him, "Hey, your son has a nosebleed," but your son is dead, right? And so you come to a conclusion. Then when you see other people outside the courtroom protesting not in favor of the death, but hey, Mr. Anthony did nothing wrong, then you're
What you got, sir? What you got, sir? You're not on mute, Train. I can't hear you.
Are you sure you can hear me? You cannot hear me? I said, what's the
I
judge's
can hear
name?
you. I don't know.
So the judge
I
is the
don't know.
woman, right? That's the woman, the judge? I thought it was a male judge.
The judge is a man, and I don't even know which one the judge is.
Yeah, me either, because it says the case was presided over by Angela Tucker, and I don't know what the fuck that is then. It says Austin Metcalf's father, Jeff Metcalf. There's no evidence or credible claim that Austin Metcalf's father, Jeff Metcalf, personally knows or has any improper relationship with the judge overseeing the case. But then it says the case was presided over by Judge Angela Tucker. So I'm assuming maybe that's the bond lawyer. I mean, the one that held the bond hearing.
I don't know, but she's a woman. Could she be Angela Tucker? But I thought the judge was a man.
I did too.
Because I'm pretty sure the judge is a man. Because Nick at night, when we listened to her, when she talked about the judge being no nonsense and the judge being like on time, straight to the point, she said he. She said him and he. So the judge is a man.
Yeah, that's what I've been under the impression it was a man too. Okay, let me ask that question then. Let me go back on.
All right.
going to come and you say, I'm going to go protest. And then the whole thing becomes inflamed. It's very sad. At the end of the day, none of us know more than those jurors about what we saw in this case. It's coming back in 3 hours from multi-day trial. It just, to me, seems like rash. Either way, whether they convict him or whether they acquit him, I feel like this required a little bit more deliberation than a few hours. I mean, even half of that 3 hours was not even deliberation.
But this man is surprised that the verdict came back so quick. But I knew it was coming back quick. Because like I said, when they went back there, they already had their mind made up. I am convinced. Like, I'm not surprised. Trey said it. He said, true, it probably ain't gonna be no verdict today. It probably ain't gonna even be no verdict today. I said, Trey, bullshit. I said, it's gonna be a quick one. He said, well, usually when we think it's gonna be a quick one, it's not. I said, but this one's gonna be a quick one. I said it. Because I already knew once he put that man.
His name is John Roach, Judge John Roach.
And I knew that. I just read that. It's on this picture. I knew that, Trey. I am so sorry. I fucked up over here. It's on top of this picture. If you look at the top, hold on. If you look at the top of this photo, because I got this off somebody else. If you read at the top, it says, hold on, I'm gonna tell you. I knew that. How is this legal? Austin dad is at a house party with the judge and the DA, and on the caption that I got from the picture, it said John Roach is the judge. So I even told the people that. I don't know why I ain't remember that, child. I'm sorry. He must be looking up John Roach, y'all.
Was taking a poll and everything else. So at the end of the day, this is going to really whatever happens, there's going to be some sort of payback to the community there as a result of this.
It seems as though, and we're gonna get a break because we still haven't heard from Cody, who's inside the courtroom. He is sending out messages to us, meaning that he is just getting settled and going through security and all of that. So let's get a break in now. We'll continue to monitor what's going on outside the courthouse, and then as soon as Cody starts transmitting messages, we'll be able to give you the color from inside the courtroom, and then ultimately the verdict.
AI says yes.
At this hour.
AI says yes, Judge. Yes, Judge John Roach, who presided over the Carmelo Anthony murder trial in Collin County, Texas, is acquainted with Austin Metcalf's father, Jeff. Social media posts circulated images showing Judge Roach and Jeff Metcalf socializing together. This raised concerns about a potential conflict of interest, though judges are required to. And it's just showing more pictures. Let me see. Let me go. It has something. Because I mean, AI will just go ahead.
Oh, God. I need to know what Honey Locks is talking about. Honey Locks said, "What I saw online changed true." What do you mean? What do you mean, Honey Locks?
And that's why no credible
I
news
think that has to stop. What
but
are you saying,
if it
Honey
is
Locks?
true, they got the grounds for appeal.
Me too, Melissa. You know I don't like to be confused. I get real angry. I get real upset, especially when somebody bring me fake news. So you was wrong. So where did you get that they had a verdict? Because I'm looking at this coverage on Court TV. Maybe this coverage out here on Court TV is just them standing outside the courtroom waiting on the verdict. Let's see.
Come to a verdict in under 3 hours. We'll have
It
more.
said something about a verdict. Maybe it hadn't been read yet. Let me
Yeah, it happened because dude said a verdict in under 3 hours. He said either way it go. I think it sounds like it happened. They're saying it happened in under
This
3
verdict,
hours.
there are
so
three
you gotta
basic
be
scenarios. You've got guilty of murder.
I don't think it's in yet. I think that they've come.
Well, maybe they're coming
reached
back.
the verdict. I think they reached the verdict, but it hadn't come back yet. Let's see.
Top charge, which carries with it a potential life sentence. Next is manslaughter. Put on the table today through the defense. The judge granted that. And then, of course, the third option, not guilty. How important is it for that jury and for the defense to have manslaughter on the verdict form?
I think it's really important because I do not feel like Carmelo Anthony had the initial intent or the intent to murder. I think it was reactionary. I think all of them should have calmed down. They didn't. And I just think, I don't think it was an intentional homicide, but I don't see this as a not guilty verdict at all because someone is dead, Austin is deceased, and that is a criminal act. So manslaughter is the best that they can hope for, and with a lower sentencing. But I do not see Carmelo walking out of court today as a free young man.
Michael, do you agree that's a long shot?
You know, I disagree with Sonny on this one. I think that there's a good chance he's going to be acquitted because here's why. There's only one the testimony that I've seen is that he stabbed him one time. He didn't stab him multiple times. I do agree that he shouldn't have done it. And I do agree that it was maybe disproportionate, but there's a good chance that this jury's going to come back not guilty because they came back so. If this deliberation
I
was 3
see
days, 4
a
days,
story 46 minutes ago that says the jury came
I
back
can't
with a
imagine them
verdict.
coming back to 3 hours and finding. Yeah.
Right. The jury has come back with a verdict. It has not been announced. That's the problem. The jury has come back with a verdict. It just has not been announced. So yeah.
I know, but what the fuck they doing? Just sitting there looking at each other?
But Trey, I
I'm
should
just
have
saying
been
because it's an overflow room.
That's okay, Hunter Locks. That's no problem. So Trey, I should have betted you this morning when I told you it was gonna come back fast, and you said no, they gonna come back tomorrow. It's gonna be long. It's gonna be long.
The last thing I said was, you right. When we normally expect a short verdict, it take a long time. And I said, I'm saying this was gonna be long, so it may be short. I said, you're right. I agree with you. So
I don't remember that. I must have been in shell shock.
It's on tape. It's on tape. I'm uploading anyway. You know I had to cut my Q segment out for its own separate upload. I got 12 more minutes for it.
Not you got the clip, Trey. You got the clip.
It's somewhere in there. It's gonna be in there.
Mm-hmm. Let's listen, y'all. Y'all, so we still on pins and needles. We still don't know what the verdict is, y'all. You good, Honey Locks?
Finding him guilty, I feel like they're going to come back and find him not guilty. It's just I question the 3 hours. I just question that. So I think there's a good chance of that. But look, could it be that they came back in 3 hours with manslaughter and manslaughter was
got to
the
cut
gift
you
that
off.
they
They
needed?
are back on the record, according to our Cody Thomas inside the courtroom. The jury is heading into the courtroom. Carmelo is looking very serious, but expressionless. Defense attorney has his arm around him. The tension is clearly high in here, not verbal, but you can feel it. As our Cody Thomas sending notes to us because, again, if you're just joining us, there are no cameras allowed in the thing in types of text.
I gotta make
crowd outside. They will start to
Guilty of murder. So, you know, that's heavy.
Wow.
I know the fuck they didn't. Girl, I know they didn't.
They didn't even do manslaughter.
Oh my fucking God.
Well, we thought it was manslaughter. I said, I believe they could have convicted him of the murder.
Oh my fucking God, Trey, that is not right. Oh.
It's dumb, Michael.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ted. This is just dumb. This is stupid. I can't believe that this jury came back in 3 hours with guilty. I'm totally stunned. On top of that, this judge as well, not letting cameras in the courtroom. I mean, good job. Good job, Your Honor. Really, really, really good job. You handled it really, really well. You have this community that's about to get lit on fire. You don't allow cameras to go into a courtroom. The community already believes that this kid is being railroaded. And look at what happened. Your jury came back within 3 hours for a guilty verdict for a kid who used a 4-inch knife one time, didn't use it multiple times. Was it wrong? Yes. But was it murder like beyond a reasonable doubt? No. And was it murder beyond a reasonable doubt within 3 hours? Absolutely not. This is insane. This is dumb.
Cody Thomas saying that there are tears on Carmelo's side of the courtroom, and they're going into the penalty phase immediately. So this no one is leaving the courtroom. They're going to now go into the penalty phase. There's a huge, Carmelo Anthony is a young man. He is now 19. And the sentencing for the top charge, in a lot of states, you're found guilty of murder, you're going away. Sometimes for life without, or at least 25 to life before you're eligible. Texas is different. The range of sentencing here is 5 years to life in prison. So the decision making now, and we'll wait till Cody updates us whether the jury is going to stay in do the sentencing or if it'll be the judge. Boy, if Michael, if I'm the defense, I'm getting that jury as far away from this courthouse as possible.
Yeah, 100%, 1,000%. I'm not letting this jury touch. I mean, I'm questioning the jury. I'm asking them, how did you reach your verdict? How did you reach it so quickly? What happened? It was a 4-inch knife. He used it one time. He was pushed. I'm not saying that it was right, but what are you doing? How did you get this verdict? I'd want to know. My whole identity as a defense attorney would be in question, right?
That's how you
I'm
get the
questioning my
verdict.
identity.
If you're saying it's not
the murder.
right, then he stabbed him.
Not murder,
Then
Trey.
indicates
Not murder, Trey. Not murder. Not murder, Trey.
manslaughter.
I was good with the manslaughter. I say he's probably gonna get manslaughter because it was wrong, but he did not intend to kill that. This is wrong, Trey. Murder is wrong. That was not murder.
I don't think he premeditated to kill him, but I mean, you got the knife being there at a school function event is one of them things that probably tipped the scales over.
Right now, and I have nothing to do with this case. How could you come back like that? I would be enraged. I'm enraged right now. This is very upsetting. And then on top of it, to compound it, this dumb judge didn't allow cameras in the courtroom. What was your wisdom? What were you thinking? How you put on a robe?
He is friends with the daddy. That's what it is. He is friends with the daddy, sir. That's why look at this, sir. Look at this right here. Look at this. This is what's wrong right here. This what's wrong right here. That's what it is.
Are you that much of an imbecile that you won't let cameras in the courtroom in a case like this? This is not a rape case. This is something different. This is something that's clearly the whole community is enraged. And you knew that before the trial started. So, I mean, this is very upsetting.
You can see the reaction. The crowd outside, of course, has received the news that Carmelo Anthony has been found guilty of the top charge of murder. And now inside the courtroom, they are moving to the penalty phase. At this point, you do wish that the people that were supporting Austin Metcalf would just leave. To be honest, the jury has come back with guilty. There's no need for Mr. Stars and Stripes to be standing there with his moronic, intimidating, stand your ground-ish, cliche look to continue to incite. You won. Move on. Get out. Also joining us, Judge Kimberly Bando. It's been a while, Kimberly.
I think that's nice a bit insensitive. They didn't win anything. They buried a loved one. Nobody wins in this fucking case. One person is about to have it. One person is gone, and another one's about to spend the rest of their life in jail, possibly. Nobody fucking won.
Action here.
If I'm the defense attorney, I'm already preparing my appellate brief. I want to poll the jury. I want to know one by one, is this your verdict? I already have my Batson challenge, enumeration error in my appellate brief. I'm already I'm pivoting right now. And I'm also trying to get some mitigation witnesses ready. He's a good kid, Judge. This was a mistake. We're remorseful. He admitted it as soon as the police stopped him. You have to pivot as a defense attorney and move on to the next phase. The verdict is in.
Yeah. Cody Thomas saying that there's lots of crying in the courtroom as everybody absorbs this.
If the picture is real, they'll be able to bring it up and use it as bias. If the picture's real, we gotta hope it's real.
I'm trying to understand how he's getting correspondence from Cody, who's in the courtroom, when there's not supposed to be phones in the courtroom. See, I pay attention to everything. And to me, when shit don't seem right, I'm suspect of everything. How is Cody, Uncle Tom, sending him messages real time from the courtroom when there's not supposed to be phones in the courtroom?
Because they have in the courtroom you can't, but they also have a separate breakout room where you're able to view it and type out and tweet and do stuff in real time. You just can't have them in the actual courtroom, but you can be watching it on the monitor but you're not supposed to be streaming it. If you get some video from it and it goes out anywhere, that's your ass, Mr. Postman. But they can give real-time updates, just not from the court.
On the Metcalf side, tiers, and again, they're going straight into the penalty phase. And Judge Bando, the jury makeup. There was a Batson challenge launched after the state used their strikes to get rid of the only 3 African Americans that were potential jurors. And they said this was because they worked for the school district or a school district, and that's the reason they cut them out. Looking forward, is that reason enough in your estimation?
It may not be reason enough, but it's a substantial possible enumeration of error that I would definitely raise. That would be number one. That initially on the forefront of this, that my client was not afforded a jury of his peers. The state arbitrarily struck them as jurors based on their race, and not because you can be an educator and be reasonable. That doesn't automatically eliminate you from being a juror on this panel. Teachers punish, discipline, rehabilitate, and actually would be better jurors because they're used to dealing with these scenarios with children fighting, having difficulties. And that's exactly who you would want on the jury. And I would definitely argue that in my appellate brief.
Yeah, Sonny, I hear you chiming in as well.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Judge. I was thinking manslaughter. I didn't think they would come back with not guilty. Manslaughter, because this was a crime. But so, since we are here, I am thinking that no matter who makes the call, I'm looking at, they're going to say 25 plus. I can't imagine, based on what we're seeing now, this, I would like for everyone at the scene to just, it's better if they just move away, back up, because anything other, any riots or anything, that is just going to be problematic. I think this judge really did the most damage to this case.
Look at the police presence. Where was the police presence when Nick at Night was being harassed and intimidated? Y'all want to have police presence out there now. Whatever them folks decide to do in Texas, y'all ain't gonna be able to stop that shit. They may not do it at the motherfucking courthouse, but whatever that, and I'm not condoning it. I'm not condoning no riots. I'm not condoning people acting a fool. I'm not condoning none of that. But all I'm saying is y'all got all this police presence out here now. Where the fuck was the police presence when this girl couldn't even bring her content because she was being harassed and intimidated by motherfuckers? Like, where was y'all at then? Now y'all want to stand out there ready to arrest. You know, y'all went out there to protect her against Becky, but y'all want to be out here because y'all want these black folks to echo so y'all can take them to jail. And I hope not neither one of them step out of line. I hope not neither one of them. I'm not done. I hope not neither one of them black folks step out of line and act a fool and get them motherfuckers, because that's what they waiting on. They like motherfucking wolves waiting on the sheep. They are waiting for one of them black folks to act out so they can take them to jail. And I hope they do not give them what they want.
Yeah, they're out there because of the racial tensions. They weren't out there for Nick at Night because they not out there to stop the media and shit from arguing. That's not their job. They're out there for the racial tension that's going on right now.
Go into that with you because you don't even know the full background of what happened with that young lady. So I'm gonna let you have that.
Does that change their job description though? Knowing the background of the story, does that change why they're out there now after a verdict has been announced in a racially charged case?
So what was happening? So what was happening to Nick at Night was racially motivated, Trey. Do you know the background?
But again, this is a mob of people versus two people. You're asking where they were for a personal squabble with her and another person versus there's hundreds of people out there that are upset about an unjust verdict.
You done? I hope they don't give them what they want. I honestly hope they just leave. Just leave. And then you could, and then you could do about it. Erupt in any kind of violence or whatever. It's not gonna change nothing. I just want them to leave.
By not allowing cameras in the courtroom.
Yes.
It allowed social media
Yes.
to fester, to foster. It
Yes.
allowed the hate to grow. It allowed the lies and the misinformation.
Yeah, we're gonna get a break. Cody just said that they are going to be going into sentencing, and that the jury will be deciding punishment. And it looks like they're preparing some witnesses to call. So a short break inside the courtroom, outside the courthouse. This is the scene. As
Damn,
people
they
react
doing all
to
that
the
today?
guilty verdict against.
They already got their mind made up, Trey.
No, I'm saying, damn, they doing sentencing the same fucking day. Wow.
They already got their mind made up. What part of that don't you get? They getting this over with. They don't want to be sequestered. They want to go home. They want to send this young black boy to prison and go home. That's it. That's it.
Carmelo Anthony in McKinney, Texas. More of our continuing coverage when we return.
He broke that. She was in there with him. She don't want to be on camera. She broke that and cried.
So explain to me what.
When they came back with the verdict, he broke down and he smoked. So, that family nurse not good. That boy's not good. You been in there. I'm talking to you before. You been in there. That boy smiled. That boy broke down and cried. They done fucked up the rest of this boy's life.
You've been here every day. You hear that verdict read. It's like a breakdown.
Why do we have to carry it? Why are we even here? To be honest, why are we here? Well, we're here for, because if we take up for ourselves, we go to jail. If we don't, we die. So it's a catch-22 in this situation. What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for it. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
Rest in peace, Trayvon Martin. Let me ask you this. Right now, there's a lot of I can hear the first
And a goddamn pedophile. The president is a goddamn felon and a goddamn pedophile. The president is. Combat, I accept. He challenges me to mutual combat. I accept. Can we get some mutual combat? You've been trolling this whole time. I accept. Woo! I accept. Let's meet. Let's meet. Octagon. Octagon. MMA rules. Muay Thai rules. Whatever you want. I accept. Woo! Yeah. We're gonna go to Mexico with it. Yeah. Mexico will get their revolution. I thank you.
He don't can shit chat. Oh, yo. Can. Fly across that screen, y'all. Come on. It should be ready.
News at this hour, which we continue to follow out of McKinney, Texas, is that a jury of 12 in under 3 hours has found Carmelo Anthony, the 19-year-old, guilty of first-degree murder. The sentence, which will be decided by the jury in this case, is anywhere between 5 and 99 years. So it was a very disappointing verdict, obviously, for the defense. But there is still another battle to be waged, and that is to convince this jury to go on the lower end of the sentencing guidelines, which is huge, 5 to 99. Obviously, there's a lot to decide. They are preparing for the penalty phase immediately. So our Cody Thomas is in the courtroom sending us notes real time. They've taken a short break, but no one is allowed to leave the courtroom. This same jury that decided guilt or innocence will decide punishment in this case. Carmelo Anthony, of course, admits to stabbing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a track meet in Frisco, Texas last year. He was underneath the Memorial High School tent, was Carmelo Anthony, but he didn't go to Memorial High School. And when Austin and his brother Hunter Metcalf, they're twins, approached him, they argued. And after being pushed, Carmelo Anthony reached into a bag and grabbed a 4-inch knife and stabbed Austin Metcalf to death. With one stab to the heart, he bled out. Hunter Metcalf, the twin, did not testify at trial, but he is in the courtroom now. And according to our Cody Thomas, there were tears when the jury verdict was read on the Anthony side of the courtroom, also on the Metcalf side of the courtroom. Outside of the courthouse, reaction is, well, you can see it live. There are many people gathered outside of the courthouse. There were no cameras allowed inside the courtroom. So because of that, people have gathered throughout this trial. And today, as word comes that there's a guilty verdict, there is reaction. We will monitor what happens both in and outside of the courtroom. With us to discuss, Michael Jafer, trial attorney, law enforcement expert Sonny Slaughter, and magistrate judge, criminal court, criminal defense attorney, and former prosecutor Kimberly Bando. To you first, Michael, we were talking last before we took that break. Both Kimberly and Sonny were talking about the appellate scenario and the fact that this was not an all-white jury. There were 3 Asian females.
I can't hear you, Ted. Sorry.
That's all right. We'll work on Michael.
I can't hear. Sorry.
We'll work on Michael's connection there. Let's pick up our conversation, though. Kimberly, you could appeal all you want. We're talking years, and your odds of success in any jurisdiction, especially states like Texas, are frankly pretty low.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yes, to answer your question, years in the making. Right now, we know that the defense attorneys are now gathering all the witnesses, his parents, his friends, the pastor of the church, Boy Scouts, whoever, to get ready for this sentencing part of the hearing. And that's going to be very, very important. If we can get some school teachers in, the principal, anybody that we have who's willing to stand up and testify, because based on that instruction that the judge allowed about provocation, I am not hopeful that he's going to get a light sentence. Because the fact that the judge allowed that slight evidence to say that there was enough provocation to give that to the jury, I believe we're looking at a harsh sentence here.
According to Cody, in the courtroom, both sides have waived an opportunity for opening statements in this penalty phase. The state immediately rested in the penalty phase. The first witness for the defense is Kayla Hayes, which is Carmelo Anthony's mother. She is crying. Cody says she is having a difficult time with her testimony, saying, he's my firstborn, will love him always. I love him very much. I know my son, and he's very sorry for what he did. Please have mercy on my son. Sonny, gut-wrenching for a mother.
Very. Yes. As a mother of 2 sons and 2 daughters, this is not a moment that any one of us wants to be in. Just like the Metcalf family, if it was reversed. Nobody wants to be here in this moment. We all think we might know how to react. I remember when I found out my daughter was a victim. You don't know what you are going to do, how you're going to say it, how you're going to be in the moment until you are in the moment. But I do agree with Judge. We are looking at a harsh sentence. I believe we're going to start at 25. I don't think there will be any mercy. I know they're doing the mitigation, trying to get everyone up. But at this point, I don't believe anyone will hear that. This jury came back so fast. I just think they have already set in their mind what the number is going to be, and the judge is going to do that. He committed a crime. Someone is dead. Austin is dead. I still think it was not intentional, and yet here we are. I did not think they're going to come back with a not guilty verdict. I did not believe that. I didn't think that would fit.
Right.
But
I'm going to cut you off, Sonny. Cody saying that the cross-examination of Carmelo's mother and the direct was very short. Basically, they just wanted her to get up there and say, "Please have mercy on my son," after saying that she loved him. The cross by the state was equally as short. The only question asked of Carmelo Anthony's mother, "You'll always be a part of your son's life. Your mother. You love him very much, correct?" Meaning, no matter what, if he spends years in prison, you're going to visit him. That's the insinuation for this jury.
Yep.
Cody now says both sides have rested in the punishment phase, so you had no arguments from either side and only one witness. Judge Bando, I would have had an army of people ready to go.
Are you kidding me? I would have had because if you're practicing in Texas, you know the drill. You have all the PE coaches, Boy Scouts, everybody's in the hallway ready to go. If we're on standby, we know this is happening. I am so highly disappointed that the only witness that they offered for mitigation is just his mom. No, we need other people. We need the whole community to say, this is a good kid. Judge, this is why the sentence should be this. Can we get an appeal bond while he's waiting? This is not the typical scenario. I'm highly dissatisfied that there's only one witness in this. This is so disappointing.
Michael Jafer,
Are they setting themselves up an ineffective claim?
That adds to the appeal ineffective assistance right now. He's a 3.7. Yes, the jury heard about that during testimony early on, but this is the opportunity to get the math teacher on. This is get the jury to remember the good side of this, because they came back in under 3 hours and gave him the top charge of murder. Your thoughts on one witness and no close?
Effective assistance of counsel written all over it. I don't know how we got to this point. I'm still very, very, very stunned. And I want to congratulate the dumb, stupid judge on this case for keeping the cameras outside of the courtroom. We all know as attorneys and judges that the courtroom is the province, it's the stage of society. How dare you, sir? How dare you not allow the courtroom to have cameras? How dare you? You understand what you've done to your community. And this is now not just a Texas problem, it's an American problem. This is unbelievable. I'm stunned. I'm shocked. This was not a rape case. This was a case that needed cameras in the courtroom. I'm stunned right now. I'm honestly at a loss for words. Somebody more intelligent than me is going to have to explain to me why I'm the one that's dumb for saying that this judge is dumb.
Okay.
That's one of our American rights, is to be able to view trials and shit. Like, feds totally different, but at the state level, unless it's a risk to security, which maybe if he had said on the last day after closing arguments, no cameras, no people in the court. Well, it's not even no people, because there are people in the courtroom. So that's not even stopping potential violence. I don't know why this motherfucker didn't stream it, because I was shocked when I found out it wasn't being streamed. I don't know. Why did he do that? I have to agree with this dude. Fake news, Truth, fake news. I hate to break it to you. I sent you the text message about 5-10 minutes ago. Like TMZ for sure would have broke this shit. And it's his defense team to know shit like that.
You received a text message that is fake news. Prove it to me that it's fake news.
I said, I sent you a text message. I said, I sent you, well, you simple ask Google. I went on and asked him directly. There's a reason no other major news outlet would have posted this, which they would have. You don't think Law and Crime with them black ladies up there talking about the 3 jurors being struck wouldn't have brought this up? And it's the defense job to do shit like this so that they can get him recused, and the prosecutor. Carla said TMZ had reported it. Well, let me go look it up. Let me see.
You should have looked it up before you came running your mouth.
Not necessarily, because it would, again, that's one. It should be like everybody should be picking it up.
You know what? I'm not gonna get irritated, Melissa. If you watch my content, if you support this channel, you know that I have reacted to Introvert Rockstar. I have his video saved in my playlist. In fact, let me do this right quick. Is this my playlist?
Yeah, when I type in TMZ in that photo, nothing pops up.
I ain't gonna go back and forth about the photo, because the photo for me, it means nothing, because I already feel like it's something going on. Can y'all see this? Hold on. Can y'all see this playlist? Introvert Rockstar. It's another one I got. Oh, here it is. Introvert Rockstar. I just hadn't gotten to it, but I've reacted to him before. You see it a little bit? Can you see what I'm talking about? Can you see that I got him saved on my playlist? I'll click on it. Hold on.
And y'all already know on this channel, we hold this racist system accountable, because if we don't, who will? And if you don't like it, get to stepping, because it ain't gonna stop. Now run the tape.
That's it. That's all I wanted to show.
Well, let's get a break. Again, the breaking news, the jury now has the case again, this time for the punishment phase. The same jury that found him guilty now has to decide what to do with Carmelo Anthony. 5 is the low end, 99 years is the high end. Our continuing coverage from McKinney, Texas continues right after this.
So how you feel about all the white kids? You don't like me? You sound like a sociopath. Shut his ass up. He does. Yeah, he got to come to what I'm trying to get you. I ain't talking to your friend. You get in your car, you can jump in.
Good? What is it? Forced to do? Yeah, just to say thank you. As soon as we get to cameras. You know, the two that were weird, I thought was going to pop off with that. Yeah, he's. Oh, yeah, man. I thought that was going to not to go for a girl. Come over and get something. I thought that happened. That's what I was going to do. I see something like that. The girl or something. And you make so shit like that. Hey, be safe, brother. You got anybody with you? Well, if you close around, I'll keep an eye out, man. I'll keep an eye out.
And that thing is sin. If we're going to protest, let's protest against sin. The very thing that causes us to go to hell for all eternity. Today is the day to give your life to the Lord Jesus Christ. He is the Lamb of God, slain before the foundation of the world was laid. Today is your opportunity. Tomorrow you may not get it. Life is passing away. Life is fleeting. Everything you see is temporary. Your clothes are temporary. Your body is temporary. Your job is temporary. Your career is temporary. Your money is temporary. You won't be able to take any of that with you on the day of judgment. You're going to leave it all here. And you waste so much time investing in something that is temporary. But that which is eternal, which is life in Jesus Christ,
This is what you want to invest in. So today, before you see this courthouse, give your life to Jesus Christ. You're all the guilty men. Really is hurt.
Welcome back to Court TV Live and our continuing coverage of the breaking news out of the state of Texas. Carmelo Anthony has been found guilty of the top charge of murder by a jury of 12. They took less than 3 hours to deliberate before rendering their verdict for the stabbing death of Austin Metcalf during a school track meet. After the verdict was read, they went immediately into the penalty phase. The same jury that found Carmelo Anthony guilty now will decide his penalty. The range is anywhere from 5 years up to 99 years. They are currently on a break, a quick recess before they enter the charge conference where the jury will be given some instructions before sent back to the deliberation room to decide Carmelo's fate, basically. Both sides said no to the opportunity to address the jury during the sentencing phase. They could have done an opening statement, could have called witnesses, and could have done a closing argument. Both sides said no to the arguments in the statement. The only witness that was called was from the defense. It was Carmelo's mother, who briefly testified, saying that she loved her son, he was her firstborn, and she pleaded with the jury to please have mercy on her son. The state came back with a short cross-examination to say, well, you love your son, don't you? And you'll always love him, no matter what, correct? Insinuating that a long prison sentence is not a problem. He'll always have his mother's love. So now it'll be up to this same jury. We're digesting the verdict and looking to these next steps. And we're also monitoring what's going on outside of the courthouse here in McKinney, Texas. A large gathering has assembled. And this has been a version of what we've seen each and every day of this trial. However, there are more people. Our Cody Thomas said today, as the case wound down, the closing arguments were presented and the jury received the case, the crowd started to grow, and that's where we're at now. The initial reaction, of course, with many in attendance was disappointment, but there were others there who were undoubtedly pleased. Both sides have been represented outside of the courthouse. Judge Kimberly Bando is with us, along with Sonny Slaughter. We've been all watching this play out through the eyes of our Cody Thomas, because again, there's no camera in this courtroom. And it is hard to understand the defense strategy here in the penalty phase. Both of you shaking your heads. Sonny, you first. Real opportunity to bring Carmelo to life. You know, he didn't testify. That makes a difference. He's a young man, and it just seems with what we know about him, which was presented, 3.7 grade point, going, you know, he was on his way to college. He was a two-sport athlete, no criminal record, didn't have, he's not, he should be, those things should be accentuated during the penalty phase and reminded to the jury, hey, listen, this, before you go back there. Didn't happen Sunday.
No, it didn't happen. And the mother, she is being a mom, but she really should have been prepped to really talk to the Metcalf family and the jury about not just who her son was, but who he could be. And that in a moment of irrational thinking, he did the unthinkable, but that's not who my son is. And none of them were there. None of us were there. And we don't know what actually happened. We only know what people perceive to have happened, but that's not my child. My child has deep regret. My family has deep regret. He is a scholar. He has the opportunity to turn his life around. She needed to be talking about her son in the future to get them to see who he could be outside of this. And she was not prepped and ready for that. What she said was not enough to change anything. She also should have been speaking to the fact that what is going to happen outside, that everybody need to calm down. So that could also be relayed. There's so much in a mitigation part of a case, family members, siblings. I know, because I've been there. They could have done this differently. I'm sorry. They did.
Yeah, well, to your point, this is a live picture outside of the Collin County Courthouse where there's been versions of this throughout where you have both sides coming face to face. You know, it's unfortunate. The verdict's in. There's really no need, Kimberly, for this. You know, I mean, what's the white guy arguing now here? Like, he's trying to. it's a powder keg. And if this jury comes back with a very, very long sentence, it's going to be even worse.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And we were on that break. This would have been actually a perfect time for us to hear from Carmelo. They should have put Carmelo up on the stand and let us see who he is. Let the jury read his demeanor, see him in his.
Exactly. He should have took the stand during the trial. I know what Trey said about, honestly, y'all, I don't even know what to think no more. I'm exhausted. Like I don't even know what to think. Hold on.
It do look like fights about to start breaking out here.
Man,
I'm just reporting what I'm seeing at the front of the courthouse right now.
you ain't reporting nothing else. Why you reporting that? Because you want us to start calling them ignorant now?
I've been getting cussed out since I jumped up here for this case. I'm gonna let Money Boy take his turn.
I ain't got nothing to say to Money Boy. I ain't got. I'm done. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I'm disappointed. I've always believed in the justice system, even though I feel like it ain't perfect. But this right here, I thought I felt a way. You know what I'm saying? Like last week or whenever that was, when that child verdict came in. But I'm telling you, at this point, I'm halfway, and I've never felt this way in life. Even when my ex-husband wanted to, just put it like this, when my son got killed, I had to talk my ex-husband down, because I've never ever felt like vigilante justice should be like. I always believed in the justice system, so I've always been that one to say, riots and killing somebody out of revenge and all that stuff is not the way to go. But you know what I'm saying? Like at this point, I don't know what I'm feeling right now. Like I'm just so disappointed. I am so disappointed because I know that this case was not decided off of merit in the evidence. It was decided off of, it's not what you know, it's who you know, and money talks and bullshit walks. And that's so unfair. Like, this is so unfair. Like, it's not me, because like you asked me, you say, well, truth, he has to be accountable. And I said, yes. I feel like manslaughter is him being accountable. I said that. I did not never say that Carmelo was not wrong for what he did. And I felt like he should be punished for what he did. But for what he did, and murder is not what he did. Period. You know it. Trey know it. I know it. Everybody, even the white folks out there know it. The commentators, the people talking, they know it. They know this young man did not deserve to be convicted of murder. Hell, the judge knew it. That's why he put the manslaughter on there. I've already given up on the government. Fuck them.
Did he do that? Did he put that up there for crowd control temporarily?
You want to call and ask him? Because I don't know.
I was just saying.
I don't know. I don't know why any of these people are doing things the way they're doing them. Like at this point, the defense, I'm waiting for the defense attorneys. They ain't doing their job. They ain't doing their job. Hell, at this point, the mama, where is the daddy? Why the dad? What is the daddy there? Is anybody there that can adequately speak up for this young man? You saying, please have mercy on my son, like you good with the fact that they just convicted him of murder. And I'm with that lady that was just talking. You ain't doing enough. Please have mercy on my son. That means I've come to terms with the fact that y'all have convicted my son of murder, and I know he going to jail. Just please don't give him that much time. Instead of saying my son is not guilty of murder. He's not guilty of murder. I don't know what to think. I just don't know what to think right now, man. I'm just so, like, my soul is just tired. And every time I look at this boy, it's like looking at, like somebody said in the chat, I can only imagine if this was my son.
Where's Carmelo's dad through all this?
I just asked the same question.
Because he's pretty quiet.
I just asked the same question. I don't think enough people stood up for this young man. I don't think enough people stood up for him, man. And that is so unfair.
No, I'm seeing a mixed reaction right now over here on Twitter. It looks 50-50.
I don't do Twitter.
From all demographics.
I don't see how y'all do Twitter. I don't do Twitter. I don't see how y'all do Twitter.
This is where the breaking news happened first, before it get to YouTube.
I don't see
For the jury and the defense to take advantage of, and let Carmelo Anthony speak for himself at this point. I really think they should have at least put Carmelo up, if not Justin, because his mother alone, we already know what his mother's going to say, that she loves him, he's a good kid. At this point, we should hear from Carmelo to see how he feels, if he's remorseful. That's going to make a difference when his jury decides how many years to sentence him to. Let us hear from him. I've been so incredibly disappointed with the defense strategy of only putting up his mother and not hearing from anyone else, no other character witnesses. I just think was a disservice to Carmelo.
Yeah, and they had the opportunity to put him on in the guilt phase. That's one decision. That's a different decision because of the cross-examination. Here in the penalty phase, it is a much easier route. You're going, but someone had to bring this kid to life more so than just through opening statements through your attorney. And a few witnesses that talked about his education during the case in chief. But this is it. This is sentencing time. These individuals are easily swayed. They're people in the public, and they all could be touched. But you got to go and touch them, Sonny. You got to go try and remind them of the things that this kid does have going for him. A horrible decision on a horrible day. But even the initial officer that interacted with Carmelo said he did two. Right away he said, "I'm the guy. It's not alleged. I stabbed him. I stabbed him." He admits it. Then he says it was self-defense. He throws up his. But then the third thing he says is, "How is he doing? Is he going to be okay?" And it was one stab. It wasn't multiple. A refresher course would have been nice, Sonny.
Yes. And I also don't think that when he stabbed him with that knife, most of the time, he's 17 years old at the time. He didn't probably think that knife and where he stabbed him was going to do anything but hurt him, get him to stop, but not die. And because most of the time, young people don't even have that type of presence of mind unless they have a gun or something. But this is horrible. There are going to be a lot of people cheering for a very long sentence, but we don't know what the appeal could potentially look like. But I just really think that the defense team, as somebody who works for defense, I just don't think they gave their all. I don't think they did the type of job that was necessary for this type of case. And remember, I'm not saying Carmelo was innocent, because he was not. But I am saying that I just think this is going to this came back quick. I think it's going to be a high sentence, and I just don't think that the defense did everything that it could possibly do to mitigate a different verdict.
Yeah, we're hearing that Cody Thomas is making his way out of the courtroom, and will be able to come down and brief us from his vantage point of what happened during the reading of the verdicts, and then that very short sentencing phase. One witness, no arguments, and now the same jury who found Carmelo Anthony guilty will be tasked with deciding what to do. What is the right punishment? There is a huge gaping void here between 5 years on the low end and 99 years on the top end. So this jury, who took less than 3 hours to decide that Carmelo Anthony was guilty of the top charge of murder, now has to decide where to land that between the 5 and the 99. Let's get a break. When we come back, we'll be checking in with our Cody Thomas. All of the reaction. He said in his notes that he could feel the tension in the courtroom. He's going to join us when we return to this.
All right, I got an aerial picture here of the school coming off of AON. That's One American News. The dugout for where they said they couldn't be at when it was raining looked like it is under the visitor side bench or the benches. It's in a blind spot from the track meet. If anybody wanted to know about the dugouts or anything like that.
On the high end, this all took place, of course, outside of our view because the cameras were not allowed in this case. But Cody Thomas was in the courtroom. He now joins us from outside the courthouse. Cody, take us through it, starting with the verdict itself. Set the scene, if you would.
Yeah, Ted, that's the big headline today, right? The verdict, guilty of that top charge of murder. And as you just stated, 5 to 99 years behind bars. We were sitting in there. We were waiting for that verdict to come in. We reconvened once they let us know it was happening. We sat in there, waited for those parties to come back in, and then that verdict was read. And of course, we know the jury had the option of manslaughter if they chose that, but they did not see this as self-defense. They thought this was murder. They thought he went in there, in the altercation, there was intention behind what he did because they really outlined the definition of murder before the jury went back to deliberate, that it was the deliberate, the intentional cause of harm or death by another person. So that's the way the jury saw it. And of course, Ted, the reaction in the courtroom, there was tears on both sides, obviously for two different reasons. The Metcalf side feels that there's been, vindication for their son's death. There's been justice served. But on the Carmelo side, of course, now Carmelo's going to jail for a very long time. We'll be seeing his family through plexiglass for a very long time. It's just sad all the way around. I'm observing both sides, of course. Again, tears from the Metcalf family, tears from that side. Carmelo just looking very shocked. They brought him out and they, informed him that he's been reprimanded by the state of Texas. And then he went out for a little bit while they did a quick, they went out and then they reconvened for a punishment phase, a quick little punishment phase. His mother got on the stand for a few minutes just saying, asking the jury to please have mercy on her son, saying that she feels she knows her baby, she will always love her baby, and feels that he does regret this. He's very sorry. That's what she said. It was only about a 3 to 4 minute time on the witness stand for that punishment phase. The state rested during that punishment phase. She was the only witness called. And then Carmelo, as she was talking, she was crying, obviously. He had his head down crying. But when he walked back in the room before she took the stand, Ted, he just had a very shocked look on his face, like, this is real now, because we know he's been out on bond the whole time, which, of course, is a very real situation, but it's hard for it to sink in when you've been at home, not behind bars for the past year and some change. But now he'll never be able to walk inside his home again. So, of course, a lot of emotion out here outside the courthouse here, Ted. A lot of, differing opinions, but everything's seemingly civil for right now. Of course, there's a little bit of yelling. There's some people with megaphones. There's a bit of shouting, but everything's kind of tame right now. You can see that there are several sheriff's cars behind me. The security has been amped up a little bit, but it's a heavy scene here outside this Collin County Courthouse, Ted.
Yeah, I would imagine. Both sides were given an opportunity to argue in front of the jury during the penalty phase, and both sides declined that opportunity.
Yeah, they both declined, statements to make, opening statements. They just went straight into the witnesses, which there's only one singular witness, which was Carmelo's mother. There was no arguments back and forth. The defense asked a couple of questions. Do you feel that Carmelo regrets this? She says, yes, I know my son. He's very sorry about this. I just want the court to, have mercy on him. And then the state, if you call it a cross-examination, all he said was, that you will still be a part of your son's life as any other mother on this earth. We know you love your son very much. And then he passed the witness. And then, Ted, that was it. Very brief, under 5 minutes there. But again, very emotional on both sides. The jury came back in looking, very serious with their decision. They came back in, they gave the paper to the judge. The judge read the decision. And that's when, of course, the emotion broke loose. But there was a lot of hugs on the Metcalf side, a lot of tears, of course, on the Carmelo side, a lot of tears on the Metcalf side as well. So emotion on both sides here. And of course, emotion outside this courthouse. Got a little crowd building up out here right now in the parking lot, Ted.
Yeah, and this was the first time that Hunter Metcalf was in the courtroom. Of course, the twin that lost his brother for such a horrible, nonsensical reason at a track meet. They were both competing. Any observations about Hunter? Because this is the first time he's been in the courtroom. He wasn't called as a witness. What can you tell us?
Yeah, first time we saw him, Ted, a lot of, we were expecting him to be called under the prosecution's case. We thought that was going to be probably one of the final witnesses to kind of end their case with the bang, but they never called him. And, we kind of assumed that because he wasn't inside the courtroom throughout the duration of the trial, and we know testifying witnesses cannot be inside the courtroom in the gallery while other witnesses are testifying. So that's why people thought he was going to take the stand, but of course he ultimately did not. But we saw him walk in today, a little expressionless, kind of walked in, sat with his mom and dad. And once his verdict came down, there was some celebratory gestures on the Metcalf side, and then of course a lot of tight hugs and everything. But we only saw him for those brief minutes there before both sides eventually left the gallery and presumably left this courthouse now. We don't know if they're in the back room somewhere, but they walked out of the courtroom, of course.
What happens now? The jury will be charged again with some brief instructions, I assume, before deliberations begin?
Yeah, that's what's happening right now, Ted. They're having a charge conference right now, and then they'll go back there and then deliberate the punishment. So that's where we're at right now. That's why I was able to come out here and give this update to make sure our viewers are updated on the latest and greatest facts that come out of this case. But yeah, that's what they're doing right now. Their attorneys are having a charge conference. Then it will go to that jury so they can deliberate what the fate will be of Carmelo Anthony. Of course, with that charge, he's facing 5 to 99 years behind bars. Very serious offense here, Ted, that he's now been convicted of.
Yeah, that's the top charge against him. 5 to 99. Life without parole is not on the table, though, because of his age, correct? And so this jury will decide that number to which he will be eligible for parole and or serve. I saw you looking to the side there. Things are quiet. We've seen different versions of people in each other's faces, then sort of relaxed. Are people leaving, going home, or staying?
No, they're still congregating on both sides. There's kind of this, trying to describe it to you, right in front of the courthouse, there's kind of this middle road. There's middle road and some medians on both sides. That middle road's kind of blocked off, and they're kind of in front of the barricades here with, I'm counting, roughly a dozen sheriff's deputies out here making sure that the peace is still here, but they're yelling across the way at each other. Of course, the opposing, the opposing sides here, whether they're for the Metcalf family, for the Carmelo Anthony family. So they're over here now. It's, I don't know, maybe 100 people out here. Of course, some of them don't want to get in the shot, so I'll refrain from, painting the camera over because I don't want to instigate or escalate anything, but there's plenty of law enforcement out here making sure everything is safe.
And that has been the case throughout. This jury's worked very hard, and the judge has kept a very rapid pace. We thought maybe this case would go at least through the end of this week, but here we are on Tuesday and already wrapping it up. Even a 9-hour session on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, we started on Thursday when the official testimony started. Jury selection was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Got underway on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. 9 days each, minimal breaks, only 40-minute lunch breaks and a couple of 10-minute afternoon breaks. So the pedal was to the metal here during this case, Ted. We were all kind of shocked when the state rested after only 21 witnesses on Saturday, and then the defense called 3 witnesses Saturday. They called 3 witnesses Monday morning. And then they rested kind of abruptly yesterday, so they only called 6 witnesses. And of course, like you just said, we expected this to run through the end of the week, but here we are on Tuesday, and the verdict, in the early afternoon. So it was a really rapid pace here, and they're already getting into the punishment phase. Well, they've gone through the punishment phase, now they're going to get to the sentencing phase. So they're really trying to put a bow on this thing, and I guess for this community to move on and continue to heal on both sides of the spectrum here.
Will you get notification if, when a verdict has been reached in terms of the penalty phase?
Absolutely. I'll be there inside giving you the latest, Ted. I'll get a notification. We're on a thread here. All the media will know when to go back inside, when to be in there promptly, when they're done with that charge conference, and when they hand it off to the jury to begin deliberating. So, of course, when I get information, you guys will get information.
All right, which has been the case throughout. And Cody Thomas has been our eyes and ears in this case with no camera. Cody, thank you as well. Doing a fantastic job for us, bringing the courtroom to life, including the guilty verdict and then the very short sentencing phase. In this case, Sonny Slaughter is along with Judge Kimberly Mando, both still with us. And from a person watching, there was no way, Kimberly, that he was going to be found not guilty. I mean, he brought a knife to a fist fight. Let's face it. Yes, 17-year-old young man, brain was working, whatever. But please, you can't respond to somebody pushing you by killing them. So it can't be a surprise completely that this was the jury's verdict.
No, yes. So it was not a surprise that they were going to find him with some criminal culpability. Yes, he admitted that he did it. So the question was whether this was a reckless act or was it intentional, that I intend to murder him. And I don't think that was the evidence or what his intent was. It was reckless, it was irresponsible, yes. And that's why I think that manslaughter charge was appropriate for this scenario. I do not believe that he woke up that morning and decided that he wanted to murder someone with a 3.5-inch pocket knife. So I'm surprised by the murder verdict. I was not surprised that he would get found guilty of something today.
Sonny, the self-defense argument obviously didn't land with this jury, and there were so many options that he did have, even at his young age, and you can argue what he thought was imposing the Metcalf brothers, but the idea that this was self-defense might have been the wrong route for the defense to have taken in terms of their message to this jury that, you know, he had so many other choices to make, including doing nothing. There was adults, coaches, people. They're not just by themselves walking down to some street. There were so many avenues away. The idea of self-defense, do you think that obviously didn't hit with the jury, but could it have pushed them to all agree collectively very quickly, like, no, we don't believe that this was self-defense, rather than go with another form of manslaughter as your defense?
Well, I think the self-defense was the right one. However, as we were having our break, one of our other Court TV and one of my longtime friends from Law and Crime, Bob Mata, he was texting me because he's watching it, along with so many of our Court TV analysts. And he said that the defense, and he is right, had the opportunity to raise the adequate cause. He said at the punishment stage of the trial, the defendant may raise the issue as to whether he caused the death under immediate influence of sudden passion arising from adequate cause. If the defendant proves the issue in the affirmative by preponderance of the evidence that the offense is a felony of the second degree. Now, this is under their statute. So he could have raised the sudden passion, the defense could have, and it would have talked about the provocation that they alluded to by the individual killed or another acting person that was killed. So I just don't think that, I think the self-defense was the right defense, but I don't think that this defense counsel did everything that they could have done in addressing the issue. And they didn't do anything at the mitigation phase.
Yeah, well,
at this point,
we're going off of the reporting out of the courtroom. We didn't watch it in real time the way the juries did, and they didn't take them long. You know, less than 3 hours, given the amount of testimony that they absorbed. They came back with that top charge. So the state did an excellent job, you could argue, in their presentation of this evidence. And now it is up to the same jury to decide the fate of Carmelo Anthony in terms of penalty, 5 to 99 years. It's a big decision, and we will wait for Cody to get that text. And as soon as he does, we will pass along what this jury decides in terms of penalty. For now, we're going to get a commercial break, and then we're going to switch over to Florida. The other case that we've been just glued to today, the George Pino case. The surviving kids that were on this boat have been taking the stand. The father of Lucy Fernandez, who lost her life, testified earlier today. It is gut-wrenching.
All right, I'm not gonna watch it. Let me find somebody else that's live. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I'm probably finished. Well, I really don't want to end it. Hold on, y'all. Because I got a feeling they're not gonna take long to come back with the sentencing. I just got a feeling.
The defense attorneys, the prosecutors, they're all discussing exactly what charging instructions the jury is going to carry with them into that room. So the jury is not in the courtroom right now, but they are discussing exactly what the jury will be told when they do go into their deliberation as they decide the punishment for murder. With that in mind, I want to bring back in our legal analysts, our senior crime and justice reporter, Rebecca Lopez, as well as our senior investigative reporter, Tanya Iser. They have all been a part of this trial from the beginning. As we take a look, obviously, at some heated, folks outside are still somewhat heated. You all can speak to the tremendous amount of emotion that this case has generated.
Oh, it's a huge amount of emotion. We still have
there's a very large crowd still gathered here. It has, I think, Rebecca, things have settled down. I mean, when the verdict first came out, there was a lot going on right behind us, and there were people shouting at each other, but there's still some things going on behind us, but it does seem to have calmed down. But people are obviously waiting to see how this is all going to turn out.
And what we've seen from the Collin County Sheriff's Department is very much classic de-escalation, where they are not here in military force.
Go ahead, Ms. Lynn. Amen.
They're not looking like they're militarized. They are allowing people to be emotional. They're not trying to get people to leave or pushing them back or doing anything like that. They're going to allow them to say their piece. I mean, you practice at this courthouse all the time. You work with this Collin County Sheriff's Department. You see the deputies. I feel like they've handled this situation because it's so volatile very well.
They have. That's one thing that it's just been really amazing with the security here, but how professional that they are. I mean, I got here at 4:50 this morning, and there are parts of this parking lot that they won't let you go to without having some sort of credential, but they are so professional. As the people gathered together, they gave instructions of how to get to the court room. And once you get in, I mean, there's a clear presence, but they have been nothing but professional, respectful, answered questions. So it's very impressed by the Collin County Sheriff's Department.
And I think they're trying to let people express their constitutional rights, but do it in a way that is respectful of all sides.
Absolutely.
So I'm absolutely very impressed with the Sheriff's Department.
Absolutely. And what I have also seen throughout this trial is there have been a few people that have been told to leave, or they would be criminally trespassed because they were causing some issues. One guy was very disrespectful. I witnessed it myself to some of the sheriff's deputies. He didn't like what they were telling him to do, but we were all following the rules. The judge had an order, and we have to follow the judge's orders, and he was very strict about some of these orders and what we can and cannot do. And the people that were not following them, that then were becoming somewhat belligerent with the sheriff's deputies, were banned from this property, and that would not be uncommon.
Right. Yeah, they're going to want to have control, because if you let one little thing get out of control, you see the number of people, it can escalate pretty quickly. And like you said, Tanya, they have de-escalated. They have been so professional. They listen to people. They give instructions, and if you violate that instruction, you're not going to be permitted to be in there anymore. And it's just that simple. But they clearly show that they're in control, but very respectful about it. As an attorney, someone that comes up here, it's just good, always good to see that, because I think sometimes law enforcement gets knocked because sometimes there are situations where things do escalate, but to see how professional that they've been, and I've heard it from other days from y'all and from other commentators that have been on here, just very, very impressed to see this.
Have you ever seen anything quite like this?
I've been practicing almost 25 years, and I've never, ever seen anything. I've been at death penalty cases. I've watched cases in different counties, been a part of cases in different counties, and I've never, to me, it kind of reminds me of like the O.J. Simpson trial. If you remember the tents in the media and the cameras and all that stuff, and that's what it kind of feels like to me out here. It's just a lot of networks and a lot of interested folks. But again, everybody has their space for the most part. Most people have been very respectful and followed rules, and everything's gone pretty well.
We had people every day getting here anywhere from 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the morning, but as early as 1 lining up to get one of the 27 seats. I do feel that some of this could have been avoided had the judge allowed cameras in the courtroom. Most judges in Texas in a high profile case like this would allow it to be publicized. That way the people can actually see the evidence, decide for themselves what they are seeing and hearing versus an interpretation from other people. So I do think that some of this, where people are fighting to get seats and having to get here in the wee hours of the morning and having to pay overtime for the sheriff's deputies to be here, and a lot of them to man this crowd, also some of this could have been avoided had this trial been publicized, Chris. But this is what the judge wanted, and he felt like this was a way to control what was happening out here, and we follow his orders, Chris.
You guys noted right off the top that is at the judge's discretion. So the judge controls his or her courtroom, and they are able to make that decision. Rebecca, Tanya, I'm wondering, because I imagine when the jury receives these charging instructions, goes into the room to deliberate an appropriate punishment for Carmelo Anthony, they'll be reflecting on a lot of the evidence that we've heard during trial, some of the same evidence that led them to conviction. They'll now be considering when it comes to punishment, perhaps not in the same way, but perhaps looking at it from a different angle, but they will be going back to a lot of the evidence that they heard. What are some things you think will stand out in their minds? Things that stood out to you during the course of this trial?
I'm also going to ask the question of our attorney. So Chris is asking about the things that the jury heard during trial and some of the key evidence that also then they can deliberate in punishment about, because you can only consider the evidence that has been brought forth before you. You can't consider anything that you heard outside this courthouse, but what you heard in that courtroom. So some key pieces of evidence that you think that they will look at when it comes to getting a better idea how this jury is going to reach a verdict and what they're going to assess the punishment.
I mean, I think that they're going to look at the age of Mr. Anthony. He was 17 at the time that this happened. I think most people would think that, hey, a 17-year-old might not make the best decisions in life, and that they also don't want to necessarily throw a life away. That could be something that's taken into consideration. They're also going to look at another 17, 18-year-old that was killed. And those are just things that they'll consider. They'll look at everything that they heard about what happened in that tent. Does it rise to the level of sudden passion? Is this something that they feel that Carmelo showed up at the track meet intending that he knew he was going to go that day and actually cause harm to someone? So there's so many different things that they're going to take into consideration. The fact that they didn't hear a bunch of extraneous offenses about him being arrested and having a juvenile record or anything stuff like that they don't hear. So those are all things that I think are going to be factors. And at the end of the day, they're going to look at, you have, unfortunately, a deceased young man. And that's kind of, at the end of the day, you have to take that. A jury's going to have to say, well, we've got to set some sort of punishment, because at the end of the day, we also have that.
What about the statements that Carmelo Anthony made shortly after he is detained and arrested? And you hear on the body camera footage where he is crying and he is saying, I told him not to put his hands on me. Is this self-defense? He, at one moment, told one of the coaches that he thought that Austin Metcalf was going to live, that he was going to be okay, and even asked, is he okay? The jury, do you think that is obviously something they're also going to consider?
For sure. I mean, because the deal is, at the end of the day, it wasn't something that he planned to do. Went out and said that morning, going to the track meet, I'm going to kill someone. His emotion afterwards, the fact that he's crying, he's emotional. I think he told him that he didn't want it to happen like that. He wasn't intending to kill him, that he was going to be okay. So those are all factors that a jury's going to take into consideration on, what they determine the punishment should be with all of those things. So a lot of times as a prosecutor, they might resubmit their case in chief and punishment, which means, hey, take my case in chief, what you heard in the guilt innocence, into consideration on top of anything else that you hear in punishments. And the jury's going to be able to do that.
Well, we're going to send it back to Chris. Apparently he's got some updates.
Yeah, Tanya, Rebecca, I just want to let you know that the public is being invited back into the courtroom. So we expect to hear those formal charging instructions fairly soon. I also want to get your opinion on this. The judge now says Carmelo Anthony has waived his right to testify during the punishment phase. And I'm wondering if I can get your reaction to that.
So Carmelo Anthony has waived his right to testify in the punishment phase, and also the public is being allowed back in time now to obviously hear the charges. So what do you make of the fact that he is not going to testify on his behalf here?
I mean, I understand it. At the end of the day, you have a now 18, 19-year-old man subject to cross-examination. At the end of the day, as a defense attorney, if you call that client to the stand, you better hope he's really remorseful, right? Because if mom says that he's remorseful and he's not up there emotional, crying, or where jurors really feel that, and not to say that he wouldn't just because they're not calling him, but you just run the risk of a lot of things. You run the risk of cross-examination of the state getting to ask him why he did certain things and underlying facts of the case. So, I think at the end of the day, defense understands jury's already found him guilty. Mom testified that he was remorseful. Mom's clearly emotional. Both families are emotional, and they're going to leave the jury with that to determine.
Do you also run the coming in that you don't want to come in?
Absolutely. There could be things, and I don't know what that could be, but if he testifies, if there's any bad act, if he kicked a dog whenever he was 10 years old and the state knew about it, they could put it in punishment because all relevant bad acts come in. So, it might not be a criminal act. It might not be something that they got charged with, but if there's other things out there, social media stuff, some other student that says something that happened bad or whatever, it all becomes relevant and all gets put on, and they're subject to cross-examination on it.
And Tanya, you and I have seen where we have seen people and witnesses take the stand that they did not look remorseful. And then there are others that, got up there on the stand and cried. I can think of some of the police involved shooting type cases, murder cases that we covered where, it can impact how the jury sentences you.
I think so. I mean, I think back to Amber Geiger. Amber Geiger was quite emotional, and the sense that we got from the jurors after that trial was that she did help herself. Conversely, we had Aaron Dean, and he got on the stand, and he did not come across as remorseful and did not come across as having any sense of that sense of remorse. And the sense we got was that played a role in the jurors giving him 20 years. So you do run that risk when you put your client on the stand, because every single word, anything they do and say is going to could potentially harm. So it's sort of a do no harm kind of thing, right?
It is. I mean, do you think that your client makes your case any better than what it is now? And right now, the fact that the state didn't put punishment evidence on against your client as a defense attorney, that's probably a win. You can now argue to the jury, if there were other things that they wanted you to see or consider, they would have brought it to you. And so, but you put that client up there and you don't know how they're going to come off under cross-examination. You don't know what they're going to look like, what they're going to say. It just could cause more damage than where you're at right now from the defense standpoint.
Chris, we're going to toss it back to you if you have any questions for us.
Yes, just on the other side as well, we've talked a lot about Carmelo Anthony not taking stand, not testifying in his own defense, even though defense attorneys had raised this defense of self-defense in this case. I wonder if you could give me some perspective on the other side as well, because we know Austin Metcalf's twin brother was right there. He literally was just feet away from him, watched this happen to his brother. Was the decision not to bring him to the stand just out of concern for what that might put him through, having to get up on that stand and relive everything that he had to witness?
Chris is asking the fact that Hunter Metcalf, Austin Metcalf's twin brother, did not take the stand. Do you think that perhaps it was because the prosecution just did not want to put him through that again, to relive the worst moment of his life, losing his twin brother, or what the strategy was about not putting him in because he would have been a very emotional and impactful witness for them?
Sure, it could be that. And again, it could be he'd be subject to cross-examination about other things that could have happened in that tent that only he'd be able to testify to, or any other potential impeaching evidence that could be out there. So, I don't want to speculate. I think it's hard to speculate exactly why, but they're all things to consider and why the state might not call that witness. And like you said, it could be just really a hard thing to put a family member through, to relive that, to talk about that. Not to say that he couldn't. He could if they really wanted him to, but maybe for the prosecution standpoint, they just decided, again, it wasn't worth it in their case to do that.
And we could hear from him in victim impact.
Right.
I mean, it's not a foregone conclusion, but of course that'll be after everything's concluded and the jury has been released.
Right. So by law, the victim, loved ones, victim's family, they're going to be able, usually it's 2 or 3 representatives from the victim's family or close friends, that after punishment, they're going to get to do a victim impact statement. So they're going to get to talk specifically to Mr. Anthony, tell him how this has affected them, and say their piece to him. And so you could see Hunter do that at that point in time, or other family members have that opportunity.
Chris, we're going to toss it back to you.
Okay, and I just want to follow up on that just a little bit. So this is the point in the punishment phase where we're saying Austin Metcalf's family can address Carmelo Anthony directly, correct?
Right. Yeah, that's absolutely right. They will, once the jury has rendered their verdict, then they will take the stand effectively, and they will get to say whatever it is they want to say. And I mean, Rebecca, you know this, and Keith, you know this. A lot of times, those are really, oftentimes those victim impact statements are the most gut-wrenching parts of a trial, because you really feel the pain and emotion from the victim's family.
Right. And that's why you typically see it after everything's done, because they are so emotional. And by law, they don't want jurors considering all of that stuff, because some of it might be admissible, some might not in trial, but it's so emotional that they want everything decided before the jurors hear that, because obviously you're hearing very emotionally driven, emotionally charged statements from people. And so that's why it's done after everything's been finalized and done.
It could be prejudicial.
It could definitely be prejudicial, for sure.
Yeah, Chris, we have seen some of the most impactful and emotional testimony during those victim impact statements. I mean, it's gut-wrenching. And sometimes the family wants to get that off their chest. They've not had a chance to ever directly say anything to Carmelo Anthony. Remember, there was a gag order in this case. No one can talk until after the entire punishment and guilt innocence phase and all of the phases of this trial are over. So they've not been able to say anything or talk to the media or talk to anyone about what this has done. Now, they did do interviews with us right after and immediately after, but they've not at this point had a chance to really address anything else. And so this is their chance to speak directly to Carmelo Anthony. Chris.
I just want to give you guys some insight on what's happening in the courtroom right now. Jobin Puttaker just let us know that both families, Austin Metcalf's family and Carmelo Anthony's family, have both returned to the courtroom. He says that Austin Metcalf's family is slightly more talkative now at this part, this phase of the proceeding, whereas Carmelo Anthony's family is still extremely quiet. The public has also been allowed back into the courtroom as well. And Jobin says he has seen a lot more young faces there in the crowd. We assume these could be classmates, friends, fellow students, for either who either went to school or were friends or knew Carmelo Anthony or Austin Metcalf. I just want to get back out to our team out there on the scene there for one last question. In terms of this punishment phase, just again, go over with our viewers exactly what the jury, is able to consider at this point.
Let's ask you that.
Yeah.
Walk our viewers through what is the jury asked to consider in the punishment phase?
So they're going to be asked to consider everything that got presented to them in guilt, innocence, in punishment. Nothing outside of that, okay? And so they're going to be asked to consider that. And obviously the attorneys are going to make arguments so they can consider what those closing arguments are in punishment. But at the end of the day, again, in the charge, it's going to say, hey, it's murder. The punishment range is 5 to 99 years or life. If you find that sudden passion existed in this situation, you now can consider a punishment range of 2 to 20, and they're going to be instructed of that. So then we'll just have to see, one, if they believe the sudden passion, or if they find that sudden passion existed, and then what their punishment number is going to be.
And if you were the defense attorney, what are you going to tell this jury? And if you're the prosecution, same question, what are you going to hone in on in these closing arguments?
Well, I think for Bill as a prosecutor, and I think he's done a really good job in guilt innocence, he's always kept it to about this happened, intentional. Was this intentional? Was it intentional? Was this self-defense? Was this to people that he knew would say, no, it's not self-defense. So I think that he just continues to hammer, this is an intentional act. You've already found him guilty of murder, and he just makes his argument based off of that. Again, I think for the state, you kind of walk a tightrope because you don't know if this jury is sympathetic to his age, if they might not be at that top end of punishment, if someone were going to ask for that. So I think sometimes you just say, hey, we're going to trust that you're going to deliberate. He might argue, hey, I don't think that this is sudden passion, so I'm going to ask that, even though it's in the charge, even though he was okay with it being in the charge, he could say, I don't think that the facts presented to you rise to the level for you to believe that, so I think that you should be in this 5 to 99 range. As a defense, again, you're going to hammer the facts of this case. He didn't intend, or he didn't show up that morning with a knife saying he was going to kill someone. The circumstances around that tent, the fact that there were multiple people and he's sitting down the whole time, yes, y'all have found him guilty, but we're going to ask you to consider sudden passion. And they'll probably lay out some of the facts that got presented to them that they think would tie in with why they believe sudden passion existed. And they're going to try to get the jury considering punishment in that 2 to 20 range.
We're getting a wrap, so we're going to send it back to the studio. We're going to reset here for our 4 o'clock show, I believe, Chris.
Yeah, Rebecca, Tanya, thank you so much. Just want to bring you up to speed on what's happening in the courtroom right now. The jury is back in the courtroom, and Judge Roach is now reading the punishment instructions to the jury. So within minutes now, they will go into a room and start deliberating an appropriate punishment after finding Carmelo Anthony guilty of murder. Again, we have been on the air now for about 2 hours here. Ever since we got word that they had reached a verdict, they were considering manslaughter and murder, and they found him guilty of murder. Now they have immediately moved into the punishment phase, which is deciding exactly how long he will go to prison for. He has to go to prison, but they are determining for how long he will spend in prison. Again, want to thank you for joining us here on WFAA Plus. I'm going to be handing things over to my colleague, Jason Wheeler. He's going to pick it up from here, and we invite you to watch us on Plus, as well as on the air for WFAA News at 4. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll send it over to Jason now.
WFAA breaking news now.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to WFAA News at 4. I'm Jason Wheeler, and a welcome to our viewers who have been watching us for the past 2 hours on WFAA Plus as we have been getting through breaking news all this afternoon. For our television audience, let's bring you up to speed on this. Today, a jury has found Carmelo Anthony guilty of murder in the Frisco track meet stabbing trial. That verdict, the jury came to that decision just before 2 o'clock this afternoon and delivered that verdict in court a little bit after that. Right now, the case is in the sentencing phase. That part began immediately after the jury delivered its verdict this afternoon. You're looking at a live picture from our chopper at this hour, which is there at the courthouse in McKinney, where this trial has taken place. We have seen some folks gathering there from both sides of this, crowds of onlookers gathering every day of this trial, people lining up early in the morning, trying to get one of the coveted seats inside the courtroom. Here's a ground shot of part of the crowd that we're still seeing this afternoon. This trial has gone on for a week now. Some of the folks who have been coming are from out of town. Some are high schoolers. All of them, though, proof of the far-reaching interest in this case and the emotional impact that this case has had. In April of 2025, Carmelo Anthony, who was then a student at Frisco Centennial High School, was arrested and charged for the stabbing death of Austin Metcalf at a high school track meet at Kirkendall Stadium there in Frisco. Metcalf was a student at Frisco Memorial. Anthony was charged with murder by the Collin County District Attorney. Prosecutors had the burden of showing that he meant to, that he knew he was causing the death of Austin Metcalf following that stabbing at the track meet after there was a confrontation under the Memorial High School tent where Anthony had been sitting. He was being asked to leave since that was a rival school's tent. He produced a knife out of his bag and stabbed Austin Metcalf in the chest. During a 7-day trial, the state said that he knew what he was doing, that he intended to murder Austin Metcalf. The defense, however, arguing that Anthony was just acting in self-defense, that he was protecting himself that day. Anthony was 17 years old at the time, which is considered an adult under Texas law. However, this case does not qualify to be charged as a capital murder because of the circumstances of the case. So the death penalty and life in prison without parole were not possibilities here. Now, we have the verdict in, that is guilty. We just learned that a little while ago from the jury in this case. Now we are in the sentencing phase. It moved on, as I said, immediately. Murder in this case carries a sentence of 5 to 99 years in prison. Although, if you've been with
what? I am furious. I am furious. So I was here to petty. And then I realized I ain't had my damn Hawaiian punches from the from the Instacart order. So that made me do some investigating. And you know them items that I thought I got free? I didn't. That white bitch put that shit on my order and she was gonna keep it. I went and looked at it. I done got charged the extra $42 for some shit. And I was like, I paid for my order last night about 11:30. Just stealing white bitch. Oh. They said they gonna give me my damn money back, but they said 3 to 5 motherfucking business days. It's fucking up my account.
So basically what you saying is this.
And I still got to go get me some motherfucking Hawaiian punch.
So what you saying is this. Whoever did your Instacart order, politely put their grocery list with your grocery list and added their grocery list.
Exactly, with her organic ass. And she stole my motherfucking fruit punch. She stole my damn Hawaiian punch too. I paid for the shit, but I don't eat that shit. She was gonna steal it. I was wondering why she was still in the front of my motherfucking house and why she was sitting out there for so goddamn long. Normally, you don't even get a chance to walk up on these niggas. I was trying to make sure I was at the right address. Oh, I'm fine. Motherfucker.
What we do for my dad and gave him the pay.
It ain't funny, y'all. That's stealing. That is straight up. How you do that shit?
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, if you already prepaid for the shit and it's not you shopping, how are they allowing shit to just be added to your damn grocery list that you didn't update? And the Instacart person knows that it's already prepaid, and they also know, apparently they figured out, well, if you add some extra shit, they card number in there already, so it's just gonna bill them. Because I know she was over a whole bunch of shit that I kept hitting refund on. Like, I didn't order this shit. You said exchange that. I don't want that. Refund. Then I got the shit that I wanted. I'm fire hot though. That's an extra $50 goddamn dollars. I don't eat this shit. I'm getting money back, but I still don't eat it.
Nah, you finna go make you some smoothies and shit.
I need my $50 back to buy the blender. Shit.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Hey, I can't even buy my damn blender now. They took 50. I wish I see that. I will punch this bitch if I see her again.
And I'll get your brother working so hard. Daddy, you like my picture? I got it.
Oh, you can't forget your permission slip in the morning.
Yeah. Can I have one?
Can you have what? Hold on. Did you already eat the grapes?
So Trey.
Huh?
So you went from bragging that you had got some free shit and that you was gonna make you some smoothies and shit. So now
and I owe it all to realize that I was missing my damn Hawaiian punch. She would have got away with $50. Damn my Hawaiian punch.
My God, today. So one of you that was teasing me about my missing sausage. I may be missing some damn sausage. I may be missing some sausage, but I ain't paying for nobody else's groceries. You can bet that.
But at least I kept them. She ain't get them motherfuckers. That's what would have made it worse. You got
they gonna do you good for? You ain't got no blender. You ain't got no blender, nigga. What they gonna do you good?
I could bless somebody. I could find some things to do with them cherries, and I could just bless somebody with the strawberry, blueberry, whatever mix. So I can find something to do with them cherries.
Let me report here from the front of the courthouse. It still look like it's going down. The best thing that I can say about this situation is both sides are multicultural. So this might not go on too long, but then we still have the verdict. Or the sentencing. I'm on Twitter. Live action, 2-3 minutes, 2-3 minutes ago and stuff like that.
Go ahead, Trey. What else you got to say? Oh, he went on mute. Yeah, I don't know. All right, y'all. Hold on. I'm gonna find something. Let me see. Hold on.
Grayson want to show you her.
On WF.
What?
I want to show you my hair.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Hold on a minute. I can't see. Okay. Hold on. Let me bring it up.
Hi, True.
Where's my? Hey, Grayson.
True,
I'm trying to bring you up.
I want to see you in real life.
You do. I want to see you in real life, but not your dad. I'm trying to bring Grayson up, y'all.
I want to see you. I love you too.
Love you too. I'm trying to bring Grayson up so y'all can see it. Hi, girl. Come back. I gotta see your hair. Come back. Come back. Okay, let me see. Oh, it is gorgeous. You look so pretty. Eating cheese curls, huh? Cheese curls. Have you eaten real lunch? Like, have you eaten lunch?
Bye, too.
Bye.
Real conversation. She gonna say, didn't nobody in school tell me my hair was pretty? I said, well, I told you your hair pretty. Now she pretty much told me what you say don't matter. You ain't nobody in the school. It ain't for parents. All right. Girls.
So y'all over there eating cheese curls and shit. Did the baby eat some real lunch straight?
Did she eat some who?
Real lunch other than cheese curls and shit.
She just got home from summer camp.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm trying to take you down, but it won't let me. It won't let me drop you. I don't know what's going on. Every time I go to it,
I think it's like the left hand corner avatar. What's to say remove?
I'm not seeing none of that. You know, I'm on this vertical app. It's different.
But we still got
It's
like
different.
how in the back of the studio, it still should show you my little avatar. You should be able to do it. Click on it to the left or something. Upper left.
FAA Plus, you know that there is the possibility here that the defense could get 2 to 20 years as an option in front of the jury as well. So we're going to get into all of this here in this hour. We have experts there at the courthouse. We, of course, have been in that courtroom all day, every day that this trial has been happening. We have been live blogging this as updates have been coming down. We have Jobin Puneker, who is still in the courtroom right now. He just sent as an update a little while ago saying that the jury is now back in the courtroom and that the judge was reading the punishment jury instructions. So he's basically, letting them know, here's what you can consider, here's what you cannot consider, and then they're going to send the jury out and they will immediately begin deliberating punishment in this case. Senior crime and justice reporter Rebecca Lopez and investigative reporter Tanya Iser have been live with us all afternoon on WFAA Plus. We also have some expert analysis from a whole team of attorneys that we've had all week, and we continue that today. The coverage has been really solid and very informative. And I would just like to turn it over to you right now. And if you can just sort of give us the lay of the land as you see it from where you are right now.
Well, Jason, the day began with closing arguments, as you said, in the guilt-innocence phase, and then the jury got this case at around 11 o'clock, and then in less than 2 hours, this jury was back. Surprising many people, a lot of our legal experts that have been with us, that have been inside the courtroom, thought that the deliberations would last longer. Bill Wertzke is a very seasoned prosecutor. He prosecuted this case. Many people felt like he just did a really, really good job. On the other side, you had the defense, who has been trying to keep Carmelo Anthony out of jail. The jury began deliberating, and they came back with that very quick guilty verdict. And now we are in the punishment phase. We only heard from one witness in the punishment phase. Both sides waived their decision to actually give any kind of opening statements, or and so they basically, the defense started right away with the prosecution calling no witness.
Hold on, y'all. I'm finna play something else real quick. I'm gonna get off of here in a minute, probably about 15 minutes. And I'll just be on the lookout, because I don't know. I just...
Got a couple videos and pictures of you also.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
So, I mean, let me know what y'all think.
You cannot do shit like that. Got Queen 88 space.
If you think he's...
No.
Why waste your time? You know?
What was your words? What was your words?
Why waste your time? You know? Y'all be peaceful. You said peace, love?
Absolutely. Just one more time. Thank you. I apologize for just walking away. I'm emotionally high right now. I'm gonna make this take time.
Yes, ma'am.
And you couldn't even do that. So now I'm gonna stop. You see my elbows. You see my war. You see the horse. But y'all don't know what it is. Here are the horse fighting. Fuck. I can't wait to fuck. Fuck. I can't wait to fuck. It's so big, fuck. Clean up for you. That goes my baby Oscar Brown too. I said I look at my baby too. I'm thinking about it. I think I'm walking around out. I don't need nobody. I'm gonna keep on talking. What do you want us to do? I don't want to hear. What do you want us to do? What? I'm not worried. I don't know what to do. I got problems. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them.
If I hear about them 5 boys one more time, I'm a puke.
Rest in peace, Trayvon Martin. Let me answer this. There's a lot of examples. Here's the frustration. Are you more
These
angry?
lady girls out for justice. I'm angry and I'm hurt. I'm angry and I'm hurt. You were in there, I was in there. They don't want to hear. I'll get in. I'm in the back. I'll get in. I'm in the back. Everybody's gonna give them attention to that guy.
I don't know what to do.
You are not media designated spots.
Media.
Injustice happened here today. Injustice happened here today. Injustice happened here today. Injustice happened here today.
Gotta get this poll. Gotta get the poll. Gotta get the poll. Gotta get the poll.
Hey, he gonna say something.
I'll say this one time. Hey, somebody, one time only. I speak on behalf of myself. Speak on behalf of myself as president of the Next Generation Action Network. The Next Generation Action Network wanted to respect this process. To be able to make sure that nobody said that the Next Generation Action Network disrupted this process, interfered in this process. But what this process did is showing that Black lives do not matter in politics. It showed us that time and time in American history, it has shown us to remove emotions from Get the Law. This trial shows that it put emotions over the law. After Trayvon Martin and so many countless names, it has shown us that Black life is not safe in Collin County. It showed us that they did not listen to the law. It showed clearly that a judge interfered in this process.
That's right.
It showed very clearly that a Black boy was allowed, not one Black soul on a jury. An all white jury convicted him in 2 to 3 hours. We know that they did not prove their case.
Right.
They are currently sentencing Carmelo Anthony, but we know that the Next Generation Action Network put the first $10,000 towards an appellate attorney. And we will fight Collin County like hell. I respected this process. I allowed and called for peace in this process.
Well, that's how we always get that anyway.
But Black America should be very upset about what went on today. Now, before all of the internet lawyers and before all of the interpretation of the situation, I'm only an advocacy leader. I'm not an attorney. I can only help families be able to navigate these processes when they find themselves in this type of situation. I can only allow lawyers to be what they are, lawyers. I can't instruct them. I can't stop them from doing anything. I have to respect the process just like anybody else. But what we saw today
was a rigged process,
unjust, and I ask that the community continue to pray for the Anthony family. I do not speak for them, but I know that the Next Generation Action Network will be here as a group. My heart hurts right now because in the ignorance of the law was done here today. Clear, we posted the jury instructions, and right now what we are seeing is a tragedy. It lets us know that Black lives do not matter in the criminal justice system. It lets us know that we are not going to be afforded the same laws as anybody else. And I give a damn about nobody that feels like I'm playing the race card here. For 400 years, our people have been at the liberty and have had to suffer at the liberty of these laws. I'm speaking facts because that blood of slavery is in my blood, not your blood. And it's not for you to look at me and say, I'm playing the race card. I'm just a Black man living in America. The facts support that. You say I'm upset? Hell yeah, I'm upset.
Mad as hell.
I respected this process. But we're going to fight like hell to make sure that Collin County knows that Carmelo Anthony is not going to go away. I want to thank all of the people who traveled across this country, to all of the media, community supporters, and people who have taken Carmelo Anthony as their own baby. I salute you. I thank you. And we got work to do.
Dominic, what's next? Dominic, what's next?
What's next is getting the fuck out of jail, bitch. What's next?
Dominique, can you speak with the Univision?
I want to watch something right quick because usually, y'all give me a second. Let me pull something up right quick. Mind you, I'm still watching on my other device to see if they're going, because You know, I got a feeling it's not going to take them long to come back with sentencing. I just have a feeling. But let me pull something up right quick. I want to see something. You know, court ends at 5. I give them about 30 to 45 more minutes. I do. Because they don't want to stay nowhere overnight. They want to go home. They done did what they came to do. All of this now is just a process. Which one? He got 2. I think I'm gonna watch both of them before I get off here. Hold on. And I'm gonna let him talk. I probably ain't gonna say too much. Hold on a minute.
Who will? And if you don't like it, get the stepping because it ain't gonna stop. Now run a tape.
Tonight, tensions boiling over outside the courthouse as a teen's murder trial begins in North Texas. The racially charged trial drawing crowds outside. 19-year-old Carmelo Anthony pleading not guilty to murder after fatally stabbing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf in the chest at a high school track meet last year. Prosecutors calling Anthony's actions unjustified, provoked murder, alleging he goaded Metcalf into pushing him, then killed him. The defense argues Anthony acted in self-defense when Metcalf made physical contact first. In the courtroom today, jurors shown surveillance video of the stabbing. Metcalf's mother wiping her eyes as jurors watched. Reporter Maria Guerrero from our NBC Dallas station in the courtroom.
You can see someone pushing someone. Then you see the figure that is identified as Carmelo Anthony moving up into the bleachers farther up before running down. And you can see him running away, then walking away before he is apprehended.
The prosecution says the case has nothing to do with race. But the trial now sparking backlash. A pool of 12 jurors and 6 alternates is made up of 5 women of color and 13 white men and women. There are no black jurors. Some say it raises concerns for fairness.
We are tired, and we're saying enough is enough. Not one black.
The trial expected to run 2 weeks.
Ryan Chandler joins us now. Ryan, take us inside that courtroom. Metcalf's coach took the stand today?
Well, Tom, that's right. We're here from Coach Robert Starr, his emotional testimony recounting the moment he found Austin Metcalf dying in his team tent. Metcalf's family weeping as they listened in. He's just one of the many, many witnesses the jury will lean on to paint a picture of what exactly happened that day.
Carmelo Anthony's trial is taking place in Collin County, Texas, before a jury with no black jurors. The case has sparked controversy because McKinney, the county seat, has been linked by some historians to North Texas history of sundown towns. Segregation and racial exclusion, raising concerns about fairness and representation make sense. The case has nothing to do with race. What you talking about, Willis? I told y'all last year, bro, they was going to do whatever it takes to rig up this case. I mean, if I'm lying, in my comment section, tell me I'm lying. They know this boy and his twin was in the wrong, but we'll talk about that later on in this video. So before I spaz out, I keep telling y'all all these people on the same team, the coaches, the teachers, the cops, the judges, the attorneys, they all on the same team. I can go on and on, but the students, the witnesses, they did one thing, bro. They went off script and they told the truth. Everything I've been saying. Man, run the tape.
Clarice, good evening to you. The prosecution called multiple students to testify during the afternoon portion of court. Those students were there at the track meet, either underneath Memorial High School's tent or nearby. Many of them are minors, and you could tell it was really difficult for them to talk about what happened. Many of those students also spoke with detectives during the initial investigation. The defense brought out transcripts from those police interviews multiple times during cross-examination. Friday afternoon's testimony consisted of students recalling what they saw and heard at the track meet last April. Most of the students are minors under the age of 17, so their names cannot be shared. Much of the teenagers' testimony was consistent. A few described seeing Anthony, a Centennial student, say hi to a student under the memorial tent and sit by him. They testified that 17-year-old Austin Metcalf verbally told Carmelo Anthony, 17 at the time, to leave the memorial tent multiple times. They also testified that Anthony did not move and kept his hand inside his backpack. Multiple witnesses told the court they heard Anthony say, "Touch me and see what happens." The description of the physical altercation between Metcalf and Anthony differed between witnesses. Some witnesses demonstrated to the jury they saw Metcalf use one hand. Others testified they saw Metcalf use both hands when he touched Anthony. Some used lighter terms such as nudge and touch. Others used grab and shove to describe the force behind the physical confrontation.
It's not unreasonable that these teenagers would have differing views. They were probably all in fight or flight and having trouble, processing what happened at that time.
Allison Richardson is a principal trial consultant, not involved in the case. She says the jurors are going to consider what a reasonable person would do in the situation. But the testimony from the students is something the prosecution could bring up again in closing arguments.
There's no doubt in my mind the prosecution will address this testimony because it's vital in considering whether or not he acted in self-defense or not.
In cross-examination of the witnesses, Anthony's defense team asked the teenagers to indicate their location on a diagram of the bleachers at Kirkendall Stadium, then indicate where Metcalf and Anthony were. The defense honed in on the physical comparison between Metcalf and Anthony. One witness testified Metcalf had, quote, 50 to 60 pounds on Anthony.
But we don't know the other side of the story yet. And what these jurors have agreed to do is to listen to both sides of the story. And so we may see some surprises in that testimony next when the defense opens, and we may not.
Several student witnesses testified that Austin Metcalf pushed Carmelo Anthony first during the confrontation. The defense says that testimony supports Anthony's self-defense claim, while prosecutors argue his response went too far. Make that make sense. All Austin and his brother had to do, bro, was mind their own goddamn business and keep their hands to themselves. But no, they went to be bullies, bro. You're not an adult. You can't tell somebody to move from under a tent, bro, when it's raining. You can't do that. Then I said, wait. If the tables were turned, man, if a black kid would have pushed a Caucasian kid first and that Caucasian kid unalived him, you would have Caucasian people all over Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, all over all social media, bro, saying it was self-defense. And if I'm tripping in my comment section, tell me I'm tripping. So you can't tell me in this case, race don't play a big part, bro, because Collin County, Texas has always been racist as hell, bro, from the jump. Matter of fact, let's travel back in time right quick. Check this out. Collin County, Texas, where both the incident and trial took place, has a documented history of segregation, sundown town practices, and Klan activity. Concerns about racism remain part of the conversation today, with white supremacist flyers reported in North Texas in February 2025.
Since, people don't tend to think that that guy walking around with that Confederate flag, it meant nothing. It meant nothing. Pay attention to what this guy is saying.
If I'm tripping in my comment section, tell me I'm tripping. So you can't tell me in this case, race don't play a big part, bro, because Collin County, Texas has always been racist as hell, bro, from the jump. Matter of fact, let's travel back in time right quick. Check this out. Collin County, Texas, where both the incident and trial took place, has a documented history of segregation, sundown town practices, and Klan activity. Concerns about racism remain part of the conversation today, with white supremacist flyers reported in North Texas in February 2025, and additional extremist propaganda incidents reported across Texas in 2026. Make that make sense. And I told y'all, bro, racism runs in their blood, brother. See,
man, I'm sorry. That's the dumbest statement I've seen in a long time. That's the dumbest statement.
Okay. I mean, yeah, let me hear it, because I'm getting pissed off at what I'm seeing online. What is it? Because we're using racism as an excuse. This is a sundown town. If I know a place is a sundown town, I'm not gonna move my family there.
It don't. First of all, it don't matter. We should be. See, you are that type. Stay away from. We can live where the fuck we want to live. Them folks have money. Don't have money. We should be able to live. You making this shit like it's all right. All right, if you know a place is racist, stay away. If you know this and that and the third, stay away. If you know this gonna happen, tuck your tail and run away. Like, man, come on, bro. It don't matter where they live. They should be able to live there. If they can afford to live there, they should be able to live there. And just because some shit like this gonna happen, don't make it right. It don't make it right.
Inside voices, Terry. Inside voices.
I can't believe, Matt, you said, then why move there if you black?
I mean, if you want to avoid confrontation, I get it. That truth, I get you. You should be able to live anywhere you want to go. But it come with shit. Like we can't act like we don't know that we're gonna have to go through some shit if we the only black person in this sundown town. We got to go through some shit. Now you back if you willing to go through it and stand on principle, stand on it. But just what it is what it is. We know what to expect. I ain't mad at nobody that goes into that situation like you ain't gonna run me away from this motherfucker. More power to you. My punk ass is gonna avoid the situation. I'm gonna stay my black ass away. I ain't got nothing to prove.
I don't know why with this case right here in this moment, I feel like you and Mad just scary. I feel like y'all
There's nothing to be scared on in this situation. I'm talking about a sundown town. Yeah, I'm gonna be scared to move to a sundown town because I know what sundown towns do. They kill niggas after dark. So I'm gonna try to.
But Trey, man, can you agree with me that it don't matter if it's a sundown town or not? That this shit happens anywhere. It ain't got to be no sundown town. Can y'all agree with me on that?
Well, I came in on the end. Were we still talking about Carmelo saying the sundown town or something else?
Anyway, let me talk to Meg. You don't even know what the fuck going on.
I just know right now, if I was paid $1 million to move to a goddamn sundown town or stay my ass in violent ass Memphis, I'm gonna take my chances in violent ass Memphis.
I'm only going off of what dude said in the video. Because he's trying to use it as whatever he's trying to use it as to bring it up. I mean,
he's talking about history, man. That's all. He ain't trying to use it as nothing. He's pointing out patterns. That's what he's doing. He's pointing out patterns. So what are you seeing online that's got you pissed off? What the heck?
you know, the way our people are acting. I mean,
I knew it.
It's hard to stick up for somebody.
I said, man, gonna sit over there until he finds some of us acting a damn fool. He gonna sit there and watch it, and he gonna come back and say, "I'm tired of my people acting a damn fool." I knew you were gonna do that.
So you ain't embarrassed by all black people's antics?
At this point right now, today, right now, probably not my normal view of things. First of all, I can't be embarrassed because I ain't watching it. I ain't looking at it. I ain't seeing it. But I can only imagine what people are doing, saying it, how they acting. But you know what? At this point, don't ask me, am I embarrassed right now? Because right now, I just told you, man, I'm in a different headspace. Like, I'm really fucked up right now. Like, the justice system that I had, you know, I'm just really fucked up right now. And it's like I'm that one who sat right here on live and played that shit and said our people don't need to give them what they want. Because I know you and other people just sitting around just waiting for them to act up so y'all can have something to say.
Let me ask Matt a question. What are they doing that you're embarrassed of? They're just talking. They're voicing frustration. They ain't told shit up yet. They just talking.
I'm talking about the taunting. You know what I'm saying? There's one dude, I'm not sure if you've been on Twitter yet. There's one dude that's standing in front of this guy that has the American, got this American little outfit on or whatever. This dude look like he.
It ain't our people. That's one idiot. If everybody was out there acting like that and they was burning shit, I feel you. This ain't that. This one idiot.
You didn't let me finish. Y'all only got halfway through an example. You know what I'm saying? Then you got some older guys, you know what I'm saying? Gray beards and stuff like that, just out there, just crack of this, crack of that. It would be different if I see them responding back the same way. But you looking at people that's just sitting over there just quiet, and our side is turned the hell up, which is understandable. But all of them, it's like, why are you trying to provoke more? That's my question. Why are they trying to provoke more?
So what was that? 3 isolated incidents?
It's a few. I'm still scrolling and stuff. I'm hopping around.
Now, as long as that, even the situations that they just talking shit, they ain't put hands on nobody. Now that with shit like that start happening, I'll be on your side. But right now, I understand why they out there, why they deep, why they frustrated, why they may be taunting, but they ain't putting their hands on nobody. So it's just words right now.
Hopefully don't nobody fight. Hopefully don't nobody tear nothing up. I mean, there ain't nothing wrong with, like you said, standing up, talking freedom of speech. Hell, if a motherfucker could stand in the midst of a black crowd with a Confederate flag, I mean, we should be able to say whatever the fuck we want to say. But I don't encourage or nor do I condone any type of violence and put no hands on nobody. No, I don't think that's right. I'm that one that said don't do it because that's what they looking for. They ready to lock y'all asses up. You seen them, they was deep. They got enough vehicles out there to lock all you motherfuckers up, so just calm down.
Yeah, that's another thing that I was looking at. You acting like that, and you already know that they're trying to trigger us on purpose. Why keep feeding into it? And then you got all the students out there, and the older people should be a better example.
Well, that's the same thing y'all said about Carmelo. Y'all said he tried to trigger and provoke Austin, and apparently Austin fell for it. So we can talk about a whole lot of stuff. So now you saying that you know that the people trying to trigger them and they shouldn't fall for it.
There's triggering going on both ways. The state or the county is trying to trigger the black folks. The black folks are outside trying to trigger the white folks.
Yeah, and I honestly, truly believe that they all should just. And I know maybe they still allowing the people out there because they waiting on the sentences. But I'm telling you, if that young man get life or anything close to it, I ain't no telling what gonna pop off. Ain't no telling what is going to pop off out there in that Texas heat. To be honest, I think they're talking about precautionary measures. I think once the verdict was read, they should have cleared it out. That's my honest and true opinion. They should have cleared that motherfucker out. If they didn't get no action when the verdict was read and everything was peaceful, they should have cleared it out. Cause once they come back and they give that young man too many years, cause I think he gonna get the max. I think they going all for nothing with this. All for motherfucking nothing. I think he gonna get the max. I sure do. I'm just sitting here waiting on it. I'm numb at this point, for real. I'm numb. I can't believe it. I still don't believe it. I can't.
It ain't no fun when the rapper got the gun.
When you get these old washed down ass commentators, and even the people standing out there at the damn thing, they look like they shocked as hell that they came back with murder. You got these same commentators, these washed down ass commentators that, pretty much said he guilty. But even they know he wasn't guilty of murder. Even they saying this shit ain't right. Even they calling the judge stupid as hell. So something ain't right. They know, yeah, they stand on it that he's guilty of something. When that man put that manslaughter charge in there, everybody was like, all right, cool. Yeah, they gonna get him on that. They gonna get him on, man. These motherfuckers came back with murder. And when you got them people over there and sitting up there talking about what in the hell just happened, something ain't right. They know it ain't right. They know it ain't right, just like we know it ain't right.
Or the spike. If you know, you know. See, in this country, they hate to see black men defend themselves against racist Caucasian people. They want to just stand there and take it. Hell no. But they get to handcuff a black man, bro, and beat him to death for 3 hours and still get to go home. They get to shoot a young black boy, 14 years old, in the back, still get to go home. 5 Louisiana troopers can handcuff a black man and beat him to death and talk shit while doing it, and they all still get to go home, bro. You got these doctors. Black women go in for labor, bro, to give birth. And these doctors murder them. They murder them on purpose. Sometimes they murder their babies on purpose, bro. And they still remain doctors. They still get to go home. Tell me when to stop. I can go on and on. So you telling me that Carmelo Anthony can't defend himself? Man, look, Carmelo Anthony is innocent. I said what I said. Collin County, Texas is a fast-growing county that is roughly 50% white, 16% Hispanic, 19% Asian, and about 11% Black. The county has a documented history of segregation and racial exclusion, and critics point to past controversies involving race and policing as reasons some Black residents and activists continue to raise concerns. Make that make sense. Look, to my Black parents, man, I know money is important, but we have to stop moving to these cities and neighborhoods that's only 11% Black, because that means that's a sundown town. And if your Black kids get in trouble, bro, they go do whatever it takes to railroad them. If you feel like I'm lying, in my comment section, tell me I'm lying. In 2026, man, we have to stop being afraid of living around our people, because guess what? When shit hits the fan, who you think gonna have your back? Our people. I keep telling y'all, man, racist Caucasian people and every other race, they stick together no matter what. They could be right or they could be wrong. That's how we got to move, man. That's how we got to always move, because I keep telling y'all, the game is never fair with us, but it's always cold. Collin County, Texas has a documented history of segregation.
I hate that in one breath, this man has validated Trey and Mad. Did y'all hear what he just said? He just validated Trey by saying we need to stop moving to these communities knowing that it's only 11% Black. Then he validated Mad tonight. The game ain't fair. My God.
I didn't validate them and say they don't move them. I said they just got to understand that it comes.
I'm not listening. Shit. You're not listening. That's not what I said, Trey.
You said he validated.
Where Mad come from? Like, it's like y'all can't hear, but y'all come on talking. I
literally just repeated back what you said. You said he validated what I said.
This man just validated what you put in the chat about us shouldn't be moving to those neighborhoods or whatever.
I didn't say that though. That was Mad. I said we shouldn't do it, but I didn't put it in the chat.
Somebody put something in the chat. It was you or Mad.
No, my statement was, hey, if you bold enough to do it knowing the consequences, knock yourself out. It ain't for me. I ain't gonna tell you not to do it.
I know I ain't crazy. Oh, that was Mad. So he done validated Mad on both statements. That was Mad.
My statement was, I won't do it. I ain't gonna tell you not to do it. If you want to be a freedom fighter, civil rights, go ahead. It's like I know if I move into a Crip neighborhood and I'm a blood, I'm probably going to encounter some Crips. Now, I can move there because it's my free will, but I got to be knowing that some Bloods might press me.
Trey, you scared.
I'm alive, motherfucker. My scared ass. That's all that matters at the end of the day. See in another one.
You scared. Trey, you scared.
I'll take that. I'm alive.
Shout out to man.
Racial violence and sundown town practices that excluded Black residents for generations. Make that make sense. And y'all already know, bro, before I end this video, I have to always speak from my heart. Before I end this video, I have to always speak from my heart. I keep telling y'all, bro, today, the KKK, they don't wear hoods anymore, bro. Now they wear cowboy hats. Now they hide behind badges.
Nigga, they always
wear cowboy hats. All white shirts. Now they call themselves judges. Now they call themselves attorneys. I can go on and on, bro.
They've always been there.
It's really important that we stick together, bro. Stop moving out the hood. Stop moving from around your people, man, because that's when we got power. They want you to get money and go to the suburbs, bro. Get money and go around.
I beg to differ. I don't think he's ignorant.
No, what he just said was ignorant. He said they don't wear hoods no more. They do this. Even when they wore hoods, they still wear all those things you just described. They've always been there.
All he doing is pointing it out. What are you talking about? You agreeing with him, but you calling him ignorant.
No, he acting like they just started doing it. He said, this is what they do now. They've been doing it. That was the sheriffs. He said they wear cowboy hats now. Nigga, the sheriff was the one leading the lynch.
And I mean, Bass Reeves wore a cowboy hat too, and he brought in 40 criminals. Black man. We call him the Lone Ranger.
Not the Lone Ranger. Boy, I tell you.
On people that don't like you, and now you 3% black, and everybody else is majority. But it's only 3% black in the neighborhood, 3% black in the city, bro. That's how they keep us divided all the time. In 2026, it's very important that we support each other. You see, don't nobody rock with us. Ain't nobody fighting with us. Ain't nobody speaking up for us. I keep telling y'all, bro, we got. Man, free Carmelo Anthony. He's innocent. I'm out, bro.
Who is the they that keep us divided? Because the niggas that's choosing to move in these communities made a conscious choice. It ain't no they in it. That's them. Decide I would rather be around white people than black people with money.
Hold on, y'all. I'm bringing something else up.
Oh, true. Then I also checked the bill again. This bitch ordered two things of spring water. This white bitch was finna go work out. She was finna go to Lululemon after my order, wasn't it?
It ain't funny, but it's funny, Trey. I'm sorry.
You get this bitch fired, they ain't told me nothing. They ain't said we could get a fire, we gonna report it or nothing. They just gonna take the loss. Bitch need the death penalty.
It's the audacity for not the death penalty, Trey. It's the audacity for me to honestly order and so your shit, or so put your shit on somebody else's order and have them pay for it. Like you gonna get away with that shit. That shit is weird.
She did get away with it. She just gave me the wrong damn bags. She meant to keep that shit. And everybody say, ain't no telling how many orders. She sure had shit across the back seat and she had some shit in the front. Ain't no telling how many she got that day. I want to whoop that white bitch. I think I remember her face too.
Yeah, her number wasn't on the receipt.
Nah, you know, Instacart, Instacart tell you who it is as long while they're shopping, but all evidence and traces of this bitch disappear after the order is delivered.
Oh, I would have started the hell out of her. Well, she getting fired. I'm turning you in.
What you gonna get out of her, man? What you gonna get out of her, the lady?
I'm not sure, but she better make something happen. If she want her job.
It depends on how she look. You gonna ask her out on a date or something?
Usually I don't move that way, but yeah, she look good. Shit, we can handle that another way, and we be on Friday.
Because she might look good, but she's a thief. She's a thief.
She done made it bad for our Instacart. Like, I'm checking my motherfucking receipt before they pull up. Like, bitch, what is this? I don't know what it is. I'm gonna cut a motherfucking shine. Make sure they don't want to steal no more. And I'm gonna ask for my refund. I'm gonna scare the fuck out of them that day. So you just gonna steal from me and add this shit on my motherfucking bill?
I can't believe this shit.
I'm gonna be ghetto and record it.
Now
I can't wait for the next nigga to try to get me like that. I'm going back.
I've been the victim of, Walmart deliveries. When my Walmart deliveries, some shit be missing. Like y'all remember I told y'all twice. I ordered some shit twice in one day, and in both orders, all my meat didn't come. Like none of my meat came. Everything else came, but the meat that I ordered didn't come. And I'm convinced that the motherfucking driver stole my meat. But I ain't never had nobody to just straight up put their grocery list on my order and have me pay for it. I ain't never had no shit like that.
And then had the nerve to be a white bitch. That's why I'm offended. Like, you tried me, huh?
Man, she from Memphis, dog. She from Memphis.
Trey, what color? What race got to do with it, Trey? What race got to do with it, Trey? Come on,
I wasn't expecting her white ass to put her organic shit on there, but I should have known the bitch is the least expensive. She got organic items.
And you paying for.
Now, see, Money Boy has the power. I mean, I think her name and stuff might be in your email, like which call said. Which call, man, make her come back and dance on the coffee table for you on a break.
Not dance on the coffee table.
Hey, she might earn a tip if it look good.
Oh man, that is crazy.
Okay, you don't steal from the people in blue. You know what I'm saying?
Trey, do you know what she look like, Trey? I wonder if you know what she look like.
If I seen that bitch again, probably not.
Oh, I'll never forget her face.
Trey is upset, honey. Ooh, baby. Okay, y'all, let's watch this. I'm finna get out of here. As soon as I get out, watch they come back with the sentencing. They get on my nerves.
And you already know on this channel, we hold this racist system accountable because if we don't, who will? And if you don't like it, get the stepping because it ain't gonna stop. Now run the tape.
You know why Hunter's not taking the stand? He's not gonna pass cross-examination. The reason Hunter's not gonna take the stand, and from what I hear, the dad's bought a new truck, the mom's got a new 8-bedroom house. The dad, there's already text messages about the dad bragging on going on European tours. Used to beat those boys' mom. And I'm gonna tell you why they're not bringing up the fact that these both guys.
I don't even like this crackhead bastard, but I heard that he was telling a whole lot of shit in his video. And I don't even like Charleston White like that, but we're going to listen to him today. Let's listen.
You know why Hunter's not taking the stand? He's not going to pass cross-examination. The reason Hunter's not going to take the stand, and from what I hear, the dad's bought a new truck, the mom's got a new 8-bedroom house. The dad, there's already text messages about the dad bragging on going on European tours. Used to beat those boys' mom. And I'm going to tell you why they're not bringing up the fact that these both guys knew jiu-jitsu. We're not even going to worry about them not bringing it up. We don't have to bring up the fact that Austin knows jiu-jitsu, trained since he was a kid. We'll wait to the closing arguments to do that. We won't bring up the fact that Austin and Hunter both kicked their dad's ass. He's a little short guy, they're big guys. These are some violent white boys. So we're not going to bring up the fact that Carmelo didn't run.
Wait a minute. Hold up. What? Charleston, you look cockeyed like you drunk and shit. Charleston White a mess. But did you hear that? Did y'all hear that? I'm trying to think. I heard that somewhere else. I'm trying to think of where I heard it from.
See, that's what the father could have said at that press conference that day. I would have stabbed them big motherfuckers too. They broke my arm. You know what I'm saying? He could have said it.
Oh, damn. Damn.
As a kid, we'll wait to the closing arguments to do that. We won't bring up the fact that Austin and Hunter both kicked their dad's ass. He's a little short guy, they're big guys. These are some violent white boys. So we're not going to bring up the fact that Carmelo didn't run. When Carmelo did what he had to do to keep those guys off of him, he ran straight to a coach. This is what they're not telling you guys. When he took off running, he ran to a coach. And even the coach's testimony, according to the police's initial statement that they got from the witnesses, that multiple children, 4 to 5 children, was chasing Carmelo to harm him. And the teachers had to keep those kids off of Carmelo. They're not telling that poor guy. So then let me go on and say, there's rumors that Carmelo had been suspended and he wasn't supposed to be there. No, people. No, people. Let me tell you who was suspended.
I got a question. Do he have a fake eye? Mad Trey.
Yes, he does.
What the fuck happened to his eye?
He said today he was a kid and they got poked up. Some he was in the damn drought or some shit, some stupid shit. And he when he first came out, he was saying Carmelo was guilty. He just changed his mind 2 days ago because he could go viral.
He sure was saying he was guilty. He was saying he was guilty when the shit first happened. I remember that shit.
All I know is he done stole Sonny Bono's mustache. He looked funny as hell with that mustache.
And I'm with somebody's eye. I did not know this man had a fake eye.
Sonny Bono.
I guess I ain't really looked at him like that. He looked like he got 3 looks going on with his face, man, with the upper portion of his body. Okay, from the head with the stocking cap on, he looked like Day Day on Friday. And then when you get down to his eyes, he giving me Forrest Whitaker. And then when you get down to the mustache, he giving me Sonny Bono. He 3 people in one. Hold on, yeah, go ahead and talk, man.
He's a shapeshifter. He just got stuck in the middle of Transform. Heck yeah, Sonny Bono. I had to look it up real quick. I was like, hold on. It's Sonny Bono's mustache. Rest in peace to Sonny Bono. He died on January 5th, 1998. If you don't know who I'm talking about, that is the singer Cher's partner, or singing partner. I think it might have been her husband back in the days. Man, Charleston, I seen a little bit of this over here on Twitter. I really don't listen to the guy, so I ain't paying no mind. I think I heard about a minute and shut him off. But I am interested in what he got to say right now. I didn't do it. It was Moneyball, Melissa. He made me say it. It's turned out to be a wild one here, though. I thought it was going to be more stickier than this. They got to the end of this too damn quick. I don't think it was enough witnesses. Well, the children, the kids, but still, I don't think it was enough witnesses. And I don't know if anybody was in here. I did see where the dugout was at earlier, or where they said they couldn't be at when it was raining. It is up under the away side stadium, to where it's a blind spot for anybody who's on the field or the track. You know what I'm saying? That's not a great place, you know what I'm saying, as far as trying to keep things in order. You way out of sight. But you only are probably about maybe 40 or 50 feet away from the track, but it's just around that corner up under the stadium, which is facing the baseball field. Yeah, I had to get off Twitter for a minute there. There's a lot of mixed reactions and stuff. It was just some of the people that I was seeing. I thought they was being over just doing too damn much. I understand that you upset and shit, but trying to provoke more violence, that should be a no-no. There's already enough going on, and we're not teaching the youth anything by doing it. Especially if I see you out there with a gray beard doing that. But there is which go on both sides. You know what I'm saying? It is pretty mixed up groups on both sides. You got the Asians, whites, blacks. Then on the other side, you got the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's split. So by the way it looks, things should calm down. Everybody just a little upset.
I'm bad. What man said, Melissa? What he said?
Oh, no, I was just giving a rundown of what I was seeing over here on Twitter and making sure everybody was caught up on what I said earlier and stuff about the baseball field and the dugout, where it was facing.
I don't see why that matters anymore, man. I don't see why the dugout matters anymore. I'm sorry. I'm upset, man. So don't take it
Oh
personal.
yeah, a lot of stuff don't matter no more now. The verdict is in, but
Somebody the snapping nappy dugout and the case is over. The fact of the matter is he was put out the dugout. He was put out. He was put out the dugout.
But when they go research and catch up on things, they are going to see the video of the track. You know what I'm saying? I'm just pointing it out, though. When you see that picture, you'll be able to see where the dugout is at from where I'm telling you. You know
okay. Shit, I done seen enough of they done showed enough of the damn tent or the Canterville, whatever. I think they've been showing the little field too where he ran to. They've been showing that too, but I don't think nobody's ever showed the dugout.
Yeah, it's where the tent is at. It was down on the bottom. If you go straight back, if you don't go upstairs and just go straight back, if the beaches wasn't there, it's sitting right there facing the other way.
Hold on, y'all. Girl, do you know they found that boy guilty of murder? I told you about the case. You don't remember? Carmelo. He stabbed the other boy. Just get out, because I told you. You ain't got. Yeah. Whoa. I don't know. We waiting to see. All right. Yeah, I want to play the rest of this before we end it because I got a feeling they're going to come back tonight, but I'm just not willing to wait. Or maybe I might wait. Maybe I might change my mind. I do got to go over there to Sipperville, but I don't know if I'm even in the mood for Sipperville. So we just going to see. Well, let's listen.
AKA Austin Metcalf and his twin pink toe pale brother, Hunter. This shit is getting good, white people. White people. This shit is getting good.
Charleston White initially said Carmelo Anthony should face prison time for his actions. However, after speaking directly with Carmelo's parents and hearing their
ain't got no whole lot on her mind. She just don't be paying attention to me, Melissa. Quit trying to take up for Destiny. You always trying to take up for her. She ain't got no whole lot on her damn mind, but what she want to have on her mind. What you say? She said, "Stop hating." That what she said, Keisha? She said, "Yes, I do."
On the case, he changed his position and became more supportive. Make that make sense? Well, Mr. Charleston White, see, I ain't have to talk to his parents, bro, to figure out what was going on. So guess what? I'm gonna take it from here, partner. See, last year, their father, Jeff Metcalf, his arm was broken. His sons broke his arm, bro. His sons spanked him. If you know, you know. And that's not the only thing. These are the two real thugs, bro. And they grew up in a broken home. Not Carmelo Anthony. But we'll talk about that later on in this video. So before I spaz out, I tried to warn them. Running straight to the media right after it happened was their biggest mistake. But they didn't listen. You know what? Let's travel back in time right quick. Run the tape.
Because the kid was mad. My son is not here anymore. And I don't understand it.
Just tell me about what happened today.
I don't know. I got a phone call from Hunter. He was screaming that Austin had been stabbed. I was at work, and so I drove. I work in Grapevine, so I drove up to the hospital straight away. I actually beat the ambulance there. Yeah, I saw them have him come out. He was on a lot of machines, and it didn't take long for them to come in to say that he had passed. So I'm not sure, senseless act of a boy that was in the wrong tent, and my son doing the right thing by telling that boy that he needed to be removed from where he was. And
it's that boy for me. It's that boy for me. I remember this is taking me back to when this first started happening. And if I'm not mistaken, this right here was done either the day this shit happened, because it happened in the morning. If I remember correctly, this was like later on that day after her son had passed, or that next day. It was one of the two. I think it was later on in that day, though. Tell me why this lady's able to stand up here and talk to this man to talk about her son passing, ain't no tears. And it's the boy for me, that boy. That's what it is for me, that boy.
Just doesn't make any sense. I mean, that's just because the kid was mad, my son is not here anymore, and I don't understand it. This is Hunter. Did you want to talk to him?
Oh, no. Listen to what Hunter says, y'all. Listen to what Hunter says.
Thank you. If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." And he's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. This kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I look at my brother, and I'm not going to talk about the rest. So just that's just what I saw. And I tried to help him, but
it was just senseless.
It was really senseless. Really, I don't know why a person would do that to someone just over that little argument. It's just crazy in this world nowadays how people just up and do that. Like a man has a family, a man has people that care about them all the time, and he did everything for our family too. He was a strong kid.
Following Austin Metcalf's death, the Metcalf family quickly spoke with major news outlets and shared their version of events. Critics argue those interviews helped shape public opinion before all the facts were presented in court. Make that make sense. First of all, I want to say thank you to this woman, man. Thank you to this woman. Look, I need y'all to go to Instagram and go follow her on Instagram, man, and tell her that Introvert Rockstar sent y'all, because she the one that reminded me of these videos, man. And she always standing on business. She always speaking up for the people, and I love that shit. But like I always say, in the words of Johnny Taylor, they running out of lies, getting hard to think of an alibi. To the Metcalf family, y'all can't lie your way out of this one, bro. And to you, little Hunter, man, what you doing? These ain't real tears, brother. These are tears of guilt. You and your brother want to be bullied so bad, man, and it costs you. And the cold part is your parents don't give a damn. To them, it's all about the Benjamins. Damn, man, check this out. A fundraiser linked to Austin Metcalf's father raised $585,179, while a separate fundraiser linked to his mother raised $190,322 because Austin's parents were not together. Separate fundraisers were organized on their behalf. Make that make sense. See, I noticed something about racist Caucasian people, man. They be having broken homes.
I just have a question though. What was they raising funds for? Because they didn't raise it for the funeral. I remember back then when they went up. They didn't raise money for his funeral. Okay. So they didn't have to pay for a lawyer. Well, maybe they do have lawyers. I don't know. But they had two separate fundraisers. The mama had one and the daddy had one. Where that money at? What they use that money for? I'm curious. Them houses, the trips.
Be having kids that hate them, but then they get on TV and they talk about Jesus. Then they get on TV and they talk about forgiveness. What you talking about, Willis? See, Mr. Jeff, I see why when that Fox reporter mentioned your name to your ex-wife, she made this face, bro. I see why. And then she had the kids. She taking care of the kids, bro. But you made more money than her on GoFundMe. Congratulations, Jeffrey. You played yourself. I keep telling y'all, bro, these people ain't on shit. Jeff Metcalf attended a press conference held by Carmelo Anthony's family, a move that drew criticism from some supporters of Carmelo. Critics viewed his presence as an attempt to pressure or intimidate the family during a highly public stage of the case. Make that make sense. Mr. Jeff, let's talk man to man. You should never put your hands on the mother of your kids, bro. Out of all people, you should know that, bro. You're old enough. You should know that. A lot of men have problems with their baby mama, their ex-wife, but you should never put your hands on the mother of your kids, bro. And then you walk into that press conference and you tried to bully Carmelo's parents. The same thing your sons tried to do to Carmelo. And if y'all feel like I'm tripping, in my comment section, tell me I'm tripping. All you had to do was do right by their mother, man. All you had to do was teach your sons how to keep their hands to themselves. But no, you want to be big and bad. You're not big and bad because you can put your hands on a woman. You actually soft, S-O-F capital T, soft. According to the news reports, jurors and others in the courtroom were shown video footage related to the incident. The footage became a major part of the case as attorneys used it to support their arguments about what happened during the confrontation. Make that make sense. All I want to know is, where is the footage? You telling me we don't have now one video footage, bro, of the stabbing? Even after, bro, none of those kids recorded nothing? I can't believe that. But, oh, they can show us the footage of the Julio Folio case. But oh, they can show us the footage of the YSL Young Thug case. But oh, they can show us the footage of the Diddy case. But oh, they can show us the footage of the O Block OTF case. I can go on and on, bro. Listen, if Carmelo Anthony, bro, if he was guilty, that footage would have dropped the same day that stabbing happened. The same day that incident happened, bro, that video would have been all over social media if he was guilty. It would have been on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Snapchat, Pinterest. I can go on and on, bro. And if you feel like I'm lying, in my comment section, tell me I'm lying. And you already know, before I end this video, I have to always speak from my heart. Before I end this video, I have to always speak from my heart. Look, I'm noticing something, man. All these racist people are trying to attack Black American people. They trying to race bait us. They trying to gaslight us. I'm talking about racist Caucasian people, Asian people. Hey, whoever's speaking against us, bro. So here's what we're going to do. If it's not Black American, don't support it. And look, I know we got to get gas, clothes, and all that stuff. Look, we got to up our game when it comes to certain type of businesses. But if you can, man, only support your people. When it comes to them, when it comes to getting the hair stuff, the beauty supplies, the food, the art, the music, the businesses, man, I can go on and on. Support your own people. Don't support these people that think that we need them. We don't need them, bro. We invented all this shit. I think they forgot. So we have to remind them, man, support your own people, because Carmelo Anthony is innocent and they know that. But they doing all they can do, bro, to make him look guilty. The teachers, the cops, all of them. I told y'all, they all on the same team. Bro, it's cold as hell to see the media, bro. The media, they know he's innocent, but they got to say little things to make it sound like he's guilty. And they doing it right in our faces. And look, don't be mad at it. This is the new Black Renaissance, man. We see everybody for who they are, bro. Like I said, this is the new Black Renaissance. Matter of fact, I'm going to let a Black woman break it down. Run the tape.
We are in the beginning stages of the Black Renaissance and Black revitalization. I want to let y'all know that. I know you can feel it, right? And you're like, this kind of feels negative. It feels like we're fighting with everybody. No, revitalization sometimes requires getting rid of things and introducing new ideas, introducing new ways of life, introducing new thought processes, and getting rid of old things that no longer serve you. Some of the things that we're getting rid of never served us, right? We just have been taking a longer time to acknowledge that some things just are not serving us. There's going to be a lot of money flowing around right now. If you're a Black person, take advantage of that, right? Add to it, take away from it, right? But one thing you should not do is try to stop what's going on. What's going on right now is ultimately very positive. We are entering into the beginning of the Black Renaissance. I'm serious. I believe that this can go on for another 100 years if we keep at it. Add to it, right? Y'all everything that seems negative is not always negative. If you read and you keep up with everything and you understand the way things are headed, some things, if you pay attention, you read enough, you stay in the know enough, it's not as negative as you think it is.
I don't know what that little piece. All right, I'm gonna get off of here for right now. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna get off. Of course, they're probably gonna come back, today with the census, and maybe they'll come back tomorrow. I don't know. But either way, we'll be back tomorrow to talk about whatever happens. I'm not finna sit here anymore and wait on it. Cause I'm disappointed, y'all. But it is what it is, and we're gonna see what they sentence him to, and we're gonna see what's gonna happen in the aftermath. But what I am gonna do is thank y'all for supporting this live. We've been on here 7 hours, and I still gotta go over there to. Are we in Silverville or are we in the other place? I think we're in the other place. I gotta give that place a name, y'all. Since all tea no shade is Silverville, what is all gas no brakes? The hood. Should we call it the hood? The Super Hood?
Something like that. I mean, it is replacing our freaky channel, so we got to put some extra thought.
It's still gonna be the Freaky Channel. I keep trying to tell you, man. You and Clown keep saying, "Oh, she got rid of the Freaky Channel." No, it can still be the Freaky Channel. So we're gonna call it what? The Super Hood. It's the Super Hood. I don't know. We'll come up with something. But yeah, thank y'all so much.
It looked like 88 might have had some good content, but her camera on her phone. I don't know if she threw cricket or what, but she had some good conflicts going on. It looked like earlier today.
She should have some good content over there on her channel, and good views too, cause she was right down.
It looked like she was having a bad reception. It's going in and out, and you get some good spots of where she's battling with this dude and stuff, but then it keep getting cut off. And yeah, it looked like she do get some good stuff over there.
Wow. I bet you over there watching that ass, ain't you, man? You over there watching that.
That is not my type of chick.
I know.
I'm from the hood, but that don't mean I want to bring the hood home. Got that going? Not with a female.
I know that's right. I know that's right. The hood is just for fun. You don't live that way, and you don't bring it home. You go to the hood to have fun and take your ass home. Oh, all right, y'all get out of here. I'll see y'all in a few minutes over there in All Gas No Breaks. Okay, I'm done with this for today. Like I say, I'll probably still be paying attention on whether or not they come back with the sentencing. But either way, we'll still be back tomorrow to talk about this some more. So yeah. But shout out to Mad and Money Boy. Thank y'all so much for being on the panel. Shout out to y'all for being here for 7 hours and 5 minutes. I appreciate it. All right. I appreciate it. Thank y'all for supporting this channel. I do appreciate it. Y'all make sure y'all have a blessed, beautiful rest of your day. And until next time, I see y'all over on the other side, okay? Y'all be safe, be blessed, and never stress. And until next time, truth seekers, stand up, and we out. Thank you, man. Thank you, Trey, even though I don't know what he doing over there. See y'all later.